All right, everybody, we are now live. I just got my email and my messages on my phone that say we're live on YouTube, so that's nice. And
Yay! Live!
everybody say hi to Richard. Richard say hi so everyone can reply. And then
Yeah, how come I can't see the comments?
their
Wait,
YouTube
you're-
live stream.
Oh, okay.
You could open like YouTube on your phone and mute it.
Oh, there we go. No, I can see you and I can see me, but
No,
oh, I can see it.
it's
Go
because
ahead,
we're
Matt.
using a Google Meet and everybody else is on YouTube Live.
Oh, okay. So do I need to go on YouTube Live to see him?
Yeah, like you could open YouTube and check it out and just watch the comments and mute the audio. I've thought
Okay.
about I can add another box to the screen that just shows the live stream or the live comments, but
Well, so if I can't see the comments, are you going to be asking questions or something? I
yeah,
didn't know how.
I have a whole notepad of previous questions that people
Okay.
asked ahead of time, and I like to go over those first, and
Okay.
then as we go on, I will take some from the live chat if they're not awful.
Even those are fine. That's
Well, if it adds to the conversation, I ask them. So,
Yeah, no, that's good because I when I go through all of my stuff, obviously I've been doing this for a while, and we used to get letters about that stuff, but now obviously it's easy for guys to make comments. But when they make comments, I always thank them, even if they're saying, "Hey, your stuff is garbage. You don't do apples to apples test," whatever their comment is. I always thank them for making a comment because that's whether it's good or bad. I want to hear from them, man.
yeah, similarly with me, and then I will combat those people also. So I'm
Oh yeah,
waiting
you
for
don't just let them walk in and tell you what to do.
Okay, someone finally said loud and clear. I asked, and everyone's just excited, and they're like, "Hi, Richard. You guys are great. Thanks for everything you both of you do." But
Oh, so they're already lying.
yeah, usually they're like, "Hey, we can hear you," but everyone's just saying hello instead. And I'm like, "Before we start, can you guys hear us?"
Yeah, come on, let's
Okay,
hear it.
yeah, they all say they can. So
Okay.
everybody, I mean, I would think that everybody on here knows who you are, but you are Richard Holdener, and you are article writer, dyno tester, myth buster, excited man extraordinaire, article writer, everything. So,
I've
and
been doing it a long time.
I guess we will open up with Chris Johnson asked a fantastic question, and I think it's a
Chris,
good. It's a good preface to everything we were talking about, which I would ask this anyway, but he wrote a more elegantly. So,
nice
uh,
job, Chris.
So he writes, I'd actually like to hear your story, Richard Holdener. What started you in the very beginning, where the passion came from, different places you worked for, and the testing you have logged has been priceless to builders. A lot of myths bust.
Cheers to Chris. Eloquently put. Oh, this is going to be a long night. The automotive portion of it started a long time ago. I mean, my first car, I'm sure somebody's going to ask that, so we'll get into that right away. My first car was a 1970 and a half split bumper Rally Sport Camaro. Unfortunately for me, it was not a Z28. It was a base model, but still, I loved it. It was cool. And I did things to it that most of the people in my small town, they were all doing air shocks and, jacking the things up and wanting to go drag racing, but I did mine for road racing. So I went to the wrecking yard and I got Trans Am sway bars and big block springs, and we cut them and we did all that stuff in Z28 leaf springs and things. So I liked road racing. So this all happened even before, but the way that I went down, the path that I went down to start doing my career basically was that I was out at a race called the Silver State Race out in Nevada, and it's an open road race where they basically close the road for 92 miles, a stretch of Highway 318, and let you run as fast as you want. So when they did this, I'd been down to the La Carrera before, which is a similar race down in Mexico. And when I heard they were going to do it in the United States, I thought, I've got to get over and do that immediately because there's no way that that's going to continue. Something bad's going to happen, and they're somebody's going to realize you're letting people do what on a public highway. There's no way that that's going to happen. So I went out and ran that. And while I was there was a guy there doing a story for Kip Kington at the or the publisher of Turbo Magazine, and he came up and interviewed me because Kip is a 5-liter Mustang guy, or he was, and a great guy, and I loved him, and he got me started in all this. But the guy interviewed me about I bought a 1988 5-liter Notch, basically a highway patrol car, because I wanted to go showroom stock racing. I wanted to road race, and that's why I bought it. But I took it out to Silver State, ran it in the Silver State for the first year, and this guy interviewed me. And a couple of weeks later, I called the guys at Turbo just out of the blue and said, hey, there was a guy, I was all excited. There was a guy out there doing an interview, and when is the story going to come out? Because I want to read about all this cool stuff that happened out of the Silver State race. And then Kip got on the phone, and he said, hey, this is Kip. And, this guy wrote the story, but I'm not sure he captured like what this race seems like it was all about. Would you mind reading this and telling me if this is what happened at the race? And so I thought, wow, I'm a nobody. This is the publisher of the magazine asking me to do this. I said, dude, I'd be honored. I'll take a look at it and tell you. And then I felt really, really bad because I read this story and I'm like, how am I going to call Kip back and tell him that this is terrible, that this is not at all what this thing was about? So how am I, this nobody that has a 5-liter Mustang, how am I going to say this? But I told him, I said, look, this guy didn't really capture the coolness of what this race was. And so, I just thought, well, what can he tell me? He can hang up on me, he can do whatever. So, I'm okay. But he said, hey, would you mind writing some stuff down, and we'll try to integrate it into the story so we can kind of improve the coolness of the story. And I'm like, yeah, I would be happy to. I just threw this guy's story away and wrote my own and turned it in. And then that turned out to be the first story that I wrote. And I went off down this path. And unfortunately for my parents, I got a degree in advertising, and I got job offers from professors because I was, I want to say I was reasonably clever. And they wanted me to come work for them. But I decided, no, you know what I want to do? Instead, I want to go to wrecking yards and sleep on the floor at West Tech and go down the unlucrative career of working on cars.
That is awesome. Well, that is a great answer to all of those questions. So
I'm sorry it's so long-winded.
No, I mean, you had a lot to explain. I think you paraphrased, summarized extremely well and very fast. So
I'm a speed talker.
Yep. So here's one that comes up every time. I'm just going to ask both at the same time and get it out of the way early. Your favorite pizza and ice cream flavors?
My favorite pizza is from a local pizza place here in where I live, called Pietro's, and it's called a super special. And I like it mostly because of the sausage they have. But honestly, the pizza that they have down at West Tech from Pizza Pirate, I get pepperoni and sausage. So for me, it's really hard to have bad pizza. I like pizza a lot. I'll even get truck stop pizza, all of that stuff. So I'm all in. And so what was the second part of that? Besides the pizza?
Ice cream.
Oh, I like Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream, which is odd because I don't drink coffee and I don't like the taste of coffee, but Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream is like highest on the list.
Then
cheers to that.
I'd like to ask this also in the beginning as an introduction, and it's, how did you hear about sloppy mechanics, and do you think it's good or bad for car culture, hot rodding, racing, etc.?
I heard about it from Troy, the young guy that works at West Tech. This was way back. This is, sometime after I had done the first Big Bang motor that turned out to be a 4.8. And I think Troy told me, hey, you need to go on and take a look at the sloppy mechanic stuff because they're doing this kind of stuff. And so I'm like, okay, cool. I'm all in. And then I think the first time I went in, I got attacked because everyone was telling me, oh, you're just trying to be like mad and stuff. I'm like, look, I'm not trying to be like anybody. But the cool thing is that, like, when I'm at West Tech and Brule and I, or when Freiberger comes or Dulcich, there are a few guys that are like real guys, like guys that get their hands dirty and work on engines and do that stuff. And so the conversation that I can have with them is different than I have with a guy that would be one of their customers that might bring a car in and want to get it tuned or that kind of thing. A lot of guys don't know you have to adapt the level that you can speak to people at. That's why I like sloppy mechanics. I think is awesome because I can talk to people that actually like are hands-on guys and do that stuff. And I I love because we can't as an individual, we can't think about all the things that are cool that we could do to solve problems. But there's lots and lots of guys out there, and so I like looking at that stuff and seeing that kind of ingenuity. I think it's awesome.
Yeah. So the other, oh man, I had a comment, but it's very squirrel there. I'm sorry. We'll skip over what I was gonna say. Well, yeah, that's where both of us come in similarly. Is we will say something even if it makes people unhappy, even if we're wrong, because I like
Yeah,
to learn. So if I'm like I'm opinionated and I don't care, so I'll be
that's the
like,
definition of opinionated, right?
this is what I do, and I think you're wrong. And if someone can come back and say, this is why you're wrong, I go,
Yeah.
wow, I learned something. And then I tell people that. And I constantly say, I'm not a professional, I'm always learning, but this is what I do. And it works, and people can repeat the result. And I'm like, it's probably not the perfect way, but it's cheap, cost effective, and it does work. So I don't know what to tell
Yeah.
you.
Well, the thing is, and you made an important point there, and a lot of guys miss that. A lot of guys, and this is unfortunate with the internet because I get this a lot, that people are much more interested in having people think that they're right than actually being right. And the point that you made is you don't mind making a mistake and then learning from that and figuring out the real answer. That's where we get knowledge and experience. And that's important. If you're right about everything, you're not going to learn anything. And I'm now at the point where I know a whole lot less than I did when I was in my 20s when I knew everything.
Yes, of course. That is the curse of learning more and more is
Yeah.
realizing you don't know as much as you thought you did. And I had
Oh,
an
yeah.
interesting conversation with Brian Tooley. It'd be cool to have him on. I'm sure he would agree to.
Oh, yeah.
But
Brian's great people.
I remember him saying the same thing to me, and everyone would be like, he's the god of knowledge. And he's like, I just did something. He explained, but I don't want to tell everybody. He's like, I just did this, and I realized everything I've done is comparable to this, and now I want to change everything I know. So,
Yeah.
similarly,
But the thing is, he was open to that.
yeah,
That's the important thing.
yeah, he doesn't care. He knows that that's how you grow is learning things. So,
Yeah, he's not afraid to test. That's one of the reasons, and I'm sure somebody's going to ask this, but that's one of the reasons that I like the dyno so much is because I'm not giving you my opinion about what this cam did with this cam. Here's what happened when we tested that. And I don't care if you call this A and call this B, but when we ran these two cams, here's what happened. And all the comments I get, I'm sure you get the same thing, is that they'll tell you, oh, you just cheated this test because you wanted this one to win. I'm like, I don't sell either one of the cams. I don't offer tuning. I don't do any of this. I don't care which one does what. But for them, it's all this conspiracy theory thing.
similarly, a lot of people copy my combination and then contact me for tuning. And I like when someone has something that I don't really know about and it surprises me. I'm like,
Yeah.
cool. I did a truck the other day, a while back, at Maple Grove Auto, and he had one of those Tom DeMuse blower kits where you
Yeah.
take a
I'm going to
GT5,
be testing one of those.
an M122 GT500 blower with his sandwich on a Magnuson lower.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know how this is going to be. I was very skeptical as normal. I'm like, I have to see this do well. And it was rocky at first, but then I made like 564 rear wheel through a 1500 truck to the tire
Nice.
on pump. I was like, okay, this works. And I was
Yeah. Wait a
pleasantly
second. Huh?
surprised. Yeah.
So how do you think that compares to the LSA that you had on your 4.8?
I think it did extremely well. I would love to see more of like apples to apples there, but that's a lot on pump and not much boost. I have to look at the log, but I don't think it was anything crazy on boost, and it was on pump gas.
So you didn't have very much timing in it either if you had it on pump gas, right?
No, it was conservative in my definition for being a heavy ass truck and pump fuel. I didn't want to get wild with it, but
Oh yeah.
So we'll
That's why we
go.
test that stuff. You put stuff on there and find out, and sometimes it surprises us. That's what's cool.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, early on, I would just do, I still do, I just do dumb things just to see. Like, I did 862 heads on my G and picked up power. And people are like, why would you put crappy 862s on? And I'm like, because they have a smaller chamber and the
Yeah.
blower's stuffing air in there. So what does it need to, I mean, obviously, if you have like, you would hope that the best thing you could do is spend a ton of money on gigantic cylinder heads and make a ton of power on less boost or whatever, but you've tested that, I've tested it, it doesn't always happen. So
All the head guys certainly want you to do that. But I remember when I did the first test, because I've been having this conversation with Brian Tooley for years, because he wanted everybody to put the 799 243 heads on it, because they get a lot of that, a lot of the 5.3s, the L33s and the LC9s and stuff. But I said, I said, I know that every book has told us that a 243 is better than a 706 or an 862. I said, but has anybody ever really tested it? Like how much better is it? So after I did that first test, people came unglued. Like the 799 243 guys were up in arms about the crappy 706 862 head being better than their, the best LS6 head. Because if you look at Hansel's book on, it says you got to LS6 everything, and that's the road everyone went down. And then after I did the test, they're like, oh no, you've got to mill the head and you've got to do all this stuff. I'm like, look, I don't sell 862 heads. I don't care who wins. This is just what happened. But people lost their mind.
same thing I would do is I would have tons of decent power combinations with crappy turbo setups and everything. And I would say, yeah, I have 706s. And everyone's like, it was what I always make fun of carbureted guys is
Yeah.
people regurgitate stuff they know nothing about and no one has tested because one guy said it and it may have been an advertiser that was gaming something, and that's
Yeah.
where you end up with people that say something's good and you say please explain or have some sort of proof or a delta about what happened, and nobody has it, and that's where I become the giant prick and I start shoving people about it, and then they
Yeah.
don't like me, but then I will go test it on my own. And I like when someone argues with me and I'm like, well, I have 50 videos showing the exact opposite of what you're saying. And I have 25 customers that I've tuned their car that
Yeah.
worked well. And I'm like, where's your ammunition? And not that I want to be like I have so much or I have some clout that I can use against you, but what I'm trying to prove is your reasoning is flawed and you should reconsider.
I know, but Matt, you're using data against opinion, and that's not a fair battle.
It's upsetting to a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
Well, we'll move on, and before we both soapbox too much, I don't have Jamie here to moderate me. Maybe she'll jump in the chat later when the little guy's asleep and be like, "Matt, shut up, ask another question, let Richard talk."
That's
Uh,
that's for later on.
Michael Narks asks, "What's the fastest car you've built for yourself, and what was the setup?" So, meaning like nothing you did commercially or on your job, but something you owned.
Yeah. The fastest car I've ever built, I built the motor for, but I didn't build the car. I helped with the car, but I'm not the fabricator. I'm not good enough to do that. But it was actually a Civic. My Bonneville Civic. It was a 1999 Civic Si. And there's a whole long story that would have to be 2 or 3 drinks in before I would tell that story, the reason why I did it. But we took it to Bonneville, and that car went 227 miles an hour. So it was, and I think still is, it might still be the world's fastest Honda Civic. And I built that motor, and it made 750 or no, made 728 at about 29 pounds. But we only ever ran it at Bonneville at about 16 or 17 pounds. And it went that speed in the 4th mile before the axle popped out. So it was a little bit of an exciting ride. I can tell that story really quick because it was fun. Because we went out and we actually set the record, and the axle had popped out. This was a used, LS, an Integra LS gearbox that I had a different final drive made. I had a 4.0 final drive made for it, but it had like, 200,000 miles on or whatever. And we had stock shafts in it and stuff. And when I was going through the 4th mile, the axle popped out and I thought, oh, great, something broke. And so I managed to gather the thing up and everything was okay. But we had set the record. And so what happens when you set the record at Bonneville, you go into impound and then you have to wait till the morning, and all the record setters get to go out first early in the morning and try to back up the record. So you have to make that run twice to get the official record. So what we did was we went and bought a brand new axle shaft. Really, all we had to do was push that one back in, but we didn't know that. We thought we had a broken one. So we put a brand new, I breathed in my drink. We put in a brand new axle shaft, but without breaking in that axle shaft, which is, by the way, as we'll tell you, is not a good idea at that kind of speed. We put that back in, went back out, reset the record, but when I was driving at about the 3-mile marker, the car started wanting to turn to the right really bad. The axle shaft was going away. And I thought, I'm making it to the 4th mile. We are getting that record, whatever happens. And so I just stayed in it, and I was like, putting opposite lock in it all the way to the 4th mile. And right at the 4th mile mark, just all hell broke loose. The car darted to one side, and I just reached up and pulled the chute and trying to straighten it out. But while that was happening, because like when you pull the chute will just straighten the car out and good things will happen. But I'm trying to like steer with the wheel and steer in, I'm doing my road racing stuff. I'm trying to catch the car. And then I remembered, hey, you shouldn't be doing this because if the wheel catches, it's going to snap your thumbs off. So we ended up breaking that record. But the car was on a tear to go a lot faster than that. So there was a lot more potential. I ended up selling that car to a friend of mine, and he's since gone out and set 3 other records and got him and his 2 sons in the 200-mile-an-hour club with that Civic. So it was a really good car.
That's awesome for it being a 4-cylinder import too. Probably not what people expected out of you.
It was a sub, because the class that we were in was 2 liters or less. So it was a big bore B18 with a 72 millimeter turbo and an air to water intercooler, ice water and stuff. So it was making, it was probably making 500 or so at the tire when we ran it at that speed.
That's crazy. That's awesome. Well, I have our next one. It's another food one, so we'll just ask it. Fred Sermon asks, does he like Moe's or Chipotle more?
I don't eat at Chipotle. I can't remember the last time I ate there. And I don't know what Moe's is, so I don't know that I can answer that.
It's a similar like Mex-American burrito taco place. There's a bunch on the East Coast, and they're pretty garbage out here.
I would probably be more Taco Bell.
Oh, that's a solid bet right there. Well, here's another one. Ryan Albert asks, what engine surprised him the most, and what engine was the least impressive that you tested or dynoed? This should be good.
The one that I think surprised me the most was actually the first Big Bang motor. For 2 reasons. One, because, before we did this, people were saying that, the LS rods break at whatever, the pistons break, they won't take more than 10 pounds of boost, yada, 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 because this is back in 2010. And so everyone was saying the same things that they said about Hondas and small block Chevys and every
just
other motor.
Regurgitation of incorrectness.
Yeah, I mean, Sean Hyland did that book on modular Fords and said, you can't run a 2-valve over 400 horsepower because then they break. And I'm like, dude, the first one I ever put on the dyno made 650 with a blower on it. I said, so I know that that's not true. But the 4.8 surprised me the most because we were kind of trying to break it, and we just kept going up and boost and up and boost and up and boost. And pretty soon, like after we passed the 1,000 horsepower mark, that's when I transitioned. That's when I'm like, okay, I like this motor now. And I'm getting to the point where I love this motor, and I no longer want it to break. I want it to be something good. And the whole time I thought it was a 5.3 because I never even really looked. I got, okay, I'm going to go get a 5.3 from the wrecking yard. We put it up, and I remember we ran it NA, and I'm thinking, man, why does this thing want to make peak power out at 7,000 RPM with this camshaft? This shouldn't do that. Let's just put boost in it. It'll be fine. And then we ran boost to it. And then after I took it back apart, I'm like, oh, wait, it wanted to make peak power way out there because it's a 4.8 and not a 5.3. So that was probably the most surprising. And I think the least powerful one that I ever did is we did a small block Chevy with everything stock on it. Like it had stock 882 heads, it had stock pistons in it, it had stock exhaust manifolds, it had a 2-barrel, it had all this stuff on it, and it made a whopping 229 horsepower. And this is the way that we run it. I mean, like optimum air conditions and an electric water pump and no accessories and anything like that. I'm thinking, man, how bad is this motor really when it's in a car? I mean, this thing would be awful.
Through an automatic that's unlocked, through a tire, through whatever.
Man.
This is why I talk so much trash on the small block, because people are like, wow. And then I dyno them and they make 180 wheel and they're like, that's wrong. And I'm like, no, bro, it is not wrong. And then I make fun of big blocks because similarly people do the same thing and they make like 220, 250 and it's a 500-inch motor. And back like many years ago, about 10 years ago, I would talk so much smack on big block guys and I would say to them, like, if this makes more than 300 wheel, I'll give you $300. And if it makes less than 300 wheel, you owe me $300. Yeah. And no one would ever take that offer. No matter how much power they thought it made, they would not take that offer. And that would always make me laugh.
Yeah, and you see that you especially see that disappointment in guys that have a lot of these older muscle car motors. Now, I love like 69 Camaros and 70 Chevelles and all. I think that they look fantastic. But the reality is they didn't. I mean, back then they made a lot of power, especially compared to stuff that came earlier. But when you put a DZ302 on a chassis dyno and it makes 250, you're doing okay with that motor.
Oh, well, I think you talked about this a little bit, but it'd be cool to get exact or elaborate. So it's from Josh, and he says, I'd like to hear him talk about the transition from print media to writing books to the digital age and how he thinks it's affected hot rodding and misinformation and marketing regarding performance parts and building engines, etc. I know you touched on that on your way up through your career build.
Well, that's a really long question. But I can tell you this story. For years, people had been telling me that, hey, you need to have a YouTube channel. I'm like, that's a flash in the pan. That'll never work. But more, it was actually not that. It was actually more because I didn't understand it and know what it was and know how to make it work. So I never did it. But eventually I decided, okay, look, I'm going to do it and I'm going to start doing it. And I have lots and lots of data. I have 25 years worth of data to put up there. So I just need to figure it out and do it. And right after I did that is when the guys from Discovery bought all of the magazines and then subsequently decided, hey, look, we don't really know anything about magazines and we don't like magazines. So we're going to kill all the magazines. So that changed what I was doing for a living effectively, because before that, I was writing for all the magazines. We know how I started, and I'd been doing that since I basically a year and a half ago or so when I started my YouTube channel, had been doing that nonstop. And there's lots and lots of problems associated with doing that. Money being one of them, obviously. But so I transitioned into doing these videos, but it's not a big transition for me because I'm doing videos, one, about something that I know something about, and also about stuff that I've done testing on and had done magazine stories. I'm just doing it in a different format. So that was fairly easy for me. And we had been talking for the 10 years before that we are transitioning from print into digital. The guys just hadn't figured out a way to make digital profitable in the magazine era until, fairly recently. So for me, I'm glad that I started and did it at the right time, because I would have had to do it 2 or 3 weeks later. Come on, camera. Camera wants to fade in and out.
All right. Oh, where's a good one? This is good. This is a good breakup from serious questions. Do you look at cam bearings?
Not on junkyard motors. We don't. I mean, I may see it as the last, you know, cam lobe or cam bearing comes out, or the journal comes out, but it'll just be happenstance. If it's a junkyard motor and we're putting a cam in it, it's already on the dyno and I've already run it, so I'm committed and we're just going to do it anyway. I've only ever had one time when a cam bearing went bad, and it was during a test where I was running a bunch of different factory cams. And so in the middle of that test, I had to do a block swap. And it's the first time I've ever had to do that. So because the cam locked up in the bearing and spun the bearing. And so the cam was stuck in that particular cam was an LS6 cam, and it was stuck in the block. So I had no choice. So I took that motor off, stripped everything out of that motor, and put everything from that motor in another block, and then did another baseline test with the stock LM7 cam to make sure that that was the same. And the guys at West Tech are just shaking their head like, you just did a block swap? I'm like, yeah, you got to do. Because I said, I need to know that it's making the same power if I'm going to continue with the test and show that, and not have to retest every one of these cams. If the original cam, repeats perfectly, then I know that everything's good. And they're like, you're just nuts. You work too hard.
Just unmuting myself so no one hears me slamming my mechanical keyboard the whole time or mouth breathing. Yeah, it's very noisy, but it's very satisfying if you've never used one.
Is it a Smith Corona keyboard?
No, it's a newer. It's not like an old IBM AT 5-pin connector that's as big as your thumb, but it's nice.
Nice.
What type of razor does he use to shave his head with?
I have a funny story about that. The guys from Harry's Shave, or somebody, an intermediary, contacted me about sponsoring something on the channel to do that. I thought, you know what? I don't have channel sponsors, and I've been offered lots of stuff, and none of them are a good match for the channel. So I just turned them all down. I said, look, it's not about a money thing. I said, I do testing, and if the product works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But if there's something that I can integrate into the channel nicely, and it's effective and it's good information for the people, then I'll do it. So I thought, okay, people ask about shaving my head all the time. So a shaver is like the perfect thing. And I said, look, I'm all in on doing this. So what do we need to do? And they gave me a list of all of these things that I had to say and the way that I had to say it. And this isn't about, we don't recommend you shave your head with this, that you just shave your face. And I'm like, look, I'm sorry. I use that. I use your product. I've used your product for 2 years, and it works really well. And I shave my head and shave my face with it all the time. I said, it works great. I said, and that's the reason that I would be willing to do this, because I wouldn't just be saying this is great without ever having tested it. I already use your product. It works. And I could tell people that, but I'm not saying it the way that you want to say it. And I'm not saying that I don't use it on my head, because I do. So it turned out that I had to turn them down too. And unfortunately, and then the reason that I use that Harry stuff is because I got it for Christmas one year. But normally I use a $1.99 bag that I get from Target, because it's, it's low buck. That's me.
That's awesome. It's a good question there. So, we'll move on to a serious one, and then we'll go back to not serious ones to break it up. It's my favorite. So, your 3 favorite mods to add to any fun vehicle.
Well, the first one has to be boost, right? And then it would depend on what kind of engine you're talking about. Obviously, if it's an LS, you have to do a cam, because you have to do cam and springs. Even if you're not going to do boost, you have to do a cam and springs first, because LS motors have everything else. If it's a Honda, you don't necessarily have to do cams. They have pretty good cams in them already. If it's a modular Ford, I don't know that guys want to do cams. The funny thing about those is everyone's afraid of them. Even 2-valve stuff, even Brule at West Tech is like, I'm not gonna dig into one of those, and he certainly won't dig into a 4-valve or a Coyote with variable cams. I'm like, look, it's the same as a Chevy. You take it off, it has links on it, everything's marked, the gear's marked, the chain's marked. It's exactly the same as a small block Chevy. The cams are just longer, and there's 2 of them. It's not a big deal. But I think that if it depends on what motor you're running, and the LS would be cams. Almost everything else would be boost and cams. Like Matt, cam, springs, and boost, right?
Yeah, like you said it very well. It has everything else, and it's all reusable. It just needs. I've even done a bunch of combinations where it has a stock cam and it just has valve springs.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Well, you can make good power.
I did one the other day. It was a truck where he wanted to run, drive, idle really well and get good part throttle fuel economy, and it made 500 wheel on pump gas through a 1500 pickup truck. Oh, it was a 3/4 ton. I'm sorry, a 2500. Where I always joke, all you need to do is hang the turbo on a 2500, and
Yeah,
it's he did springs and a Huron Speed turbo kit and a Gen 2 7875 from Varen, and I made
nice.
500 very safely. I think it was 13 pounds, 13 degrees on pump. It made 500 wheel.
And probably lots of torque, right?
Yeah, I mean, people made fun of the dyno chart because it went up and it fell off like a triangle. But I'm like, look where all that power is. It's like
Yeah.
4,000 RPM. It's so much power from 2,500 to 4,500.
And it idles and drives exactly like a stock one does.
And then he had a 4-inch tailpipe with like two resonators. It was not loud at all. And
Yeah.
I'm like, some of these people spend so much money on parts and do this so wrong, and they don't make 500 horsepower. And this guy has a laughably stock cam and full exhaust and nothing else.
And if he puts E85 in it, it could be a 600 or 700 horsepower motor.
I was really interested in doing that, but it was a stock ECU car, and he says there's no ethanol where he is.
Okay.
Yeah, that would have been
Well,
very fascinating. If someone in the local area wants to build a car with a completely stock cam, especially since that Gen 2 is such a good turbo. I've had to stop. I want to do Brett DeLong's sometime where we crank it until the turbo quits. But
yeah.
I've done cars that make 920 something rear wheel and ran out of injector, and that turbo wasn't slowing down.
Yeah, I think that Gen 2 is certainly 1,000 plus flywheel horsepower turbo.
Yeah, I believe it because people were saying the Gen 2 is worth 150 extra rear wheel. Even Varen told me, and I was like, eh. Even Varen, like someone I know that
Yeah,
well, that's not gonna bullshit me. I was
yeah,
like, I don't know about that, and he's like, I've had people report that back, and I know it,
yeah.
and I'm like, what? And then I did
But
it.
you want to see it though, right?
I want to see it happen. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna tell people it's capable without doing it.
Nope.
But yeah, we'll do another one. So this is a good one. It says, "How about a discussion on the Ford Barra?" Which I'm assuming means both of us, but you take the lead.
I this is going to be a really short discussion because I've never even seen one in person, and the only information I have would be stuff that I saw, on the internet. So I know nothing about them other than I have a guy, Julius, that is on my live feed all the time, and he's given me information on the Barra, but that's all that I have. So I'm not a Barra expert. I've seen the impressive stuff that they do, but I've never done one.
I think it's cool for sure, and I think there's misinformation. I watch the fullboost.com.au guys a lot, and
Yep.
they joke all the time because all the Aussie guys talk it up, and they're like, it's just not that easy. Like, it's a good platform, but it's not just because they joke. They have a one liner where they say, a Barra and $2,000 eights. So it's like it's a joke. Like people,
Yeah.
it is good, but it gets overhyped quite a bit. And there is at least some money into making one fast and reliable. And I remember Mighty Car Mods did an amazing video that's only like 10 minutes long where they completely built that Cressida and it went nines.
Yeah.
And they did like valve springs and head studs because I know they say that you can stretch the head bolts or something else happens. They can't hold the power down. One or the other is happening.
Yeah.
Both are happening at the same time. But and it looks cool, and I think it's a good engine, but it's so hard to get a hold of. I like what Calvin Nelson's doing with pushing the 4200 platform.
Yeah.
I think that's far more fruitful because no one touches it, and I'm sure no one gave a hell about a Barra until people started just pushing it, and then they're like, "Wow, this is very it's good at this point." And
Oh yeah.
I think similar could happen here, but I think they're really doing a good job with the platform. And there's someone who
Um,
donated money that asked a question, so I always like to grab them in the middle of nowhere. I don't care who he gets priority because
oh yeah, no, I agree.
he sent me
I
20
got
bucks. Oh,
oh, that's perfect.
He says,
Two questions for you on the was the Crescent that the Mighty Carb Mods guy did, was that a Barra powered Crescent or was
yes,
it a 2J?
it was a Barra.
It was a Barra. Okay. I the other thing is I wanted to give a shout out to Calvin because and you may know I have a 4200 testing coming up, so we're gonna do some really cool things, and we may even go like next level stuff with one of those. So I haven't talked about that too much,
Very
but I
excited for
see
that.
if you look at I get guys that talk to me whenever we talk about like the Big Bang stuff, like how much power can you make with a stock bottom end. Invariably, people, when you tell them about the LS, they'll talk about a couple of other motors. One, with how much will a big block make, and hopefully I'm going to find out fairly soon. How much can a Coyote make? How much can a Barra make? And how much can a 2J make? And honestly, I don't think a Barra and a 2J with a stock bottom end are going to be anywhere near what an LS is. Not because they're not good motors, they just don't have the displacement. So if you have an NA motor that only makes 250 horsepower, if you put a cam or ported heads or whatever on it, it takes a lot of boost to get it up to where think about what it would take to make a stock bottom end 2J make 1500 horsepower like we did with the LS. I don't think it'll do that with stock pistons and rods, and I don't know that any of them will do that. So let me know what you think, Matt.
Yeah, I think similar. Everybody's like, LS is so overused, and I'm like, well, it's like a good toaster oven. Like, why wouldn't you use it for the money?
Yeah.
I don't get it. And then I think there's a lot of people that don't realize you can reuse every single part, and they think that that's BS until you do it. Because I know a lot of people are like, I started pushing the envelope and learning a lot, and I started making more and more power, and people are like, this is a joke. He's using a built bottom end, blah blah blah. And I'm like, it's a joke that you think all that because I show assembly and disassembly with an impact gun. And then they think that's a joke because I'm showing that it's easier than it is. And I'm like, it's literally that easy. And that's where my
Yeah.
interest and my focus became because I'm like, people are like, it needs to be a laboratory where microprocessors are made and you need Tyvek and a negative airspace room. And I'm just like, and
No.
people are like, you need assembly lube, and I'm like, pfft. And then people are like, you need ARP lube on head bolts, and I'm like, putting them in rusty and dry. I'm like, it's not going all the way. Maybe I'll back it out, spray WD-40 in there, and put it back in. And then people
Yeah.
are like, that head bolt is going to hydrolock the block and break something because you filled it with fluid. I'm like, shut up, whatever, blah, just blowing it in there.
Yeah.
And then everything's stretch hardware in important places, but you just it doesn't matter, blah blah blah. But yeah, same thing. I believe that too. That the Barra is so expensive to get here that
Yeah.
it's just not worth it. I think the Barra is somewhat similar to an LS, but even when they started pushing that power, they needed pistons, rods, a bunch of other things. Whereas you and I have seen incredible amount of power with garbage LSs. Like they look like snot.
Literally.
Yeah, like they have water and oil in them, and they look awful. And the cylinder
Yeah.
bore looks like glass, and you could still make 1,000 rear wheel. They just don't care at some point.
Yeah. I know that some of the ones I bring in are so bad that Brule doesn't want me to bring them into the
Yeah, people
shop.
are like, don't even, Matt, you should throw that in the trash. I'm like, these are my favorite. The most
Yeah.
ugly. I've had ones that look like they're filled with paraffin wax. That was the one that
Yeah.
made 1,076 rear wheel. I'm like, this
They
looks so awful. This thing is going to run its ass off. It's so
Yeah,
bad looking.
they want to overachieve because they have something to prove.
I say dumb shit like that all the time. I'm like, this thing, it's like a rescue dog, right?
Exactly.
It is ready to love you even if you're not a good person because it's seen so much abuse.
Yes, pound puppies. That's the best. So I have a question for you. How because I very rarely do I do that. Now I've reused stock head bolts a lot. We normally do it on NA stuff, and I've run some boosted stuff with low boost on them. And the reason that I've reused them is because we didn't have something else that I needed to get the test done. So I was putting the heads on. I'm like, I got stock head bolts; those are going in. But how much power have you made reusing the stock head bolts? Like I think that the stock head bolts are best after they've been installed one time, like from the factory. That's when that's when it gives me a warm fuzzy feeling inside that they're at their best the first time that they were installed. And then after that, each successive time, which I've done it a bunch, I've done it on Hondas and everything, each successive time you make the bolt worse and worse. And that could just be me feeling that way. But how much power have you made reusing the stock head bolt with these Turbo LS stuff?
In my Colorado, where it made 1076, and after all of that, because people say the dyno pulls short, and I can understand that. I have an inertia only dyno. When you're making that much power, it is short. So what I did is, after all of that, I made high 9 second passes with that car, and it never pushed water ever. And I had reused those head bolts. If you go through the videos, it has had the same head bolts for like 2 straight years of engine rebuilding. I had broken pistons. I had bent rods. I had chipped ringlands. It had 4 different pistons and rods in it. It had rod bearings from other motors that looked better than others. At some point, the cylinder walls were very glassy, and I just rolled the crank until there was enough room and ran a 3-stone hone tool in there from Harbor Freight that's like $8 in every cylinder, because people are like, it's because of this, it's because of that. So I think I reused the head bolts on that at least 12 times, and that made and that was with I detuned it. That car would make like 990 rear wheel and not hit 1,000, and it annoyed me so much. Nitrous outlet. Chris Anderson worked at Nitrous Outlet around that time, and he was watching what I was doing, and he's like, would you like some assistance with making the 4 digits? And I said yes, and he sent me a wet plate, and then what I did is I put a dry shot in the fuel and the nitrous port, and I used the purge solenoid and the main solenoid to do both stages. And I'm like, you guys ever do this? And he's like, no. And I said, cool, I'm going to go for it. So...
did you need 2 stages to get to 1,000?
I just wanted to, my reasoning is to soften the hit.
Okay.
So I did, a lot of people might not know, you've probably explained it, stacking nitrous on an atmosphere is much more than what you jet it for.
Usually the boost comes up quite a bit.
It's just that you, like I had, so I detuned to about 800 rear wheel, and then I smacked it with 2 50 shots, like 35 jets. 35 jets. It made 313 rear wheel on 2 staggered 35 jets.
Wow. So, and then how much did the boost increase when you did that?
Not at all, at least on the inertia hit.
Okay.
You get a better result because you can concrete wall the damn engine.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that when I tried to do the nitrous as the intercooler. We saw a big jump in power, but we also saw more boost from it as well, a little bit, 1.5 pounds or so, I think, more.
And obviously, like, you're just doubling exhaust gas in some instances. So something is it's not really apples to apples because it's not just the motor at that point. But I have no problem. I learned a lot about stacking power adders because people are so scared of it. So I've always been like, what are you scared about? And people are like, it's bad. And I'm like, I want to do it more now because you guys seem to have no clue. And people always get scared and then like I've posted it a bunch of times when I know someone who's doing nitrous stuff and it's a wet kit. I always tell them we don't have the right fuel jet, so we have to go up in nitrous to clear this tune up because I think a lot of people are so scared to spray. It's my way of just pushing them, and then they're always extremely happy with the result. But I'm always like, I know in my head I could fix the fueling. I'm like, we should go up in nitrous because if we do a fuel jet, it's going to be too much or too little with what you have. So I'm going to add nitrous to clean it up. And then they're like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing it. So whatever. Good night.
It's an air fuel ratio, so you can adjust one or the other. And why come down in fuel when you can go up in nitrous to make it right? We do that a lot on the nitrous kits. You just adjust the nitrous flow to make the thing that you want. And the other thing a lot of guys don't do, and we don't do this on the turbo nitrous things, but like on the NA stuff, is guys want to run like 10-to-1 or 11-to-1 on nitrous, and we don't do that. We run it a lot leaner than that on the nitrous stuff. And guys that are running big shots of nitrous, it's really impressive how nice they can make their power curve and their air fuel curve and all that stuff, even on stuff that's like a 400 or 500 shot. Guys that do it really well, that's impressive stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's where people get into trouble, is because a lot of these intakes are not wet flow intakes. So they want the jetting out of the box is pretty fat. And if
Yes, it
you're
is.
not watching it, it's a puddle factory. So it scares people, but I run naturally aspirated air fuels with spray because it's so
Yeah.
easy to puddle them. My personal preference is like a dry kit on a Holly is like the absolute easiest thing you could do ever because also when you engage the kit, what I do on stock bottom ends, I learned it from Chris Ortiz. I'm not taking any credit for this, but it works amazing is you can do an RPM ignition retard over the activation of the kit. So immediately down low, you yank a lot. Like if you
Yeah.
know if you're going to hit it with 100, 150, and you're going to yank 2 degrees to be safe, you hit it with like a -5 and then ramp that in to peak power to a -2. And what you'll
Yeah.
see also is instead of a shelf on the dyno where it
Yep.
just beats the shit out of the rod and spins the tire, you get more of like a turbo. It
Yep.
makes everything happy. So
Oh
I
yeah.
learned that from him, and that's one of those strategies I implemented, and that's why I staged both of my dry shots. One came on at 4,500, and one came on at 5,500, and they just bloop bloop. So it wasn't
Nice.
all at once on a stock bottom end with everything else. But
Which
oh,
is right. You're hard. That's hard on traction if you have it all come on at once. And I like the fact that you're doing a dry kit because that's very smart, especially with a long runner LS style intake
a
manifold.
truck
Because I did
intake
that.
has like 3 feet
Yeah,
of runner.
I did that the airfield distribution on a truck manifold, and we've done it on a couple of others too. And when we did the distribution on the water meth, same thing. They're not designed to flow fuel, but if you just flow gas nitrous on a dry kit and then add the fuel down there, the injectors, that works really good.
Yeah, I think people are always burping the. I mean, all those videos at the track are the best when people burp the intake off and they're like, nitrous is dangerous. I'm like, people are just idiots. And most of you can identify with how dumb people are. So
Poor tuning is dangerous.
the worst is people do it on like a button and they have a stick shift car and they come out and
Yeah.
grab it. They bog and they grab it and pop. That's
Ooh, that's
it.
perfect time.
Pop. People will spend $1,000 on a nitrous kit, won't get a bottle heater, and won't get a window switch.
Yeah.
And if you have that, it'll last for 10 years on spray. But, So someone
Yeah.
donated $5 and asked a question. So we're going to jump right to him.
Let's get that guy.
So
$5
Brad,
Chuck.
Brad says, LS turbo and rear wheel drive swapping my '01 Buick Regal.
Nice.
This is already good.
Yep.
And he goes, don't BS me style TH400 and Ford 88. I plan on running E85 with a good fuel pump and cell to run. I guess he's just making a comment. He's not asking a question.
Dude, if
Oh,
you're gonna
no,
step up
no.
to $5,
I misread. What would be a good fuel pump and cell to run? Brad, if you can ask again, what's your horsepower goal? If you're fuel celled, you should probably just go straight to like a Magna Fuel because I feel like a lot of single pumps, like even like an AEM 380 or whatever it is, you probably have to
yeah,
stack them for a decent amount of. If it's a don't BS me car and you're gonna have like a Gen 2, it's capable of like 800-900 rear wheel through an auto. You should probably have at least that much fuel to start because you're as soon as you get it on a roller and everything's right, you're gonna want to shoot for 8. And if you have a single pump, you're probably not going to be able to get it. And in my opinion, I really hate the double 044 style pumps because you need to have the Y fitting. You need to have
oh yeah,
hundreds of dollars worth of shit to hook up twin pumps, and then you need to activate them or stage them differently sometimes. Literally, the 4303 MagnaFuel Pro Tuner 750 model is like $480.
and he, like you said, he's already got a fuel cell, so he's got to have an AN fitting, a bulkhead fitting, something like that to attach it to. That's an easy deal. That'd be much better than trying to sink multiple pumps or something inside that fuel cell. It just doesn't make any sense.
You could do the Holly retrofit setup, which is incredible, and I didn't know anything about it till I got involved with them, and I've used it, but it's the drop-in 6-bolt or 12-bolt hat that has a
Okay.
fill, a return, a feed, wiring, a hat, a swing, like an adjustable thing to go into the basket and everything.
Okay.
But again, if it's a big enough cell, you're still susceptible to slosh. You should have a lot of
Gosh.
fuel in it. But if you have a sump, it's all going to go to the back if that's where you put the sump. But
Yep.
likewise, if you turn the car hard, it's going to not go to the sump. And you should just, if you have a high horsepower setup, you should not be running your car very low on fuel, in my opinion, unless you have a really good surge tank setup. But I've had a bunch of people who do surge tanks, and they're awful for whatever reason. That they didn't set them up right, or they bought a budget setup. So, blah blah blah.
We on our World Challenge car, I when I started when I first started racing, I was doing show over stock, just amateur stuff, and then I right away, because I was the best driver in the world, went into World Challenge racing. And on our car, we built a surge tank so that we could get every last drop of fuel and never have fuel starvation. So we had like basically a 1 gallon tank with the Ford ring and everything on it, like from a Mustang. And we had the pump down in there all the way at the bottom with a little deal built around it. And that surge tank was so small that it would never slosh. And so we just had lift pumps going up into that surge tank and then a drain to overflow it. So we could get basically every last drop because we wanted to make sure that obviously that we never ran out of gas and that we didn't lean out in a corner or anything. And that seemed to work pretty well. But I think you're right, because we've run lots and lots of stuff, or at least the Dyno Jet or the chassis dyno side of Westech. They get cars in there all the time that don't have enough fuel pump. And then they're having to tune around the fact that you have a dropping fuel pressure curve. And it's just not a good situation, because then when you add enough pump or add a boosted pump or whatever you're going to do, then you have to have the whole thing retuned again.
So someone else just donated money, and his name is Joe, and he goes, "Can you dyno test the new Holley 3500 Moonshot Nitrous kit? Did you see their April Fool's video on that?"
I did see that, the April Fool one. That's pretty cool.
All right.
That would be all of it. I think we'd have a carb signal problem with that, right? That was a really cool post that they did.
Yeah, I think that was. I didn't expect them to do that. Maybe their media people are pushing that agenda. Either way, it was very good. I like that they had like 10 plates.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to ask Mark and Evan if those guys did that. I want to find out who was responsible for that. I like both of those guys, and that'll be cool to find out.
People were saying like the Radium Surge Tank and triple Walboro 450s are best. I agree. I'd like to try that, but I've also just done completely stock tanks with 3 450s and never had a single issue. I even had the Colorado, and I had my 2500 truck with a 12-foot wide gas tank, and the pumps are in the center, and it's easy to slosh them, but you just keep half a tank in the thing. Just why you running it? If it's a performance vehicle, why would you run it so low? Especially if you have like 35 gallons, you don't want to fill all that at once most of the time anyway.
Yeah,
but
know how guys are though, because I'm sure that you've gone through this too. Is guys want to have, like, I get guys ask me all the time, what's the most boost I can run on pump gas? And can I run it on 87? And can I drive around with my tank almost empty because I can't afford to put more gas in? I'm like, dude, I understand all that. I'm there, and I've been there. But you can't get all of that. You can't get 50 miles per gallon or run 50 pounds of boost and run 2,000 horsepower and then detune it to run it every day as a daily. And, they just want all of the stuff. And a lot of it's not very realistic.
I was typing a reply, and I was mute. I didn't want people to hear my keyboard blasting them in the ear, but someone makes a good point, and they say, I live in the mountains, and fuel, like a surge tank fixed his fuel slosh. I believe it. I said a surge tank is the best, but most people don't need it.
Yeah.
That's all I was coming from, is that aspect is most people can sink 3 pumps. I did it in my Colorado, and the opening is small, so people are like, how... I can't put 3 pumps in my car. I said, can you fit 1? And they go, yeah. And I made what I called the fuel squid, and I staggered a pump, and I staggered a pump. And then what I did is I shoved it in the back. Like I shoved it in the tank at a backwards angle. So the 3 pumps were 1, 2, 3 into the back of the tank. And people laughed at that setup because it looked like garbage, and it had gray Parker push lock and some ugly pneumatic fitting block on it and everything. And I'd never had a fuel problem. I don't know what else to say about that.
Well, were you trying to win a beauty contest in it, or were you trying to get the motor?
Look at my face. Am I trying to win any beauty contest here? So people donated again. So Mike says, are you planning on testing how exhaust housings affect power curves? It would be great to see the pros and cons of running various hot side configurations in the same engine and compressor. Someone else asked that farther down. It might have been him because he wanted to get it answered sooner. So I'm going to go get rid of that comment while you answer.
You might have done this test already. I've run AR testing on a number of different turbos. The first one I did was way back in probably, oh, this is probably 99 or so. I did it on a Del Sol that we had on a B16. And back then we were running the little T3 turbos from the SVO Mustang. So we managed to get a hold of a 0.48, a 0.63, and a 0.82 AR hot side on this turbo on this B16. And we just turned it all the way up to the turbo basic till the thing would kind of stop making power. And as we went up and up in hot side, because of that combination, we were, and I wish I would have measured back pressure back then, but we didn't. But we could see it in the dyno that as we went up in hot side on that particular application, we gained power. We lose response a little bit, but we did gain power. We were testing that all on a chassis dyno. Shout out to Steve at Powertrain down in Huntington Beach. He let me run endless stuff on his chassis dyno and put up with me, which is no easy task. And I've done some hot side testing on some bigger turbos on LS applications too. And I think I have that stuff up. We ran a comparison between a T4 and a T6 hot side. And I want to say it was on an, I can't remember if it was on an S475 or an S480 or that Precision 7675 that I had. But we did that comparison as well. But and Matt knows this, it all comes down to what thing did you get to what thing becomes the flow restriction? Are you at the limit of the cold side of the turbo, or are you at the limit of the hot side? Take a look at the boost pressure to back pressure relationship. If you start having 2-to-1 or 2.5-to-1 or 3-to-1 in back pressure compared to boost pressure, then you're at a limit of the hot side. And if you improve the hot side, you're going to improve the power output. The other thing that's going to happen that a lot of guys don't realize, and it took me a long time to realize it, is that back pressure also affects what's happening with the wastegate. So unless you have a 3-port or a 4-port where it will continually adjust and try to monitor the boost pressure, and it's even at some point you can't do it with a top and bottom regulated wastegate. So at some point it might not be able to do it if the back pressure gets too high, but then you'll see changes in boost because of the back pressure, which also throws another variable into the test.
And even more variables than that. What are your goals, and do you have a response over horsepower and all of the above? So you might have a car that makes the power you want, but way too late. So putting a much tighter AR might give you better average horsepower, but you might not go as fast at the drag strip. There's a whole nuance there. But yeah, anymore, I talk about the 3-port and the 4-port. People are running more and more VS turbos that have such a broad range on the backside, and they spool well. Like I always talk about how much I love the 7875, but that has such a scale on most of the LS motors. I like to tell people to put like a 2-pound spring in. I said, put in the lightest spring you got that you can coil bind with like no hand movement, because then a 4-port will give you 2 pounds to over 30 pounds if you want it, if your backside is not getting restricted, obviously. So you can drive on the street with like 360 horsepower and then light it off to 850 plus. And having that dynamic swing is incredible. So, because a lot of times where people screw up is they put a 14-pound spring in on a 7875 and they put a 4-port on it, which makes it extremely sensitive to percentage. Because people say that a 4-port is sensitive, but if you spring appropriately very low, it is not sensitive, and it does work great. And those are tips that people are missing along the way, or no one says.
Yeah, it's hard for 4-ports aren't magic. We can't go down below 14 pounds if you put a 14-pound spring in it. But if you go down in the spring rate, that works really well. And that's a good point. I just want to mention real quick that you were talking about this stuff being application specific. And it is. If you want the thing to be responsive and it's something that you drive around town and you have a stock cam or whatever, then you might be more interested in response. Our Bonneville motor, our 2-liter Honda Bonneville motor, had less back pressure than it had boost pressure. That's because we didn't really care about the response rate. So we built it and did the hot side appropriately so that we had less back pressure than we had boost pressure. That's why we got the thing to make the power that it made, because we had chosen our turbo, because we couldn't put power down in this Honda until the top of fourth gear, which was about 162 or 63 miles an hour, which is when I could go to full throttle and not spin the tire because we had an open diff on it. So fifth gear is when it did all the work, basically.
And then Joe Simpson, this is my experience too. I had Joe Simpson on as one of the guests, and he says an AR change doesn't make as much of a difference as most people expect it to. I agree, it's like 500 RPM sometimes. Yep. If you have a turbo automatic car, just get the big one and just let that thing eat, because all people care about is top end on a turbo LS application when they don't get that power number they want. If it's a stick shift car and it has twins, I have seen AR will make a difference. But if it's a turbo auto car, just get your converter right. And I think, like you said, a lot of people don't your combo might not be perfect the first time. You might need to get a converter restalled twice. You might need to change your turbo or intake or AR. People expect everything to work the first time, and I think I've made that a comfortable thing for a lot of people. So when people show up and it makes garbage power and we all kind of shrug, I'm like, it's something. I don't know what to tell you. I can't tune extra horsepower out of it. And often we will pull charge piping and make a hit on motor. And if the motor is making awful power, I'm like, well, see how much the turbo added on 10 pounds? It was actually considerable, but your engine makes 0 base power. So that's what we're struggling on. So your cam is off, or something is total garbage, or your intake gaskets are wasted. It could be something very simple, and then they're kind of mad that I don't have an exact answer for them. But similarly, like when you go to your mechanic and you're like, it's making a noise. He's like, cool.
Yeah, I like when I get that text. It's making a noise. What do you think it is? I'm like, I don't know who you are, or what the car is, or what the noise is, and I'm not magic. I'm glad you brought that up, because that's an important point. That's one of the reasons that I try to always run the motor on the dyno naturally aspirated before I add boost, so that I then know, okay, we also know that nothing's wrong with the motor, that it's not broke, that it's not leaking, that it's all kind of ready to go. And then the other thing that happens is, if I run it NA and it's a fuel injected motor, I have a baseline tune for it, and then I can just scale that up. I can just double it at 14 pounds and triple it, and it'll give me a really good starting point for the extra fuel that I need to add under boost. And then we just take timing away. And then if it's not doing what it's supposed to, I can go, okay, well, right away, we can eliminate the fact that it's not the motor. We know the motor is happy. So what are the other things now that we have to look at? Is it spark plug gap? Is it coil? Is it, what else is it? And let's look at other things now. But checking the motor off the list is a big thing.
Yeah, for sure. The other, what I wanted to add to that was, similarly, if I put a motor on, I hardly ever get to do motor and then turbo. It comes with the turbo and everything already most of the time. Yep. But similarly, on a VE scale, if you're close to 100, you can just drop 200 in up top. But most of these people are running a bass tune that I created. Most of them are all copying a setup I did, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's awesome, and it makes everyone's job easy and the expectation fairly level. And when it doesn't hit that, you know, something else is screwed up again. But similarly, I've had people with the exact same combinations have 400 horsepower difference, and that can add up in
a lot.
Hot side and amount of 90s you have on cold, hot, downpipe, everything. It's a culmination. I mean, as you know, go
ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like, there's some decent ones in here I want to look for. If you want to add to that while I look.
No, I was going to say, I saw some of the questions when I was looking through the Facebook stuff, and one of the things guys brought up were, and I think that you may have asked this question too, about spark plugs. It's about spark plug gap. So we, at some point during, obviously need to talk about that.
Yeah, we should do that one next. That's one that I asked recently, and people were kind of like, why do you care, and why would you bring that up? And that's a very specific question, but my brain goes there. I know I'm not going to try to like be an egomaniac, but I consider a lot of things like, I gap so many setups very tight because so many people have blowout issues that I'm like, I'm like, if this is going to make a lot of boost and a lot of power, and you have everything is used junkyard, go right to like 18. And people like scoff. They're like, they reel. They're like, why
Oh
do you
yeah.
want to make it so tight? And I'm like, so when your garbage up and forward headers, we don't have to reach into the 100 degree. It's 100 degrees out. We don't
Uh-oh.
have to reach
Shots
into your
fired.
engine bay and burn our forearms continually trying to swap out plugs, blah blah. Like just go to 18, and then everyone's day will be easier.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. But I have often wondered, am I giving stuff up? Because people say you should only gap what you need. And then similarly, people say only inject what you need. But if you have a good ECU, it has, like a 4-port, it has such a large dynamic range that you should just buy injectors once. You should put gigantic ones in because they have no issues on certain ECUs, and then you never need to do it again. So similarly, I'm like, just gap at 18 and never do it again. So my brain is like, is there horsepower I'm leaving on the table because I didn't so what's the effectiveness of having the most gap based off of your combination? So that's the root of the question if people aren't getting it from my elaborate mouthing.
I've run tests both changing plug gap. We've run a number of them. We've run plug gap on NA motors to find out what it does. We've run plug gap on boosted motors to find out what it does. And then I would 100% agree with you because, and this is going to disappoint a lot of people. I know when I had this conversation with Uncle Tony, because he doesn't do a lot of force induction stuff. So I'm not sure he understands it, but, and I was telling him exactly that. I said, like, when we run turbo motors, we run the gap down to 18 or 19. I said, because really for me, a spark plug is it either fires or it doesn't fire. We've tried split fires and E3s and every fancy designer plug. And I've also tried, one of the tests I did with Kenny Bell was he had a, you're familiar with his boosted pump. Well, he also had a boosted spark. So what it did was increase the supply voltage to the ignition system and increase the output of the coils. So we ran that, I think it was on a modular motor. And what we did was start going up in plug gap, and so that we could get the thing to misfire with one of his blowers on the motor on the chassis dyno. And with that increased voltage output, I think we went up to, the gap was like 70 or 80 thousandths, I think, before we got the thing to misfire. But when it did misfire, it loses power. So not surprising, that's exactly what it does. But we didn't see any change in power going from, I think we started out with the stock plugs were around 40 or 45. And then we went way up, and we were just wanting to get it to misfire. And as soon as we did, we lose power. And we see the same thing on LS motors. When we run tune with Holly, we'll put the dwell at 4 or 4.5. We'll put the plug gap down to 18 or 19, and then it won't misfire. If we go up in plug gap, it doesn't do anything until it misfires. And then when it misfires, we lose power. And on a turbo motor, if it misfires, you can lose a lot of power. So it could be substantial if you get into misfire, but I don't think you gain anything from going up in plug gap.
And that's what I've seen also. Obviously, if a combination makes 800 wheel and you lose a cylinder or two on that, it's 100 or 200 horsepower or more just because of the loss of dragging the rotator around. So similarly, I've seen, obviously, like I've seen, usually when it misfires, power tanks bad. And you can hear it, it just sounds awful.
On a turbo motor, it's bad, yeah.
I always think it's funny when I hear like an all motor car rattle its face for no reason or a turbo car misfire awful, and people will come running over and they're like, wow. And I'm like, you didn't hear, like it sounded awful. I guess it like,
Yeah.
Maybe like me being naive and I have like a ton of years of experience where I can hear a miss and people can't. I've had people fire their car in the trailer in the parking lot, and I say it ahead of time just so there's no hurt feelings. I'm like, you don't hear that miss at idle, like a significant miss at idle, because I don't want to have a problem later when it doesn't make power and they want to disagree.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't have a bunch of cylinders, so we need to get that first before we all waste our time. And most commonly, they can't hear it. They don't know. It's a fender exit exhaust. It's loud, whatever. And then they have a burned plug wire or something from stupid ass up and forward stainless garbage. So I talk so much smack on that stuff, and there's a reason why. Most of the time you don't need them. Most of the time they're frying everything in the engine bay. And cast iron will actually hold better heat, in my opinion. up and forwards just blow a bunch of heat into the engine bay. It makes everything so hot. It's just scrubbing. Like headers will cool off faster.
Yeah.
It's because they are shedding all of their heat into the engine bay faster. At least in my opinion. You don't do a lot of engine bay stuff. So there was something else I wanted to add to everything you said about spark plug.
But I don't like those headers just because of the plug wires and the spark plug access.
Same thing. They're garbage. You have to get the plug wire on to make any significant power. But I've done the same thing where the plug gap didn't matter, and that's why I tell people go right to 20. Go right to 20 before you even bring the car here. There's no point. Don't buy aftermarket plug wires. They're hot garbage. Go to AutoZone and get like 06 Silverado wires. They have a lifetime warranty. If you're a dumbass and you burn them, you just take the whole burnt set back and get another. They work great. They never have any issues. Blah, blah, blah. And similarly with that, I've moved the dwell around a considerable amount on a lot of cars. And like you said, 1.5, 3.5, 0 issues.
Yeah.
None. Calvin Nelson's car, the Fairmont that he built, it was a stock LY6 with a sloppy stage 2 and 1218 springs and 2 cast VS Racing 7875s. We made like 938 rear wheel through an unlocked TH400 on 1.5 milliseconds of dwell.
Wow.
So no issue there.
That's nice.
People are thinking you need a ton of gap and a ton of dwell. It's just one of those things you don't need either. Everything can be this big, human hair, and it's fine.
As long as the voltage jumps the gap, that's all you're asking it to do.
Yep, doesn't really matter. Oh, this is a good one since we've lambasted about serious things for so long. When do I need to upgrade to ARP starter bolts?
I like to do those one at a time. I can afford one and I just fix that one, and then later on, like I make a down payment and I'll put the other one on later on.
And then, what is the most hack thing you've ever had to do on an engine/repair? Well, we all know you'll be honest.
Is that one for you or for me?
Well, I guess it's for both of us, and I don't think it's for both of us. Most people who watch know the awful things that I have done because I don't pull any punches or not show the awful things that I do. And I think most of the awful things that I apply to engines are gospel at this point. So we'll go with you because they think you're the professional. That's a slight dig, right?
You've obviously never seen me at Westech in person. A couple of the cool things that I've done, and again, it's just a lot of times it drives the guys at Westech nuts. But when I was running a supercharger on a Ford motor, and we had to space the lower crank pulley out, and I didn't have a spacer that I needed. So we just took nuts and stacked up the nuts. And I even went to the trouble, this is how professional I am. I went to the trouble of miking the different nuts. I just grabbed a handful of them out of the bin and mic'd them because they're not all the same. They're not precision, obviously, ground. And so I mic'd them all the same so I could get a stack of 4 that we needed and just put a long bolt through these 4 nuts and then onto the dampener and spaced the blower pulley out. And this was a blower pulley, mind you, not hub centric, not any of that stuff. Just really tight on the bolt, but it worked long enough for the dyno to get it work. And we do a lot of that stuff where we only put 2 bolts in, and all of that stuff is the things that I've run. And it, like I said, it drives those guys nuts. Whenever I put the motors on the dyno, I always use wire. I call it drive-by-wire because they want, everybody wants to build a dedicated rod and a rod end and have it all look professional. I'm like, dude, I have to do 15 intake swaps, and they're all going to be in a different position. The throttle body is going to be different. The carburetor is going to be different. If I have this piece of wire, I just take this piece of wire, I wrap it around this really fast, and now it's working. It works perfect. And those are the kind of things that make my life easier. And you got to go to that stuff. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I've done uncountable terrible things to engines, everything you can imagine. So I think it's funny. Joe Simpson chimed in on the plug gap. He says, I've never seen a loss of power on a tighter gap. On Honda stuff, we would run 13 on 60 pounds or so. As long as it will start and idle, it doesn't seem to matter how tight you go. And he said just the other day he had a car and a trailer that he sent home before they even unloaded it. It was running on 6 cylinders and they had no idea. And then there was an earlier question, one of the times where I'm like, hey, I wanted to ask something and I squirreled. Someone did ask a question, and I'm going to jump to it in the live chat. They asked a good question. I'm going to jump to that instead of all of our pre-asked ones. And they had asked about ethanol content versus like pushing the horsepower or a bunch of things. And I have my own thoughts on that. I want to, here's what I like to do sometimes with guests. I like to say my answer and then see if you can prove me wrong or if I'm retarded or if I have no concept at all. I like doing that where I will state my opinion and then you can be like, no way, that's dumb. I like to learn. So there's a lot of talk where I'm assuming this is what he's asking.
Can I say that ahead of time?
What? That I'm clueless? Or what?
Yeah, I just want to say it ahead of time.
Sure.
Do it preemptive.
Noted. I'm often clueless. Oh yeah, someone just said the whole plug gap thing is for boomers chasing 2 or 3 horsepower. Yeah, we'll throw that out there. But in my opinion, ethanol hits a peak octane limit at like 40%. I've seen charts also where they show the octane gain, and I've done this with horsepower too. It jumps significantly from 0 to 30%, and then it kind of levels up. A lot of my tune-ups, just to be safe, there's a 50% threshold. So above 50%, it's all in. And I only pull, majority of my tune-ups are E85 cars, majority of the time. So what I do is my base spark table is set up for E85. And then if it goes below to pump gas, it's pulling timing. And most of the time, it's overly aggressive. Unless someone's going to be doing a lot of pump and E85, then I take the time to dial it all in. But I've seen nearly no gain from going to E50 to E98. And the only time, and I've had no one accept this test, like Ignite or whatever, or C85, which I don't trust those because they're gaming you, in my opinion. It's not pump gas and ethanol. What they're giving you is a formulated race gas and ethanol, and that is a joke.
Yeah.
Why don't you just buy race gas? Why are you buying $10 a gallon ethanol when it's most of the time $2? Someone's lying to you. I can understand if they oxygenate it and do whatever, and you can get 2% extra horsepower, and if you're in a racing class where that will give you the most and they allow it, okay, but no one has let me do an apples to apples Sheets E50 versus Ignite E98, C85, oxygenate. No one will accept that challenge. And maybe one day I'll just have to do it myself. I'll have to order a bunch of whatever people say is the best, which is also a weird thing to ask because everyone's is the best, right? So
and just ask them.
I'd like to get a tank, like a can of C85 and Ignite E98 and 1-ethanol is one that people talk about a lot. Real Street Performance, which I believe Jay Meager say 1-ethanol is the best, but I think it might just have a higher quality control for stupid high. See, and this is where I may be wrong. A combination like that has a better race gas mixture because of high cylinder pressure or high boost. I know some fuels, if you look at a Sunoco sheet, this is better for high boost, and this is better for nitrous. And I agree with some of that. Obviously, it's formulated for whatever you're going for, but I think people that have Subarus that say Ignite E98 is the best, I'm like, you're making 350 horsepower. Get the hell out of here. Stop.
How do you know?
E38 for you is rocket fuel. You're fine. And I've seen similarly, my dyno will read 1500 rear wheel, and on 3 cars, I have pinned the dyno on like 40% ethanol. So I see no gain. I've done a bunch where we had very low amount of pump gas and we went to about 45% alcohol, and I routinely pick up 100 extra rear wheel with the same amount of boost with a little bit more timing most of the time. And we have watered it with even more ethanol to the point where it's at 78%. And the amount of ignition it wants and the amount of power it makes is identical to 40-ish%. I think 38% is the threshold, in my opinion, for maximum amount of octane for most street engines with my awful combinations. So say agree or not agree and add your own to that. I'm done soapboxing.
No, I think that that's pretty accurate. I think that the at least what I think is the common thought out there is, or the accepted value is, that past 50% there's not a big gain. And I know for the stuff that I do, I used to use race gas on a lot of stuff, but now I use E85 and I just go to the pump. I don't measure it. I don't do anything. I just go get pump E85. I pour it in, we run it, we tune it. And so I don't care whether it's E85 or 75 or 70 or 40 or whatever the number is. I just run it and it does what it does. That's me being lazy and not measuring it, but I don't think it makes any difference. The one thing I can say about is I've talked at length to fuel guys. We have a good guy that West Tech works with, and he's really, really sharp, and he's actually done octane and detonation testing and stuff, because he goes all the way back to the Unical days. And the one thing I tell you about the race E85, where they mix the ethanol with actual race gas, is the ultimate octane of that fuel is going to be different than pump E85 is. So if you have a situation where you want to run 40, 50, 60 pounds of boost or whatever, and you run into a detonation threshold with regular E85 or 50 or 40 or 70, and then that can help you because you're running more boost or you want to run more timing, there's potential there. But you shouldn't put that in if you're not going there. If you're running 10 pounds or 15 pounds or 20 pounds on an LS, which I do all the time, just with my eyes closed, going over and getting the stuff for the $2.50 gallon stuff over at the local gas station, it works just fine. And I don't think that there's going to be any gain from doing any kind of race fuel in that sort of application.
Yeah, so exact same what I said. I trust Real Street, and I know they're
Yep.
making on a 3-liter, 3.4-liter stroker billet super engine. They are making a unrealistic amount of power that most people will never reach, and they find the benefit in that fuel, and I can understand that.
Yeah.
But like I said, similarly, 99.9% of combinations in people absolutely will never
Yeah.
touch that amount of horsepower per cylinder versus
Nope.
cost versus pass is approaching top fuel. So,
No. Yeah, they're not going to get there.
so I'm
And do you
assuming,
get that kind of question? I was going to say, do you get that kind of question a lot? I get in my live feeds and comments in the YouTube channel, in the channel as well. I get these esoteric questions. I'm the stuff that I do is dedicated, I'm sure like you, to like 95 to 95% of the regular people. They want to get an LS from the wrecking yard, put cam springs, boost in it, put an intercooler on it, and away they go. These other people want to know, well, how was it 2 degrees difference between running the air to air intercooler versus the air to water intercooler? And what happens if I neck down the tubing before the intercooler and expand it after? And I'm like, look, and rod ratios. Oh my God, rod ratios and all these things that are like, they're this much of something way up here where guys will never get to, like the RPM limit. Oh, it's the piston speed. That's what limit RPMs. I'm like, but we're not talking about Top Fuel or Formula One or Pro Stock or NASCAR, where all of that stuff could come into play on a 7,000 or even 8,000 RPM LS. It's valve train. It's not these other things. Oh, rod ratio and just all these things. It's a funny deal.
so we have a question by Cameron Vick, my buddy. You know Cameron Powers.
Yeah, Cameron, what's up?
He donated $4.99, and he says, Richard, are there any professionals out there like you that are convinced an LS motor is a copy of a Windsor, and is that just a Ford purist thing? People, whenever you can tell someone's a Ford Nazi when someone's like, they just copied a Windsor. You're like, oh, here we go. You have no
Yeah.
credibility, and anything you say is emotional.
Yeah. Well, I had people send me private messages about this. Well, what do you think about this? You need to chime in on this, like on this thing. I'm like, well, first of all, it's weird that you think that this is actually a thing, that there's some sort of conspiracy that somebody from GM snuck over into the Ford building and measured the Windsor and then made the LS from that. I said, look, even if there was an engineer that worked for Ford and then went over to work for GM, which happens all the time, and they took information and made that, what difference does that make? That doesn't make the Windsor any better now because they don't even make it anymore. And it doesn't make it any more of an industry standard like the LS is, because everyone is using it and it's cheap and it makes lots of power. It doesn't really matter. And the interesting thing that I thought, I was kind of in awe, and I was kind of excited that they thought that I would have some kind of insider information into this, that I was like on the other side of the curtain of the conspiracy theory that all of this is taking place. That kind of stuff is really funny to me.
And similarly, I want to throw this in there, and then there's another donated question, so I want to answer that. But someone might be joking here or might be not, so I'm going to call him out. It says Comb Over Racing is the guy's name. And it says, just run Q16, fuel problem solved. And you might have the same opinion. Q16 is the most volatile fuel, and it is the most, like, it'll disintegrate things. It'll ruin things. You can't leave it in anything. You need to drain it. You need to pickle the system when you're done. You need to flush everything, because it will just destroy everything. And similarly to what I understand, Q will create deposits if it sits. Like, it will... It pulls things in and it rusts, and it I don't even know how it works, but my buddy Frank has told me it will create like kidney stones in your fuel system. And then your car has a stroke. Like, you have to take everything apart. It will literally cause a stroke. Like, it creates balls of minerals or something. So I think he's joking, but he might not be. People might not know, because people are like, oh, Q16, race car guys.
Yeah.
Race car guys are replacing shit every pass. That doesn't fix the fuel system on a street, don't BS me build. Just wanted to throw it out there in case people are reading and consider that as an option. Also, Q is probably $30 a gallon.
Oh, yeah. We've run Q16 a lot, and that's usually our go-to trick generally on an NA motor.
Sometimes smashing something, yeah.
Yeah, but if we have a big block, let's say, and we're at 894 horsepower, and we want to be at 900, then we'll replace the race gas that's in it with Q, and that will put us over the top because it's oxygenated. It makes more power. You have to rejet for it. It definitely makes more power. But you don't want to get any of it on you. It's like the old Formula One fuels where they have such good photos of these old like Formula One stuff from the turbo era, where the guys are putting fuel into these cars and the driver's like, don't spill any of that stuff on me, because it gets in, like if it goes on your body, it rearranges your DNA. It's not good stuff, but it does make power, but it's not what I would choose to run. And they tell you not to run it on forced induction applications anyway, I think. And it works good because it's really high octane. And if I, like when we did all the Big Bang motors, I didn't run E85 or a version of E85. We ran not Q or even C16. We ran Rocket Brand 118 because I wanted to have as much octane as we could to make sure that we weren't hurting anything.
Is that leaded or unleaded, just to ask?
It is leaded. They only had 100 unleaded was the highest that they had. But the interesting thing is, and I've done this test a bunch of times, if we take race gas and we take E85 and run it at like 15 or 20 pounds, let's say, run them both the same air fuel, same timing, the E85 makes more power. It always does that. It makes more power than race gas does. It makes more power than pump gas because you have obviously a lot more timing. But when like we were talking about with that E98 stuff, when you start getting up to where you need not 110 or 112 octane, where you need 116 or 118 octane, then you have to go to that. And, but we wouldn't use Q in that example.
And then another question I had from a guy that donated, and there's a simple answer to this. It says, John Fanning, he says, do you think a stock 2008 Silverado fuel pump will do fine filling a gallon surge tank with twin 525s up front, Gen 2 78 millimeter 800-ish horsepower, And I don't know enough about surge tanks, but if you go on Radium Engineering, they tell you what you should have as a supply pump for a certain amount of surge tank pumps. And I would say the answer is, again, application specific. Are you, I mean, people would laugh, it's a '08 Silverado, but are you land speed racing or are you quarter mile racing where you would never drain a gallon in the surge tank because the return hose from the fuel rails goes back into the surge?
Yeah, and the other thing to think about, the flow rate of that stock pump is going to go up dramatically if it's just used as a lift pump to
Zero
go
pressure.
into the surge tank. It'll have no pressure, so the flow rate's going to be pretty high on that pump. It might be double what it is.
Yeah, if you ever look at a chart for fuel flow versus pressure on an in-tank pump, it starts up here and goes whoop at 80 pounds. It falls on its
Yeah,
face. So
yeah.
similarly, when I do a lot of in-tank pumps, I will run 30 pounds base because I know by the time you get to 60 or 80, it's like a cliff. It's done.
And that's a good point, and I'm sure that you tell guys that all the time, Matt. If you have a choice, don't go with fuel pressure, go with bigger injector so that it makes life easier on the pump, because the pump can flow a lot more at 30 or 40 psi than it can at 60 or 70. And so if you can get the airfield that you want with the big injector at 30 or 40 psi, that's a much better way to go and much easier on the pump.
Uh, Where's a good one here? I want to switch to not a fuel question. This is something I know nothing about that I would love to hear you elaborate on, and it's from Josh Lawson, and he says, "Hey Matt, ask Mr. Rich to explain the flat plane crank performance gains versus downfalls on the LS platform and the longevity of high RPM usage."
I wish that I was a crankshaft expert. Unfortunately, I'm not. And I don't know if this is the same one. I get guys every live feed that I have, and usually every video that I put out, somebody asks about using a flat plane crank, about wanting me to test it. And my answer is always no. The problem, and only because of the problems associated with a flat plane crank. The flat plane crank, and this is something that Ferrari went through because they use that a lot, and also that Ford went through with their Voodoo motor, is that the vibration, I don't know if it's a second or third order vibration, but the vibrations caused by a flat plane crank are like tremendous. And so that's what limited or stopped Ford from releasing the Mustang when they were going to, because they had to spend a lot of time trying to solve that problem. They sound awesome. I have one. I have a car that has a flat plane crank in it, and they sound fantastic, but they are very vibration prone. And honestly, I don't know what the gain would be in power unless it allows you to run more RPM. But I'm no crankshaft expert.
There's a lot in the chat that I'm trying to catch up on because I kept it up where the donation questions were. Someone
Yeah,
had
I get that.
donated and just had positive things to say, and I remember James Williams from like Ocean City, Maryland, in like, I don't know, like 2010. I had the Turbo 23 or 2500 truck. I drove to Ocean City, and he says Matt convinced me to go Turbo LS and get HP tuners with Fairmont One. Richard convinced me to go SBE with the Big Bang engines, and now I have two LQ4 short blocks and a Gen 4 bottom ends for, and an LY6 for a future Turbo G8
Dude,
product. So that's good to hear.
yeah, that's good stuff.
Someone says flat plane equals evens the pulses in the intake. Well, I feel like that doesn't matter if you're shoving air down its throat. Might be
And
wrong.
I don't think that a flat plane crank is going to change the effective runner length, because the reflected wave in an intake manifold, it's only runner length determined. And when that runner length, when the reflected wave starts, the initiation point is after the opening of the intake valve. So the wave travels up to the common plenum, rarefaction occurs, you get that was a negative pressure wave, and then rarefaction occurs, and then you get a negative pressure area, and then the positive pressure all rushes in to fill that, and then you get a positive pressure wave going back down. all of that travels at the speed of sound. And when that arrives is all a function of the time it took for those two waves to travel. And that's a function of length. So when they're going to be effective, and by the way, most people don't know, you want them to arrive to be most effective when the piston is at or near bottom dead center, because while the piston is rushing down, it's doing a really good job of drawing air in. So it's really, really effective as it's rushing down. When it gets down near bottom dead center, all of a sudden it's not very effective anymore. So that's when you want the pressure wave to arrive and help cylinder filling to add even more power. And we see that all the time. If you look at any of the intake tests, long runner intakes work really well at low RPM because the signal travels up and back and has time to do that. But as we go up in RPM, it can't make that travel and arrives at the wrong time. It's no longer effective and yada, yada, yada. I can talk about intake stuff forever and ever. I really love that stuff.
Whew, yeah, that is a knowledge bomb right there that I didn't know existed. I always love learning stuff. People keep asking, we're going to ask this next out of nowhere. People keep asking about your 3800 stuff. When are you going to turbo stuff? Everything
we
else.
have that motor, and the reason that we haven't run that yet is because we haven't figured out yet. I think we did. We hadn't figured out what kind of ECU we could run it with. We couldn't run it with the Holly with the existing trigger pattern that they have on there. The trigger pattern is weird. It's inside the dampener, and it's not one that Holly recognizes, and we couldn't cut teeth out to get it to one that they recognize. We couldn't get so what we're going to do ultimately, I think, is put, and I need to talk to the guys over at ATI, because they make a replacement damper for it. And if I get that, it'll have the right bolt pattern for us to put an external trigger wheel on it. And then if we do that, then we can run, because I want to run it with a Holly so I can tune it and do all of that rather than run it with some kind of ECU system that I'll have to have Eric or Ish from West Tech be with me to do the tuning. It's much faster if I can do it that way. I can do it late at night or whenever I need to do it.
Someone in the chat asked something good that used to get asked frequently, but I feel like a lot of people on Sloppy know this already. And he goes, do you know anything about the Chinese head stuck kits? I think he means studs. And I would say that they are weaker than torque to yield head bolts. And I used to say this all the time, even reused ones. And you might not know, you might know that we had a guy with a $1 million test bench. We all sent him new stud, old stud, ARP stud, head bolt, stock head bolt. We all donated the money, and he put it into a rig where he tightened it at different pressures. And this entire write-up, he made a PowerPoint presentation and supplied an Excel sheet on deltas and pressures and many other things. So he put them in a machine and he pulled on them until they broke or twisted or yielded. And he has charts where, they yielded and then they pulled, and then the amount of, so there was a certain amount of pressure from pulling that they would just build more. It took more and more force, right? Yeah. And then after it would stretch, it would lose its strength, and then it would decline. And he showed the entire ellipse versus the amount of strength and pull it had versus the amount of yield. And oddly enough, the stock reused head bolt placed first on a lot of that testing. And people
was it able to stretch and then retain its strength after stretching? Is that why
it had some elasticity, and there's other things in that test because the other ones are so stiff. It's almost like having a brittle steel or something versus aluminum on an airplane that can flex a lot. If you ever look out the plane wing when it's dancing around, it scares the shit out of you, but something that's stiff would work hard and then snap, and that would never wiggle. And also that wiggle is kind of a buffer to the cabin. If that wasn't moving with the turbulent air, it would be beating the shit out of everybody in the plane.
Yep. Those are dampers.
People don't realize that, so that's a good one. And then, how did we get here? I got lost already. Chinese head studs. It's a joke. Yeah. You're spending a bunch of money and you're studding the motor for actually a less effective clamping force, in my opinion. And a lot of what people do is because they're such shit porous metal, they snap the head bolt down and below the block. We would get one a month, and someone would be like, "What do I do?" They broke a Chinese head stud in the block.
Yeah.
And another thing that I like to tell people is if you have a Harbor Freight torque wrench, which most people do, and there's nothing wrong with them, I have tested it. I have a $500 Matco digital, and the Harbor Freight's identical with the click as long as you use it correctly. And I've said it a bunch, but it's probably worth repeating so people hear it if they watch this. You have to pull that with a certain amount of speed for it to click correctly, in my opinion. If you pull that torque wrench really slow, you're going to break a bolt because it won't click. If you pull it really slow, it will never hit the mechanical click. I don't know if you've ever run into that, but I pull them pretty rapidly because I've noticed, I'm like, this feels like it's way too tight. And then if you do it quicker, it'll click sooner than you would, I'm like, I'm really pulling the shit out of this. And that's when stuff breaks. Because people think they have to pull it extremely slow. No, that mechanism is cheap and you have to, just pull quickly. And by the time it feels tight, it clicks. And I've seen people, I'm like, did you pull at half a mile an hour? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, that's where you can do it. You can test it if you have one. Try to tighten a wheel stud or something extremely slow. And if you test it with a digital, it would be significantly higher than if you pull it with any kind of quickness. You don't have to pull it at 100 miles an hour and try to throw it across the room, but you can't pull very slow. You can't be scared to pull on it.
You want to make sure that you pull it in a level plane too. I see a lot of guys pulling down when they're pulling this way or pulling up, and that kind of throws the reading off. We did Chad Reynolds and I did and I think Brian Tooley was there when we did it too. We were doing a TV show called Wheel of Death, where we would spin a wheel and decide how a motor was going to be destroyed. And so we did that. But one of the things that we did the torque wrench challenge. So we had an LS and we had ARP head studs on it, and we had to torque it to 75 foot-pounds, but we had to do it without a torque wrench. So the guy that got the closest to that actual number was the guy that won. And everybody got, even we had a model that was part of the show, and she was on my team, and then Chad and Brian were on the other team, and I got her so that she was within 3 or 4 foot-pounds of nailing it, and mine was right on, and Chad and Brian's were almost right on too. They were within 1 foot-pound or 2 foot-pounds. So if you've done 100 of them, you go, okay, like it moves about, that feels like about that much. And I'm sure you've seen that whether we had it at 75 or 78 or 70 or 84 or whatever, it doesn't really make any difference. It's still going to do the same thing.
That's why I always recommend, and I think I have it in the wiki, there's a certain amount of, when you're reusing the head bolt, I use 65 foot-pounds because people for whatever reason want to do 75 to 100 on shit. And I'm like,
not on that bolt.
Stop. I do 65. And
Yeah.
A lot of people I tell do the same thing, and we have zero head gasket issues. And recently, I'm learning a lot, and I do like coolant pressure, and we see no difference. Very recently, the Turbo 2500 that I did, because people say stuff about my dyno pulls are short. And like I've said before, I can't really do anything about that without, we're looking into upgrading it a bunch and getting a load cell and everything else. But
sure,
my coolant pressure was fine with the usual way I tune. It made 856 rear wheel on that truck. And after that, I showed there was data logs of 13 pounds of coolant pressure, no matter what. And people were like, well, it's unloaded and that's garbage. So the one day I have videos of it, I made 10 0 to 130 passes in a 5,500 plus pound truck. And it had identical coolant pressure, and it never went over 13, 14 pounds. So it was very realistic, and I think a lot of people learned from it. Also, because like Motion Raceworks and Low Dollar sells them too, they sell the cylinder head pressure sensor and temperature sensor all in one, which I think is a fantastic idea. But unfortunately, I see the data looks like an EKG, because like you probably know, my assumption is just the combustion beating, like the vibration or just small amounts of combustion leak are causing And there's no way to average it in a Holly that I know of. You can turn the averaging up extremely high to where it
Yeah.
maxes out, and it still looks like someone having a stroke on an EKG. And in my
Okay.
opinion, like you can't set a safety when your data, like imagine trying to tune a car on a map sensor that looked like that.
Yeah.
I've done plenty of mass air meter cars that are garbage, where it's an
Yeah.
EKG and the car will never run right. It needs a smooth sample rate, but it's interesting to see all of the differences there. And I'd love to do more of like pushing till coolant pressure lifts. But in my opinion, I don't think I can think of a car where I've lifted a head.
Yeah. On the pressure sensor, on the coolant pressure sensor, is it reading maybe the pressure changes from the pump flow? Like if the water pump is spinning and it's flowing this water in there, it's not a steady stream. You would have pulsing in the water. So I'm wondering if it's reading that, if it's that sensitive.
Because similarly, the water pump is right there, and there's a 90, and there's a 90, and then there's a 90, and then there's where the
Yeah.
coolant temperature sensor is.
Yeah.
It's very possible that it's a bunch of turbulence and it's just beating
Yeah.
the shit out of the sensor. And
Yeah.
it's something I thought of too, or I'm like, it's combustion, or it's the engine swinging an incredible amount of RPM and beating up a bunch of horsepower. And then what I've always done is I get the eBay coolant connection thing with the 1/8 inch, and
Yeah. In the hose.
I've put them in the upper coolant hose,
Yep.
and I get extremely smooth reading there. And I tried, I wanted to tell people about that. Is everything I've seen from the cylinder head one is really noisy. So if you're thinking
Yeah.
about, I think that sensor was a great idea, and I was like, wow, this is a great idea, but all of the data is garbage because
Yeah.
it's all over the place. Even if your sample rate's really high or low, it's all over the place. So anyway, where do we start with that one?
Tangent, tangent, tangent.
This is what I run into: Chinese head studs, and then some other stuff, and then coolant.
Yep.
Oh man! So there's the live chat is incredibly fast. There's a lot going on. Oh well, someone donated $5, so we got to go over them first. For a
Yep.
drift car for sustaining sideways angle for a long time, what would you suggest to prevent oil starvation on these turbo truck engines? And I know the answer to that. Taylor Ray ran into this problem a million times on his drift Miata. Nothing worked. He would spin a bearing no matter what. He went to a Aviad, how do you pronounce them? A dry
Yeah.
sump. He
Avian.
went to like a 10
Yep.
quart dry sump, zero issues. Also, the oil pan's this big now and he can't hit anything. But
Yeah.
there's that in the top of the canister. You would know better. I'm making an assumption. In the
Yeah.
top where it dumps in is all sorts of aeration control to where
Yeah.
it fixes the bubbles and everything. And the bottom of a 10 quart tank is completely solid oil. And then you can do the 2, 3, 4 stage where it's sucking up things. And
Yeah.
then I also know funny things about that where like you can do a mechanical fuel pump thing on the front of that or the back
Yep.
because it's all cassettes. Is
Yep.
that the right word? It's all cassette
Yeah.
style.
Yeah. It's
And then
modular.
like my buddy Frank does on his race cars, when they put the turbos all the way down in the bumper, there's another, I think it's like a low pressure or it might even be
The
a
salmon,
third
the salmon
stage to
stage.
be
Yep.
scavenge. Exactly.
Yep.
So
Yeah. No, that works good.
I think no matter what, instead of doing, if you think you're going to be doing any of that really high G-force sideways stuff, go straight to a dry sump because I think you're going to burn up a ton of motors. And I've seen that with Taylor Ray, who's a no bullshit guy. He just burned up a bunch of, I mean, and it took time and everything else. And I think it wasn't even that expensive. He goes over the cost for everything he did. He goes over that. He did an entire breakdown video that was itemized, and it really wasn't that much if you consider 3, 4 engines, 5 different oil pans. It was underneath the cost of replacement engines and trying different oil pans and baffles and everything you can think of.
Yeah, and here's the problem because we get a lot of drift guys that come in. Eric from West Tech does a lot of tuning on their stuff, and especially guys that are starting out. You say, okay, I'm going to get this $200 or $300 or LS motor, and then you tell them that they need to spend $1,000 or $1,500 or $2,000 or whatever it is on a dry sump system, a lot of guys won't do it, and they won't do it until they've blown up 2 or 3 motors, because drift cars have obviously lots of change of direction, which is hard. And a lot of guys, they'll run up on sections of banked ovals too as part of their drifting. So they're drift angling on a bank, which is really hard on stuff. And you can only make that work like with a dry sump. It's really hard to do on any kind of wet sump. And most of those chassis applications require a pan that's a terrible dry sump oil pan anyway. So they have a lot going against them.
And what's funny, there's a comment from Comb Over Racing. He goes, wow, a dry sump fixed oiling issues? Really unbelievable. And to that, I will add, the Corvette C6 Z06 has a factory dry sump on an LS7, and people complain about oiling issues that are real. So yeah, that's kind of a smart-ass comment where I have a smart-ass reply that's real. So a dry sump doesn't fix everything. As we all know, an appropriate dry sump setup works better. I don't know the issue with the LS7, but tons of road race guys talk about spinning rod bearings. The car has a dry sump. Why does it have oil issues? And then someone else makes up a good point. An accumulator will fix a lot of that too. I agree. I don't have a lot of experience, but I understand how an accumulator works. And I think that's probably a good idea. Maybe if we build another super fast drag car, because they all dip at the launch or they dip on the brakes when you uncover the sump hard on the brakes. And it would be interesting to see something like that suffers from, well, my buddy Brett has that 3rd gen. It'll be interesting to see what his oil pressure is on his data logs at either end of the track or beginning of the track. Something like an accumulator might apply really well to his because it has a fantastic baseline. So.
And on your comment about the factory LS7 motor, that's actually more of an external wet sump than it is a true dry sump. That's why guys have issues.
Someone just said that. So that's where I'm going to learn something.
Yep.
Techmark just said, Matt, the LS7 is not a true dry sump. It's a damp sump, not wet, not true dry. So that's where the issue is, I guess. So it has like a little bit of a pan, and then it puts it into a canister. So you can still, on a long, if the pickups are on the driver's side and you're doing a long turn to the left, you're uncovering the dry sump at some point because it has somewhat of a sump.
Yeah, just don't ever tell a guy that owns one that he doesn't have a dry sump, because he's already bragging that he has a dry sump and then he has titanium valves and whatever other cool things. It is an impressive motor. We've run them on the dyno and they make good power, but that dry sump doesn't solve all of the problems.
Oh, Sean says, he's a guy that donated and said stuff before. He goes, my V10 BMW M6 also had a similar, not really dry sump.
Yeah, and those are cool motors too.
And then someone says, I used to run a Moroso accumulator on a drag car. It was cheap and it worked really well. And to that, I would say, did you have oil issues and did it fix it? Or did you just put it on and never have an issue? Similarly to like some stuff people say you should do, like ARP everything, and at this point it doesn't really matter on a completely stock engine with a turbo. Just like people say you need rod bolts. Meanwhile, I'm over here swinging Gen 3 6-liter 7,400 RPM with boost in it, and it has completely stock reused garbage, stock bolts that were
you're gonna break the rod before you break the bolt.
Yeah, I always say to people, I'm like, look at a destruction photo. The big end is still on the crank. Yeah. It's still there.
Look at the rod bolts. They're smiling. They're like, hey, we did our job. What's up with the rod?
ARP rod bolts are AIDS with coronavirus. Yeah, exactly. People have so much money to spend on things and they buy rod bolts. Anyway.
Yeah. And springs. And I love the guys at ARP, and I know that you reuse all the head bolts. If I put together almost any turbo motor, any turbo LS, I almost always put ARP head studs in it. I've run boosted stuff with stock ones in that I've never taken apart before. We've done that a lot, but if I'm going to put them together, I put ARP stuff in it, just like I usually buy good wastegates because I want the boost control to be accurate. But I have run CX Racing or these cheap wastegates. But what I found with a lot of those, and I get this question all the time, is that they don't seem to be real consistent on, like, they'll rate the wastegate. Oh, this has a 10-pound spring in it. It's 10-ish. It's 14, it's 11, it's whatever. And so they're not very consistent. That's the one thing I do like about, and I've tried a few of them, Tile, and we obviously run Turbo Smart on a lot of things. And Marty over there is great. And when I run a Turbo Smart wastegate, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. And I'm not the nicest person to a lot of these parts. So I run it on the dyno and then I grab it and I just throw it over in the corner. And then I pick it back up the next month or whatever and put it back on. So it's not treated like with kids' gloves, and it just works and works and works. And there are some things that I like spending money on, and those are two of them. And maybe I'm wasting money here.
No, it all depends, right? Like I say to people that I like to build cheap stuff, but then if you're not as mechanically inclined, you should probably spend money similarly. And then you're doing a lot of testing and you don't want the failure to be something stupid, so you use ARP stuff. And I also agree there's a time and a place when you need phenomenal stuff like expensive ARP stuff. But for what I always speak to, I want to clear that up, is majority of these people, 800 horsepower to the tire is well above and beyond what they would need, and all of this stuff is absolutely fine under that level, reusing all this garbage. And like I said, you're going to do a test where you want to make 1400 flywheel or more. You don't want the failure to be a head stud or head bolt, stock reused one, and then you tell people, well, this happened, and people are going to be like, you should have studded and you should have whatever. So
they're going to say bad things anyways.
it doesn't matter. Yeah, I've been in that boat for many years. So
oh yeah.
A good one is, what type of engine oil is your favorite? And that might be application specific. So we're going to make an assumption and say the first question is about turbo LS cars.
I think that the brand that you use is less important maybe than the viscosity that we use. We on an LS, first of all, the LS that we get from the wrecking yard is lucky to get new oil anyway, and it would usually get whatever's cheap and on sale at the auto parts store. A lot of times we have Lucas oil, which those guys are fantastic, and they've given oil to the guys at Westech occasionally, and we'll use that. So we'll use a 530 or a 520 or a 540, something like that. And there are lots and lots of good brands. What I always tell people about oil is, like, I've used Royal Purple and Mobil One and Redline stuff, which was really good. Tim Kerrigan back in the day. Even in my Camaro way back, I used Arco Graphite, if anybody knows what that is, because they had a good advertising program. It was terrible oil. But, I've seen Matt recommend the Delos stuff. I've never seen anybody show me a direct back-to-back test where one oil made something like last longer. Like, I've seen tests on different sorts of additive packages. This one has more detergent, this one has more lubricity, or this, I've seen that kind of thing. But we've seen changes in power from different viscosities of the oil. But if you test a good name brand oil that's 530 and another oil that's 530, they should probably be really close in power. And I don't know, we don't ever do destruction tests for longevity for things where I think oil might come into play.
I have some. I'd actually like to learn more about that, because I've always been whatever works works. And a bunch of the guys, we did a podcast. I think it was one of the first or second ones with Hunter Tuned, A21 Bravo, and Squirrel Tuned, and they have all said that a specific version. I think Hunter Tuned says Schaefer's. It might be something else though. They said a specific oil works absolutely better in a turbo LS. There's better oil pressure. There's less problems with oiling with a specific one. And I believe them, and I would like to try what that was. But because I buy like Rotella in like a 10-gallon thing, because I have 10 vehicles, so that's my fleet jug. And I don't really have issues, but I do notice hot oil pressure is not great, but I don't have any issues again.
Yeah.
So there's a whole caveat there, but people,
So did they tell you why that particular oil that they have, what additive package they had that had that thing maintain its stability under temperature?
I don't know, but a lot of they like it, and Squirrel Tuned has gone really fast, and there might be a reason why. Uh, oh, he says they all like VR1 2050.
PR1 20.
Valvoline VR1 smells better burning than other oils.
I
So I
wondered
don't.
if we were going somewhere like that.
It would be an interesting test, and maybe I'll do it on my G because on my G35 I have a pre-filter oil pressure sensor and a top of the block post everything oil pressure sensor. And what
Okay.
I've seen is a significant delta depending on temperature, day, oil pressure, and health of the oil. As the oil gets older,
Yeah.
there's
It gets
sometimes
ugly.
there's 20% more or there's 20 pounds more oil pressure before the filter than there is at the top of the block. And part of me is looking at stuff like this. Does this determine a bunch of leaks in the motor that could be fixed, worn O-rings, or is it significant clearances where it's spilling out, or is it
Yeah.
just that the pressure spot on the top of the block is the worst place ever to get it because it's the longest run of the line? Are
Yeah.
both of them important to figuring out something? That's something I'm very interested in, but you need a lot of I/O on a car and someone that cares about looking at it other than me for no reason. But
Yeah. Do you look at the delta and to help you determine whether or not your filter is getting clogged and the flow rate of the filter is going away?
it's more I'm learning. But since here's the other offshoot of that is I run E85, and as we know, short stops and starts it degrades the oil faster. So if you're not
Yeah,
driving it enough,
contamination.
you're getting a lot of alcohol and beating up the oil. And I know I used to only have the top of the block, and I would get to a point where hot idle was less than 20 psi, and
Ooh.
I would dump the oil out of the pan and it would come out like Nestle spring water. It was like
Yeah.
no lubricity. And then
No.
I would put fresh oil in, and then hot idle at the top of the block would be 40 pounds again. But
Yeah.
similarly, out of the pump, post filter, it would be good still, but it was really bad by the time it got to the top of the block.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. Maybe wherever it does leak in between the oil pump and the top of the block significantly increases because the oil is so broken down and it almost doesn't matter. It's just a thing. The oil is still getting there, but there's much less getting to the top of the back of the block, which really doesn't matter. Uh,
Sure.
that's something I'm learning for no reason. I don't know. It would be cool to ask people that maybe look at oil pressure in two parts of the block that they could add to it, but
So
maybe.
you and the one other guy in the world probably would know what that is.
I mean, probably like Pro Mod or F1 people know that.
Yeah,
And
no, there's going to be guys. The one thing I can say for guys that are running E85, and you brought up a good point, is that because of that contamination, you would be much better off running a synthetic oil because it's much better at dealing with higher levels of contaminant
from
than
diesels,
yeah.
from the
And then
particulate.
yeah, so it will last longer getting contaminated like that. So it should stay better for a little bit longer than a conventional oil will. But if you're going to be changing it a bunch anyway, then it gets more expensive.
And then also, people have told me that Rotella is a diesel oil, and it's meant to absorb particulate, and it's there's supposed to be more quantity of Rotella. So when you put Rotella in an ethanol car, it wants to absorb particulate, so it actually absorbs more of the alcohol than normal and breaks down sooner, which is
Nice.
something I've taken into consideration also. There's plenty of people that road race and beat up oil way more than I do have told me
Sure.
stuff like that, and there has to be some merit to that. So another thing, when I change my oil next, I'm gonna buy like whatever Hunter or someone recommends, like the VR1
Yeah.
2050, and I would like to run that and see if it takes a significant amount of mileage more to give me a giant delta between pump and top of block. So that would
Well,
be
let me know what happens.
significant.
Yeah, let me know what happens. That's good stuff.
Yeah, so if one oil, I mean, and I can understand that Rotella is meant to absorb more particulate for whatever reason, or if it just does, I don't know.
Well,
It's
it's diesel fuel, so it's going to probably have more contamination in the oil anyway.
yeah. So they say like just blow by and compression and diesel soot getting past the
Yep.
rings, and the oil grabs it or whatever. I don't know the science behind it, but I've had more than one person say that, and I've had many more people tell me that Rotella has significantly lower oil pressure than VR1 or something else. So it's something I want to test, at least with one
Okay.
car. This is funny. Someone just says out of nowhere, Matt Johnson, you guys have double digit oil pressure at idle? True,
See?
true.
Yeah.
Someone now we'll bust off course because I think we're soapboxing too much on people learn, but who knows? If we're just so off base, they get deer in headlights and they're not interested anymore. So what's two questions by Anthony? He goes, "What's your favorite band and what's your favorite movie?"
The movie question is good. I can tell you that everybody needs to watch every one of the Tremors movies. There's about 5 or 6 of them because you need to watch just specifically for Burt Gummer. So if you're a Tremors fan, you'll know who that is. You need to watch all those. A couple of movies that I always watch when they come on. One of them is Fifth Element, which I think is better than Blade Runner. The other one is almost all of the Major League movies. I like those. I'm a big fan of all of the Marvel movies, so that's all good stuff. And so it was movies, and what was the other thing?
Unmute myself here. Favorite
Yeah.
band?
Oh, I can tell you that I don't know about my favorite band because I like lots and lots of different kind of music. I can tell you that I did get to see Bruce Springsteen, second row center in the Meadowlands in New Jersey. And there's way more of that story. So that was awesome. I got to see the Ramones in concert, which was very good. And oddly enough, I won tickets to see on the radio. I won tickets way back to see Elton John. I thought, I'm not going to go see Elton John. And I went to see him, and he was freaking amazing.
Huh.
So I like lots, but I would be equally at home going to see one of my favorite songs is California Love, Tupac, and I would like to go see that too. That would be awesome.
That's very good answers. So someone Patrick Burke just made a donation question, and I'm opinionated on this also, and it'd be interesting to
Perfect.
see what you think because I feel like you don't run into this at all. But it says, "Hey Matt and Richard, since HP Tuners hates the little guy and Holly stuff is a tad too expensive for junkyard, is there a future for stock ECU tuning little guys in the open source projects out there?"
Well, that's all Matt because all that I've told people over and over again, I'm not a tuner. I can tune all of my stuff on the dyno using Holly and pretty good with fast, but I never use factory stuff. So Matt, I'm gonna let you answer this, and while you're doing that, I'm gonna refill.
Refill. Okay.
So I'll
Uh
be right back. I want to hear what you're saying though.
oh, okay. Well, I'll explain. Yeah, there's a lot of EPA stuff going on, and everybody is kind of a bunch of header companies are just declining to make headers. A bunch of other people are totally taking everything off their websites about it. I have a very opinionated answer to people say HP Tuners is cheaper. I don't think in any way that's true at all because the Holly came out with the Terminator, and I do everything cost effectively, and there's literally nothing that's more cost effective than a Terminator setup. I don't think people are understanding. There a lot of videos came out when Terminator launched, and they're like HP Tuners is still cheaper. And what I don't think people understand, those videos have significant. They've just completely died off. They don't exist anymore because what people realized was all of the benefit you're getting inside the ECU, and to hand that off, if you're, I would say integration is the best thing you can do. If you have a modern car that still needs OBD2 and inspection and everything else, you still need to like turn off some like reduced power mode and some other things in the car. The dash is going to be lit up, but if you do an integrated install, with like the 2500 truck that I did, it's controlling the ADE, it's controlling the drive-by wire, it's controlling the engine. So everything else can be fairly unhappy, but it's going to run and drive fine, but you might have some messages in the dash. Richard's back. Uh, it's
Is Matt
difficult.
still talking?
It's difficult because HP Tuners, in my opinion, doesn't really hate the little guy. It's just that the EPA stuff is squeezing them, and then the manufacturer is making ECUs harder to crack. When the Dodges first came out, the Dodges still, you need to send the computer out and get it hardware modified to be able to flash it. So it's just getting harder. The C8, no one has support for. Everybody's doing piggyback. And I think the piggyback is the future. So at some point, HP Tuners doesn't matter at all. Uh, Another facet of that is if you have a 2006 Silverado and you want to do a bunch of stuff to it, HP Tuners is still worthwhile, but it doesn't have boost cut. It doesn't have closed loop fuel. It doesn't have directly usable flex fuel. If it's a P01, it has flex, and I've done a bunch of stuff like that, but it takes so long to work correctly. It takes like 20 minutes to completely add the flex fuel in. A lot of times that stuff, if it's most people are doing a swap anyway and not like a complete stock truck. They're doing a swap in an older car because they have trouble with emissions and regulation and inspection in their area anyway. So you're getting like a pre-OBD2 car and just putting a hood exit on it and a Holly. But yeah, people say that a Holly is expensive, which is a complete null point at this juncture, because people will say a Holly is expensive, but they will spend $500-$600 on a HP Tuners setup, and then they buy a wideband for $150, and they buy a boost controller for $250, and everything else associated with that, and they simply have no benefit. Whereas if, like, Richard probably doesn't do a lot of it, but if you have a Dominator car and it has 100 inputs and outputs, each one of those can be intersected with a table that controls something. A lot of people might not realize they'll have $1,500 into a wet nitrous kit that can't even pull ignition out of their stock computer car. Whereas a Holly, like we talked about, a timing ramp based off of application, and I think a bunch of people aren't realizing you can do a progressive nitrous kit. You can have the Holly control it, and it will progress all of it. And then there's tables in the nitrous output aspect of that will do pedal strategies. If you spin and pedal the car, it'll apply another strategy to how the nitrous kit kicks on. If you're running 4 shots of nitrous, it will apply different pedal strategies or completely disengage other shots depending on the amount of pedal you have. Literally, it's stuff that you would never...
Control.
Yeah, there's stuff that you would never think of going on there, and it's all, the biggest thing is it's all in-house. Other times what people are doing is they're having these systems exchange, and there's a big disconnect or a delay or improper data going back and forth, or you're just dealing with it. Like, and I've answered that. I've done that plenty of times where I've just done stuff to do it, but for the money, which is almost identical or less by the time you add in a bunch of this stuff, it cannot be beat for the money. And then if you eventually turn this into a serious race car, if it's a Terminator X and then you want to have drive-by-wire and ADE, you're a ECU swap away. The harnesses and everything are the same. And then if you have a Terminator X and all of a sudden you want 100 inputs and outputs, you buy a Dominator and you plug it in. So it depends on what you're doing, but most of the time, even running an OBD2 setup and piggybacking on a Terminator is a far better use case scenario, because you want a data log. If someone has no clue what they're doing, jumping into HP Tuners is the worst thing in the world because it's convoluted. I think I've said this every podcast when HP Tuners question comes up, but I'll say it to Richard too. But a stock computer is a federally mandated emissions control device where horsepower is a byproduct. If it thinks for emissions reasons that it needs to run a Dyno air fuel and wash out your oil pan at idle, it will. Because it has to. Because the emissions is the first standard, and then everything else is after that. So if I haven't soapboxed enough about that point, there's a reason why I'm adamant about it, and also I tune these cars, and also I hand them over to people, and stuff like the closed-loop fuel control works so well, it's hard for people to blow up their motor. And then also the biggest thing is when you have HP tuners and you build a setup like I give away the information, and you load the tune in the car and it doesn't run and you have no idea why, Holly takes away 90% of the equation. You can do the Game Boy tune and it starts and drives. Even if a bunch of your stuff is wrong. I've had people drive to the dyno that had a 3-bar map sensor, but they had turned on the integrated map. So they had a 1-bar and they had a flex fuel sensor that's not enabled at all when you do a Game Boy tune. And they drove it to the dyno and they're like, wow, it's never driven so good. And I'm like, you have two primary things on the car that aren't even working correctly. And you're like, starts, runs, drives, drove an hour to Matt's dyno. Yeah, so imagine trying to do that with HP tuners. And then the other thing is if you're data logging with HP tuners and you're not an expert on the scanning layout. So Richard probably doesn't know this, but if you're scanning with HP tuners to collect data and you have 6 things in the PID list, you're only ever getting 6 things of data. If you're data logging with Holly, you're getting every single PID in the ECU. So 6 years later, you can look something up that you think might have been an issue. It has it there. Meanwhile, if you logged RPM and TPS on HP tuners, that's all you have forever. That's the 2 data points you have forever. So when someone tries to draw a comparison for that stuff, it's unrealistic but yeah, it's getting, and then what HP tuners, and I understand what they have to do, is they have lawsuits from employees, they have lawsuits from EPA pending, like they can get crushed unless they agree to do certain things. And then newer stuff is so complex and it takes so many engineers and hours of their lives to fix it. They need to get that price they invested back out of you, and they're going to charge you $2,000 for credits to tune something. Wait till the C8 is tunable, and I cannot wait to see how many credits it costs to license with HP tuners. And they're taking so long that by then, Holly or Motec or somebody is going to have Cyvex, who knows? This is all stuff that's plug and play on Lamborghinis that are expensive as hell and untunable. And they can satiate all of these incredibly complex stock ECUs and have built-in standalone. That stuff is coming out before HP tuners, so now they're at risk. Why spend the money to develop something like this? Everybody's up in the air. So anyway, I think that was 10 minutes explaining to you, Patrick.
I had plenty of time.
I hope that that sheds some light on these systems and what's going to happen. I can't speak on behalf of any of these people, but those are my opinions, and as you know, I'm strongly opinionated.
Well, look how much when everyone was working on the new ZR1 motor, the GM one, nobody could crack that, and the first guys to do that could charge an arm and a leg for tunes and credits for those things. It was just ridiculous, and it's going to get worse and worse as we go because the OEMs obviously don't want you doing anything to their stuff. And obviously the EPA doesn't want you doing anything to the things either. They don't want you modifying the cars at all, and neither does the factory. And in defense of the factory, especially when you have a ZR1 or a supercharged GT500, that kind of thing, they don't want you doing that, because what people will do is when you modify it, which obviously we're all in on, but when you do that, you should take responsibility for it. So when you modify it and turn the boost up and turn the timing up and do all the stuff, and you end up blowing it up, and then you put it back together and take it back to the dealership, and say, I don't know, I was just driving down the road and it blew up. Well, they don't want to do warranties on cars that guys modified. So they're going to make it so that it gets harder and harder, and then next to impossible to do that, or they will know that you did that, and then you need to be responsible. You need to take personal responsibility for doing that, because if you're going to modify it, you should own up to that.
Yeah, and so I would like to call out this guy real quick. And he goes a micro, which he means a micro squirt, a wideband, and a 3-bar sensor, and junkyard sensors is $700. Well, try to get your average user to make a micro squirt work. They don't know how to get the firmware flash. They don't know how to load a bass tune. The software is convoluted. The wideband will not work at all unless you completely, fully scale the wideband output. And then you have to make sure that it's correct, because it's voltage scale output, and it probably won't be correct. And this is speaking from experience. I've done it. I've been there. I helped research and development the micro squirt on the LS platform, And what you're doing is you're getting a lot of junk instead of new stuff. Because I'm not saying the microsquirt's junk, it has its place. But you're using all these junkyard sensors and everything, and you think a deal, that's if you wire it yourself. A plug and play microsquirt with a wiring harness is $650. And then I don't know where you're getting a wideband worth a damn for $50. And then I don't know, you're getting the sensors with the motor, sure, that's fine. But already you're at 3/4 of the cost of an ECU setup that comes with a dash, with a wideband, with a wiring harness that plug and plays. I don't think you're understanding the significance of that. I can't believe I lambasted so long about all of that, and you're saying that a micro is worth it at $300 less than a Terminator X. And what I said about the scalability, you can't take any of that and plug it into MS3, anything else, and then you still don't have closed loop, and you still don't have, it has it, but I challenge you guys to make it work correctly. I've spent enough time on it. People can't use it. What I'm saying here is if Richard was zero experience boomer, he can put an LS in, and he can beep boop beep boop, and the car runs and drives, and he can drive it to a tuner. I challenge you again to do that with a micro squirt. It is, I'm not saying it's hard to use. I'm not saying it's awful. I'm not saying that it's no good. What I've learned over the years is no one can make it work. Nobody. Very short amount of people can actually make it work. The software is awful. One guy writes firmware. One guy makes software out of Java. Why does he write software in Java? The options based, when you look at the screen, it's like opening a dictionary and you want to find one thing and you have to just page through options continually. It's very difficult to compare them. And for the percentage of cost you're spending on that and having all of those issues to essentially going to zero issues. And here's another thing. Let's just keep going. Go to 10 tuners within driving distance of you and ask them if they'll tune a micro squirt. Go to 10 tuners in your area and ask them if they'll tune a Holly. Go to a couple of your friends and ask them if they'll help you with a micro squirt. Go on Drag Week and ask them if they'll help you with a micro squirt. And then go to those places where people race and ask them if they have a Holly and if they'll help you out. That is the reality of it, and the staggering realization that a lot of you may have at that point. The support is exponential. People will have spare parts. People with a tune will be able to help you. You can data log that and send someone a tune file and they can send it back. Not like HB tuners where everybody has to have it licensed to touch it. It's difficult to explain that to everybody. Try making a data log with a micro squirt or an MS3 and sending it to somebody and sending them a project folder with 65 files in it, or the file itself for the tune, the MSQ. What do you send the person? What do they modify? How do you load that? Do you load the MSQ? Do you use the project file? Is the project file they're using to have the appropriate scale on the wideband sensor? It becomes people are deer in headlighting me because they didn't know that all of this existed, I'm sure. But if you have a Terminator and you click log on the dash and you log it and you send the tune file from the SD card and the log on the SD card in the dash, someone gets all the information they need to see, and they can appropriately write all of it because all the scale is the same, all the data logs are the same, all the tune files are the same. They can write you an update and you can plaster it in and you're done. The significance of that is way over a bunch of your heads, not to talk down to anybody. So.
Were you talking down to me?
Yeah, everybody.
No, if I can make the Holly work, if I can install a Holly and put it on there and tune it and get it fired up and get it working and tune everything that I need to work, anybody can do it basically.
And then people, don't even get me started on this Speeduino stuff. It's an Arduino with Megasquirt stuff loaded on it. Tell me one person running that effectively that's going fast, that runs worth a damn, that they might be out there, but dude, where are they? How does it exist? Similar thing, like you have to do, if you just want to run your car, like if you just, people always say like, people need to learn more, they shouldn't have 500 horsepower car that's so easy. Who the hell are you? And why can't, like the whole burnouts and ice cream thing I continually talk about, Why should you tell some guy he can't do burnouts with his kids because he doesn't have the time to be Richard Holdener on a dyno?
Who has that time?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's your job. So that's way more time invested than you would be able to personally unless you were homeless and someone wrote you checks.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Well, yeah, it would be very cool, but it just doesn't exist. But people have all this, and then like I just don't think they're getting it.
Somebody recommended a Cyberdyne Systems 101 for you, so I think that
Huh.
that one would probably work pretty well.
So someone made a
I
donated question, so we'll do that, and I'll try to ask you stuff where it's not me bitching for too long. Uh,
don't get Matt started on tuning, guys.
Jesus, don't get me going. I touch enough of these cars to know that people, and then I give people a tune file real quick. Again, they don't know how to load it, they don't know what to do with it, and then it asks in a certain funny way, and they grab the wrong thing, and then it screws everything. Yeah, I can't. I'm
I
almost
get
thinking. I'm
I'm
almost
thinking
thinking.
that I should I get 5 guys a day asking me to tune their stuff, and I tell them the same thing that I tell everybody. I'm not a tuner, dude. I don't want to make your car. I said, go talk to Matt. I don't want to make your car work like out on the road and do all that stuff. I said, the tuning that I do is I can do this and make it start and do everything that I needed to do on the engine dyno. And I'm only looking at it idles, it transitions from idle up to wide open throttle, and it runs across the top 3 cells at wide open throttle. I interpolate everything else. Just the only reason that I do that is so when Eric comes in or Ish comes in or somebody looks at it, they look at the graph, that it looks fancy. So it looks like I knew what I was doing. But it's really easy to do. Like, okay, I want the airfield to be 12.8. Let's say it's a naturally aspirated LS and I want it to be 12.8. That takes me, for everything to be 12.8, takes me 2 runs, maybe 3. I can do all the tuning and the running of a naturally aspirated LS in 6 pulls. You won't get any more power out of it because I've done hundreds and hundreds of them. So we know what they do. We know where they want to be. And somebody asked, and this is a question I get asked all the time on tuning. And so I'll tell you guys how I tune it, because there's lots and lots of guys out there that, and I'm sure, Matt, you got to get this all the time with as much tuning as you do. There are guys out there that will argue with me about about the tune that I ran on a motor that they know nothing about, that they weren't at West Tech, that they only know the information that I gave them on a video. But what we do when we tune is I'll put the motor on the dyno, we'll start it, we'll put very low timing in it, we'll tune the air fuel to, if it's an NA like LS of 548 or 53, we'll start tuning, we'll start leaning the motor out, we'll start at 11-1 and start leaning it out and go, okay, it doesn't want to make any more power past 12-7-1. Then we'll start adding timing. Okay, it doesn't want to make any more power past 29 degrees, let's say, and it'll have less power at the torque peak and below, but we'll put a curve in it. But we can do it with a fixed timing curve too and go, hey, look, if we put 29 degrees in it everywhere, it doesn't like that at 3,000 or 3,500, wherever. So it will create a curve for us. But we just start adding timing until it doesn't make any more power, and we start taking away fuel until it doesn't make any more power. And I don't care what those numbers are, and that's what guys want to argue with me about. Well, it would have made more power if you'd have made it 13.2. And I'm like, you weren't there, and you don't know what that number represents, and I don't care what that number is. The dyno tells us and the motor tells us, okay, I'm not making any more power. And honestly, I don't even have to look at what the number is, what the airfield number is, or what the timing number is. The dyno just told us that when I went more timing, it didn't make any more power. When I leaned it out more, it didn't make any more power. So it's done. Unless you listen to some very special guys on the internet, which you know who they are, Matt. Unless you listen to those guys can come tune another 30 or 40 horsepower out of it.
Yeah, it ain't happening. But
No,
yeah,
it's not
I say it till I'm blue in the face. And especially when I do a turbo pump gas LS car, I'll start at a 10.8, and then frequently the car won't misfire, it won't have any problems. And putting it to an 11.8 does absolutely nothing. And I'm sure you have done this, but the first time I did it completely wrecked my reality, having 8 widebands on a car and an engine dyno.
it's scary, huh?
Once you see that, you can't unsee it. And I've said that
Yep.
many times. So now
Yep.
in a turbo car, 8 cylinders, 1 downpipe, my brain is like, if I have a 12.0, one of them might be 13.8
Yeah.
because I've seen it. So I
It,
push,
it's
I
scary.
will add fuel until there's a giant delta
Drop.
where it loses power because
Yep.
this person's gonna road race or they're gonna highway race a Honda Civic in their
Bull
2500
race. Yep.
truck. And the only thing where I've seen where there's a decent gain is on E85. I change the target air fuel
Yeah.
because it does not like to beat pump gas. If it's not misfiring, it's good. 10.0 air
Yeah.
fuel, 10.2 air fuel, it doesn't really care. But then E85 is a little bit. Very few cars I run into are fuel sensitive, where an 11.0 and a 12.0 make significant power difference.
Yeah.
And that might be because of majority of the cylinders are tanking, similar. But E85 car really does like maybe race
There's a
gas
sweet spot.
cars 12.0 most of the time. And then yeah, they just don't seem to like a fat mixture down low. But it's such a percentage thing. It's a percentage game that you play. And then if it's not enough, it's not worth chasing. And I think a lot. But I've similarly had people disagree with a lot of what I'm doing. And
Yeah.
I don't think they do anymore. I would say most of the people that contact me that actually make it through all of the when I have time to reply to 100 emails or when I look at someone and I'm like, this person sounds needy and I
Yeah.
can't work with someone
Clean.
who's needy. I don't have the
Yeah.
time to get back to someone that is like a high maintenance girlfriend. And no offense to them. There's some people that are just want to be really involved. And
Yeah.
usually those people are very incorrect or they've been coached by someone that doesn't know.
Yeah.
No offense to them, but they just don't know and they want things, but they don't understand that the more you argue with someone that's tuning your car, the more they're not going to want to work with you. You either
Or
know
any.
them and let them do it or shut the hell up. And then
Yeah.
similarly, I don't care anymore. I have learned, not that I'm a person that worries much anyway, but I've had people that are like, it should make more, it should make more. And I'm like, I'll gut this thing right now. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah. I
gut
can make
this
more.
thing. I don't care. I just do it anymore. Some people are very disagreeable and I'll just dust the motor.
Yeah.
Gone. And I'm like, huh, there it is. And then people, same thing with the drive shafts. Some places are like, I never throw drive shafts. And I'm like, well, there's some people that say the drive shaft's fine, so I throw it across the room for them.
Yeah.
I probably do 10 a year, and I think I'm already at 2 this year already. So there's people that will
Those are dangerous
argue.
to live, right?
They know better. So I'm
Yeah.
like, cool, you're the expert. You're paying me. So if that's what you want, as soon as I start talking like that, then they're like, okay. I'm like, I'll knock the head
Okay.
gasket right out
I've
of this.
reached the point. That's too much.
If that's what you want, if there's what I want to do, and then there's what you want to do, and you
Yeah.
have the money, so I'll do what you want to do. As much, I'm only going to explain to you that it shouldn't be done so long until I just give you what you want. Which I don't, you don't interact with people on that level, but some people just want it to come apart. They're not
Yeah.
happy until it comes apart, and I can tell those people right away. And
Yeah.
it's taken me a
We
while.
get people like
I used
that.
to
Oh, go
be
ahead.
I used to be kind of shy about it, but anymore, like someone starts to give me resistance, and I'm like, okay, you want it to run like shit, and you don't care if it comes apart, right? Is that where we're at? Because I'll make it run like shit and make it come apart real quick. We'll just
Yeah.
end the day early because you want the rods out. And they're like, oh, I don't mean to. And I'm like, well, you're being kind of pompous and a jerk off. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be a jerk off back and say that sounds like you want the rods out. So I can deliver that very quickly and we can end the day fast.
Oh yeah.
And I can go get a coffee and wait for the next person that's coming today. Oh, I don't. Oh, I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah. It seems like you're very pushy. So,
Yeah.
I've told plenty of people to leave too. Like, I've had very disagreeable people.
Sometimes you have to.
I'm like, I'm not. I'm definitely not the person for you. So why don't you just leave? I'm not gonna charge you a penny. Get the fuck out of here.
We go through that sometimes at West Tech, and more Steve Brule has to go through that because you'll get guys that have a supercharged motor on them, and Steve will tell them, okay, look,
So
here's
you guys
normal
do that if
year
someone,
run.
sorry to, so if someone has a complete combination and they need it dyno tuned, Brule, people will pay West Tech to go over it and tune it.
That's what they do is engine builders and customers will bring motors to West Tech They will dyno them, they will tune them. Steve's really good at that. And they'll bring stuff over, and you'll get guys that occasionally Steve will tell them, look, we normally run this kind of timing and this kind of air fuel, especially if it's on pump gas and it's a boat motor, because he loves boats and he loves big blocks and he's really good at making those work. He says, this is what we do. And the guy's like, well, it needs to make more power. And Steve like, look, okay, you can tell me if you want me to turn it up from 30 degrees to 32 degrees. But when we do that, that's your decision. And the thing that happens next is on you, and it's not on us. And so he tells them, and you know, and if the motor breaks, the motor breaks, and you know, and so he actually lets them make the decision to break something if it's going to go that direction. And lucky for me, I don't deal with customers like that because I just do my own stuff. But so if I am talking, sometimes I talk to myself, and then I convince myself to add more timing, and then I can only blame myself for adding more timing when I break something.
Yeah, and please leave Richard talk. Of course, yeah. That's why I said I need Jamie here to like smack me every now and then.
I know I told Lisa to come in and tell you that she wanted to meet Jamie.
Oh yeah, we'll come out there one day for that. That's not a joke at all. We'll definitely have to do something sometime.
Yeah.
They can
Are
talk
you
while
going
we
to
grandstand about engine bullshit.
Are you going to LS Fest?
What, in West?
Yeah, no, not West. The LS Fest back where you guys are.
That's a good question. I'll figure it out. I'm definitely not bringing anything if I go. I'll just fly in.
Okay.
But that's you know, maybe not, because the last couple times it was more of a job than it was fun. So
Okay.
my other issue with that place, no, we won't go over it. I've talked too much. Underdog Performance made a donation and asked a question, so we're going to go over that. He's building an '06 Colorado, a Gen 4, 4.8 with 243s and a 224R cam. Dry direct fogger kit with Terminator X TH350 8.8, highly considering building a D-stroke 6-liter with a 4.8 crank to run in the same truck. And you have made a particular video on this, which I enjoyed because I knew the truth, and I'm glad you confirmed it. A D-stroke is a joke. Just, there's no point. There's no point. It's a lot of money and a lot of work. Go ahead.
And this is another thing, like when we were talking about when I had to sadly tell people about the 243 and the 799 heads versus the 706. It's the same discussion that I disappoint all of the people that want to do these D-stroke motors. For this guy, if he's going from a 4.8 to a D-stroke 6-liter, that's actually a step up. He's going to make more power. But if he just goes to the 6-liter, he'll make even more power. The D-stroke motor is really cool, and I know why guys love like a DZ302 as compared to a 327 or a 350. It's a really cool motor, and if I had a 69 Z28, it would have a DZ302 in it. But you will make more power if you run a 6-liter instead of a 6-liter with a 4.8 crank in it. If you're doing it just because you think that it's cool, dude, I am behind you 100%. Just know that it's going to make less power. The turbo is going to be less responsive. It's going to make less torque. It's going to do all the things that it does worse than it would if you just made a 6-liter.
Yeah, it's just, again, like the D-stroke up makes sense because you're gaining some cubes. But everything else, people take a 6.0 or an LS3 and knock it down. And you said piston speed and all that garbage doesn't matter.
No, not in this range.
Someone did ask this question, and it's come up a bunch of times, and I think it's in my thing here. I'll have to look for it then. His relationship with Westech and how that exists, and how, you know, what it is.
The only relationship I have with Westech is I test there, right? And I've been testing there since we have to be going on 25 years now. They always tell a story about me showing up with part of a 5-liter engine in my car and then showing up to dyno that day and having to put the rest of the motor together and to put it up on the dyno and run it. But I don't own Westech. I don't work at Westech. All I do is test there. Well, one cool story though, I did when I used to live in Vegas, and I used to drive from Vegas to Westech, which was actually a shorter distance than I drive now because I live in Northern California and I have to drive down there. So it's a 900-mile round trip to go down there for me. So I go down there and stay for a week or whatever and dyno test as much as I can and do things and do videos. But when I was in Vegas, I had a 1987 Chevy Sprint Turbo, one of my favorite cars, because I did a bunch of stuff to it to improve the fuel mileage. We set a bunch of land speed records, oddly enough, in this 1-liter 3-cylinder turbo motor. But I had to run a Honda B Series. We were doing testing on that at West Tech, but I didn't have a truck or anything to take the motor that I had from my shop in Vegas to West Tech. So I took the seat out of my Sprint Turbo, took the B Series Honda, set it down on the floor of my Sprint Turbo truck now, and just used the seat belt to harness everything in. So I'm driving down the 15 freeway from Vegas to West Tech with my arm resting on the twin cam B Series with a big turbo hanging up in the window. People are driving by or looking at me and they're like, what the heck is that guy doing? It was pretty awesome.
So that's what I guess people might be confused at. Do you work for West Tech?
No, no, I don't. I live in Northern California. They're in Southern California.
So you just like privateer engine stuff?
Yeah, I'm just a customer of West Tex. I just go down there and test.
Oh,
But
okay.
I am kind of like family because I've been there longer than anybody except the guy that owns West Tech.
See, I didn't even know that. I honestly didn't know that. So I guess that's what people were asking for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm basically the guy they couldn't get rid of.
they're like, God, this guy's here again. That's every
They
time.
to give you an idea of my relationship there, they made me a shirt that says F and Richard. So because I said it so many times, they just had ended up making a shirt.
That's what I was just saying. Oh God, that guy's here again. That's what people say about me when I come in. Oh no.
Yeah.
Today's gonna be a bad day. That guy's here.
Oh yeah.
So there's a good one here from my buddy Kenny, and he says, "A real question: does Richard have any experience with PI and DI phasing? So injection phasing, like start of injection and end of injection points."
For direct injection motors
I would say answer
or
both.
regular injection.
I would say because I've done a little bit of that since the Holly, because it makes it very easy to control
Yeah.
injection timing. The
Yep.
DI stuff, to me, I have almost no interest in learning direct injected stuff because it's so complex. And what I think is funny is high horsepower DI stuff has port
Yeah.
injection on it.
Yeah. For a good reason.
So, and then a lot of us understand the downfall. DI makes sense, I think, because of emissions.
Yeah.
And it's not really the greatest, in my opinion, also because of like EGR stack up and a bunch of
Yeah.
other things. Anyway, have you done
And
that?
not cleaning the backside of the valve and all that. We've done injector timing sweeps on LS motors and various just different kinds of motors. If you look up at my channel, there's a video where I compared basically carburation to fuel injection to batch fire to sequential to individual cylinder to find out, because like we were talking about, Matt, with the putting 802s in there. Just I remember telling Brule after I did that test, and then I did it carbureted and fuel injected and with a single plane intake and a dual plane intake. And I remember after doing those tests with the 802s, I told Brule, I said, I'm never doing this again. I said, there's no way that this motor should even run. There is a 2 air fuel point difference between some of these cylinders. This thing should have blown up long ago, and I never want to look at that again because I don't want to know that. I just want it to work. But we did do, when I was doing that test, we did try altering the injector timing, and I didn't see a big change in power. And I almost never do that while I'm testing on the engine dyno because I'm never looking, other than when I did Engine Masters and that was carbureted. We're never looking for that last little bit of power because I didn't see big changes when we tried adjusting it the couple of times that I tried doing it. I'm not saying that's not there, and I'm not saying that other guys might not do it, and on other applications it might not be beneficial, especially on direct injection, which I've only run the L83 on the engine dyno, and Eric from West Tech did all the tuning because we were doing a factory ECU on there. He did figure out a way on the factory ECU to make it a speed density. And the reason that we wanted to do that is because I don't like the factory ECU taking what I call countermeasures. So you want it to go to wide open throttle and run a sweep like we do on the dyno, but it decides, hey, look, this torque limitation, you've activated that, and now I'm going to shut the throttle. So we wanted to take everything off, look at the throttle body, know that it was going to wide open throttle, and not use the mass air. So he figured out a way with the factory ECU to be able to run speed density so that we could watch the throttle and know that every pass that it was opening at wide open throttle. But that's the only testing I've done on a DI motor, and we didn't do any injector timing sweeps.
So I've talked to like Jeremy Formato about it, and I'd have to talk to other people that I know that do DI stuff, but majority of them say there is a benefit in horsepower difference between start and end of injection angle. But what I'm interested in is if you have, say you have a 5.3, right? This would be a cool test. L83 ICT billet has adapter plate for a 5.3 to do LS7 manifold.
Yeah.
What I'd love to see is with the LS7 manifold, if you tuned it on DI and you had your SOI, EOI perfect for absolutely perfect high amount of horsepower, only peak numbers, blah, blah, blah. Turn off the DI and then tune it with an LS7 with locked injection timing.
Yeah.
What's the delta? Because people talk about huge gains on a DI, but is that motor with port injection making very similar horsepower without the added complexity of a DI system?
I think I would suspect that with port injection, because of the charge going, that you might see it make more power. That might be a possibility. The one thing that I'm worried about in that test is, are you still controlling variable cam timing when you're doing that? You would have to. Otherwise, you'd have to turn it off on both of them.
Yeah, I would like to see as close to apples as possible. What I have seen, and I think Kenny has said this and some other people have said this before, with phasing port injection, there is some power to be made, obviously, because it's spraying right when the valve opens. You would know more about the valve events and spray events than I would, but I have personally seen this where I have a car that has a Holly and it has completely locked phasing. And then I've entered the cam information and used their calculator. People have whole write-ups on how to do this correctly. I just haven't had the time to do it. I think I should do a whole phase test on my all-motor G because I think an all-motor car is easier to see than it is for a turbo car. Because repeatability of an all-motor car is almost identical every hit. I mean, I've had turbo cars do the same, but either way, I have seen gains like 10, 30 horsepower by phasing the injector. And the way someone explained, it might have been Kenny or someone else, I think Dan, my friend Dan might have said it too, you have to be under a certain amount of injector duty cycle. Because if you're high on injector duty cycle, it's spraying the whole time the valve is opening and closing. So you're losing the phasing effect. So if you have a large enough injector, you have the window where you can spray where you want. And they all say it's about half, 60% or 50% of the injector. So if you have a large enough injector and you're below that, the phasing is beneficial. And I have seen that on turbo cars. I've done a bunch where we do phased and not phased, and they pick up, and it's quantifiable. 3 runs in a row with no phase, 3 runs in a row with phased is good, but I've seen similar where they don't. But I'm starting to understand if it's high injector duty cycle, that's where it doesn't work because they're spraying all the time and waiting for the valve to open. So that's what I've learned.
I can understand that. That makes sense. If you're at 100% duty cycle or whatever, and you're spraying as the window, I always liken it to a window going by. So if the window's going by and you're spraying the whole time the window went by, adjusting that's not going to do anything. But if you're spraying only part of the time that the window goes by and you can move that up or down, then I can see how that can make more power. It would be interesting to test. I'd like to see that stuff. That would be cool.
Oh man, someone's making a question that triggers me, so I'll ask it and we'll just laugh.
Uh-oh.
How laggy would twin GT45s be on my 4.8 Express van? And I just hate GT45s now. I wish they didn't exist. I've used them, but there's That was the only option back then. Everything is way better. Get
The
out of here.
GT45, the cheap ones, the eBay ones.
It's just the world's
Yeah,
most awful turbo. It's like that had sex didn't care meme where it's made boost don't care.
yeah.
So we have donation questions, and one of them, Mr. Wilson, it says 4.8, whatever mild cam in the 220s, SEP 1500s through a T56. Will a Walbro 525 get me to 600 wheel on 93 and 700 wheel on E85? Billet 7875. Well, 1500s are overkill. Everyone buys the 1500s. Brad and I have made jokes about this. Everyone wants a 1500, even though they'll never use it.
Yeah.
It should be fairly easy. Is it the Gen 2
Is that
billet?
enough?
If it's a stick shift car, it just throws it down because there's no loss, essentially. I would say an auto is like 30. You would know better. Have you ever done a chassis versus flywheel test continually from West Tech to a chassis?
Yeah, a couple of times.
I would estimate it's 30% average on an auto and 18% on a manual.
Um, in my opinion, it's not a percentage. We see percentages going from a bones like a factory rated power output versus the number that they make on the dyno, because those are fairly regimented tests, so we can see what they do. But it's more of a, like, if you think about it this way, here's the example that I always use. So if it's a strict percentage, if we have a trophy truck motor and we have a trophy truck motor that makes 850 horsepower, and then we put it on the chassis dyno, and it's going through a turbo 400 trans and a 9-inch rear end and a big drive shaft and 35-inch tires, and so it makes, let's say it makes 650 at the tires. Then we then we take the, and so we have whatever percentage that is. Then we take a Honda D series 4-cylinder and put it in that trophy truck. Are we going to get the same percentage loss in that drivetrain from the Honda motor? And you won't, because what will happen is each one of those things take a certain amount of power. Then there's an increase in percentage based on the increase in power from the motor. So a 9-inch takes a certain amount of power. The trans takes a certain amount of power. The converter, the big tires and wheels, especially, because we know that when we go from a big giant tire down to a smaller one, we have a change in moment of inertia. We have a change in the amount of power that it makes. So I don't think it's a strict percentage. What we normally saw when we did stuff, and also the way that we test it on the dyno, like we don't test it the way the factory does. When the factory rates a motor, it's the way that it came in the car. It's not rated at the wheels, it's rated at the flywheel, but they run that motor in a dyno cell with everything on it. So all of the accessories, they all have load. It has the air conditioning. It's run at a given temperature. It's run with a factory tune. It has the complete exhaust, the cats all the way out to the back. Everything on it is the way that it runs, and that's what it's rated at. When we run one on the dyno, it has none of that stuff on there. So the difference between the way that we run it and what you might see on the chassis dyno is different than what you see as a percentage from the way the factory rates it and the way that you would run it on a chassis dyno. Plus, like I said, there's different percentages for automatics and manuals, and also different kinds of automatics and different kinds of manuals and different kinds of rear ends. If you run it through an 8.8, it's going to be different than a 9-inch. The tires and wheels, all of that stuff make a big difference. So I always tell people it's not usually a strict percentage. It's almost always like a power number. But you can estimate it, and if somebody says it's 20% or 30%, the problem that people have is, and engine builders will do this. They'll build an engine for a guy and he'll put it in his car and they'll take it to the dyno and it'll make 350 horsepower at the tire. And the guy will go, yeah, there's like a 30 or 5 or 40% loss from the chassis dyno. And the guy that did it says, oh, okay, well then that means it's making this amount of power, but it's not really that much. It's the guy trying to lie and say that the motor makes more power. So that's my soapbox on the percentage of chassis dyno and engine dyno stuff.
Well, I guess we'll circle back. It'll make 600 wheel on 93, I believe so, easily. And he's asking for only 700 on E85 reliably. And even if it's a Gen 1 billet, you could probably make 600 on pump and easily 800 on E. My only issue is I haven't done a lot of Walboro 525.
Yeah,
So you just data log your fuel pressure and your VE. If you have runaway VE and fuel pressure up top, it's not going to hang on that. And it depends on your ECU and a bunch of other things. But a bunch of other people made good comments here, which should be said on this, that they did injector phasing, and they're like, if you have a car that smells at idle really bad, like burns your eyes, phasing will get rid of it. If it's phased correctly, it'll get rid of it. And part throttle drivability and tip in and throttle response will improve because there's no puddling at that point. It sprays
yeah,
when the if your events are correct. Let's caveat, it's way better on all fronts because there's no fuel sitting on the valve and drizzling in. And as we know, like most of the time, wide open, that doesn't matter because everything's, especially turbo car, it's all flying around, just getting
yeah.
blown around by a leaf blower turbo. But
And at the part throttle, we have lots of window and not very much spray. So we have a lot of room to move that around and adjust it. So it should make more of a difference under those kind of conditions.
and that's what we see too, is smell and drivability are much increased, and sometimes it's like a free 20 horsepower. So if it works correctly, there's no reason not to. But
Yeah.
so there's another pay question that says, I'm building an 81 AMC Eagle with an LS 80E and an NP241 transfer case. Ice cream and burnouts. Has Richard ever done anything with GM Ecotech 4 cylinders? Oh, well, that's funny that he just said he was doing that. But there's someone else that asked about Ecotechs actually, and they wanted to know everything you have done or made with Ecotechs.
I haven't run any Ecotechs on the engine dyno. The guys from, they're an LS company down in San Diego. They've run a couple of them on the engine dyno. And then we have a guy that comes into West Tech that has a Fiero with an Ecotech in it that he road races, and he does very well with that. And I've been over there when they're running that a couple times. But I have almost zero Ecotech experience.
Funny enough, is like a day or two ago, and I shared the results. I don't know if you saw it. I'm not going to. You did see it. I'm not going to expect that you see the thousands of garbage that I post, but I did. The guy that actually bought our old house built a Lemons car. It's a Omni, and they put a 2.4 Ecotech in it with a stock ECU. And I did tune that the other day, and I was surprised it made more than I guessed it would make. I thought it was a 2.2, but it was actually a 2.4. So I'll game that
Big block.
response. Yeah, big block. But I estimated 140 rear or 140 front wheel at least, and it made 171 to the tire. I was surprised with that. It was completely stock, essentially stock airbox, because the mass air meter's in the box,
Yeah.
and it had like a side pipe. But really, what is that doing at that point? Stock exhaust manifold. So, but yeah,
Okay.
I was. That's my limitation of what I've done. My buddy Brett DeLong had a turbo Ecotech for a long time that was tuned on a stock ECU, which is like an Atari. And then what they did, the things they did for fueling wide open were just outrageous on that ECU because it had no fueling based off of pressure. So I think he had an FMU on it, and then they just fixed bottom
Nice. Old
end,
school.
which is what a lot of people did back in the day. And
That's what I had on my Mustang.
there was nothing else to do, and that worked. So get it wide
Yeah.
open and try to trim the meter down low, and what the hell else can you do? But I
Yeah.
would have loved to seen, now that's a practical application in my opinion for like a micro squirt, controlling the
Sure.
fuel and spark and leaving the stock computer do everything and wiring it in for 300 bucks and just putting on a wideband and getting it going, because your options are limited, and if you rip out the computer, blah 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 blah. And something like that, that's perfect. It's perfect for a micro squirt, and I would love to see the amount of average or mid-range gains and top-end gains we could have gotten with a micro squirt added to a completely stock ECU setup, because you could even build a DT connector that swaps all that over, and you could mess
Oh
with
yeah.
it, and if it starts being a pain in the ass and you're mad, swap it back over. Yeah,
Okay.
there's almost no loss in playing with that system unless you burn a piston. But
We're going to be running one of the micro squirts. It's either a micro squirt or mega squirt on the 4200. Mark did a harness for us and got all that stuff together, so that will be kind of cool. You know, want to obviously keep Calvin in the loop, and because I think what he's doing with those cars is awesome.
Yeah, he's done Gold Box, Micro Squirt, and I think some stock ECU conglomerate. So someone said something funny. Matt, I remember when you ran a 706 head and 1862. That I did run two different cylinder heads, but it wasn't a 706 and an 862. They're the same cylinder head. A lot of people might not
Yeah.
realize. What I had was a completely stock 862 and a ported 241 out of an LS1. My friend
Yeah.
bent valves on a stock LS1 car with ported 241s, and I had torched the cylinder head, acetylene torched the cylinder head out of my one Fairmont, almost wrecked the block, and the cylinder head was just blown out. And I had his cylinder heads laying around with bent valves, and I built a conglomerate of not bent valves into the 243 and threw it on that night and took the car back out. So there was a different chamber size, and there was a different amount of porting and no porting on an
Huh.
LS1 intake, and I made 711 rear wheel with that car on a Mustang dyno. But yeah, it wasn't even just 862 and 706. They were wildly different heads, with one had porting and one was filled with EGR garbage. But
Sure.
yeah, funny. But actually, I told my buddy Frank when I was up there at the dyno, I was like, hey, I melted the cylinder head last night, so I put a 241 on. And he's like, oh, you put 241s on? I'm like, no, singular. I put one
Yeah.
241 on, and it's
Yeah.
ported, and it's just a mix of valves from one cylinder head to the other that aren't bent. And he just stared at me for a while, and he's like, what?
Oh
And then
yeah.
I dynoed it, air fuel conservative, and made 711 through an auto. And he was like,
Nice. It works. It's a head. It's a cylinder head. People don't realize. So I got a quick story about something like that. When I was running my Mustang in the Silver State, we ended up hurting it, and I hurt one piston in it. So we took it apart, and I had a Wiseco, you know, because back then you had a supercharged motor, so you had to run an 8.5 to 1 piston in it. So that's what we had. And I couldn't afford to go buy another one, but I knew that Kip at Turbo had Wiseco pistons for his, and he had a couple of spare ones. So I went and got one from him. Unfortunately, mine were 30 over, and his was a 40 over. And also, they were different dish sizes. The guy at Pacific Performance, Rick, shout out to Rick, thank you for doing this, took a ball hone and ball honed another 10 thousandths out of it to fit that other piston that was different, hung it on the rod, and put that back together. And I went and ran that. I don't know for how, it was never balanced. It was a different piston. It was a different weight. It was a different compression. It was a different bore size in that one hole. But the piston goes up and down and does the stuff that it's supposed to do. And it worked just fine. And it worked fine for a really long time. I think we had 85,000 miles on that motor. We probably did that at about 35 or 40, maybe something like that, with the Vortec blower on it. And when I ran the Vortec on it, like when I ran the Silver State the first time, we had a Pro-Am meter, 24-pound injectors, a big Bosch pump in addition to in the tank pump, and then we had an FMU. And so I had a fuel pressure gauge in the Mustang, and I ran flat out for 42 minutes, I think, something like that, except lifting at one spot on the narrows. And the fuel pressure gauge was pegged at 100 psi, and everyone says you can't run it at 100 psi because the injectors will break and all that stuff. But we did it for 35 minutes straight, and the guys from Kenny Bell had hooked up a data logging to this, and they said something's wrong with the data logging. This is showing that you were at, the TPS was at wide open throttle for like 34 minutes and 43 seconds. I said, yeah. I said, that's what the Silver State is. I said, as soon as we get up in the gear, we're flat, and we're like that until we hit the narrows, and we lift off a little bit, and then we go wide open throttle again. So the things that people tell you that you can't do, which is what your channel is all about, you obviously can.
someone has a good question. It says, can you talk about your 3800 performance business you used to own?
Yeah, it was called Ram Air Technology, and we specialized in the 3800 Series 2, basically. supercharged V6s in the Regals and the Pontiac Grand Prix. We also did some stuff. We dabbled in the like the 3.4 liter twin dual cam stuff, the previous generation. And then we did some stuff like I built a turbo kit for the 3400 Grand Am too. We just merged the exhaust manifolds and had a turbo sticking out of the hood and did some of that stuff. But we did a lot of things back then. We had, we did porting on the blower and big throttle bodies and pulleys and all sorts of normal things. And that was a lot of fun.
Then we'll break it up with a non-serious one. This is funny. Scott M says, I'd like to know how much Italian Richard has in his blood. His hands say 100%. What's that?
I do gesticulate. Yes.
A scoozy.
Yes. I honestly don't know. I don't know. I have never done a
Ancestry.com.
Yeah. I know, we know that there's Norwegian, but there has to be some Italian, right?
Do you still do Ninja Warrior?
I was wondering when that was going to come up. No, I do not. I mean, I still try to work out. I've started working out again. This COVID thing has been, I'm sure, bad on everybody. It has been bad on me. So I've started doing that again. And I tend to hibernate during the winter. I don't like the cold weather. But when the sun comes out, then it reinvigorates me. But I did Ninja Warrior for a couple of years, and that all started from me. I used to watch the stuff way back before it came on TV, back when it was in Japan, the Sasuke stuff. And then we were watching it one time on TV. I was watching it with my boys because they love it. And they just said, hey, why don't you do this? And I'm like, you know what? That's a good question. I need to work out. And because when I first started working out, I don't think I could string three pull-ups. And then by the time I got done working out, I set the record in our gym. I did 40 pull-ups in 45 seconds. And I used to do weighted pull-ups, like you'd string the weights on you and chain them and stuff. So we did lots of crazy stuff. I built a salmon ladder in my backyard and a whole rig so that I could do 9-foot laches and a slack line and all kinds of cool stuff. It was a lot of fun, but it was really amazing to see what the young guys could do. I waited in line. My first time was in Denver, and I waited in line for 4 days. It snowed. So it was, we were like homeless people waiting in line for the walk-on line. And then in Venice, I waited in line for 8 days. And that was cool because the guys actually came out and were going to do a profile on me. And here's where I got burned. They were going to do a competitor profile. You see that where they highlight one of the guys. And so I had a big party at my house for everybody because they came out and they did a big filming thing because I was catching snakes and rattlesnakes and all kinds of stuff. And they did a big deal. And then I had a big party at my house, and then they never used me. So I was on the cutting room floor, and I had everybody watching, waiting to see how famous I was. And it just didn't work out. But I do love it, and it's very cool. But I haven't competed in quite a while. But the one thing I have to say, one thing about this is that I didn't ever get on TV, but my son did. My youngest son, Owen, we have a photo of him doing a Ninja Warrior thing on the couch. And in the background, Ninja Warrior was on and Brian Arnold was on doing one of his runs. So my wife posted that photo of him doing that. And then Brian Arnold contacted us and said, hey, I really want to use that photo in one of my videos. And we said, yeah. So basically when Ninja Warrior comes around, my son's way more famous than I am.
That's awesome. That's a good question. I didn't know if they were joking or if that was a serious question either.
No, it was a lot of fun. Those guys did amazing stuff.
Here's a good one. What's the quickest car you have owned for yourself?
I never did a lot of drag racing, so probably I'm thinking it had to be one of the supercharged Mustangs. That was like it was set up for road racing. So what we would do is I ran in the Long Beach Grand Prix. I was racing the Bridgestone Supercar Series, and we were a support for like the Indy cars and all those guys that were there. So I actually got to be in drivers' meetings with Mario Andretti. And the coolest thing though was Paul Newman, because he was actually in the race racing against me for a Lotus. But that car with a supercharged 5-liter deal, modified one, we took it to Terminal Island before we took it to Long Beach for the race, just to make sure that the motor was running good. And I think that thing went 129 or 130 in the quarter, just spinning the tires the whole way. I think it went 1220s or something, but at 130. So it was making fairly decent power, but not. I've driven lots of 9 and 10 second cars, but none of them were mine.
So I was muting my keyboard again while I smash out 300 words a minute on my clicky boy.
Nice.
So someone, Kenny, talking about PI and DI phasing, has said, with newer Coyotes that have PI and DI together, I have played with it a lot and it always makes a little more. So similar to what I was saying, it's worth something. It's not wild, but then like I said to you, it would be cool to, Kenny, can you completely change? Can you turn off DI and just do port on those cars? That would be a great scenario. It has both, right? Like some of the Subarus have PI and DI. It'd be cool to completely disable one of them if the system doesn't completely freak out at that point, if it doesn't nanny you into not being able to do apples and apples. But yeah,
the LT5 has that as well.
So there's two things about this. We'll jump to this question just for fun, and then we'll go back to a serious one. This guy named Small Tire Mafia says, "How tall are you both?" And then Chris calls him out and says, "Small Tire Mafia, that's exactly what someone with a name like that would ask."
Wow. They're battling it out, huh, in the comments?
Yeah, Chris, is more opinionated than I am sometimes. You can completely... Oh, you said this guy says you can completely change the percentage of what it's doing at what load on dual injected Coyotes. So that's a good question. Could you zero out PI and then 100% DI, and could you do back and forth? That's Kenny. You should do that. Well, I'm sorry.
Kenny, you should do that on your motor.
Small Tire Mafia says, "Ouch." So I would say I'm 5'10", maybe 5'11" with shoes on.
I'm 6 foot with heels.
Jeez.
But the heels have to be really tall. No, I think I'm only about 5'7".
I mean, they asked about pizza, so I feel like we could answer that seriously.
We're all
so these are good ones. These are two that I put together because I feel like they coincide. It says, "Is intercooled methanol worth the weight penalty?" I'm assuming non-intercooled versus intercooled, because I would say almost 100% of people do. They ditch the intercooler once they have methanol. And then someone else asked a similar question: "Have you done pre-turbo methanol injection and how does it perform? I've seen changes of your compressor map. When I had a turbo Honda, I pressurized washer fluid reservoir off the turbo," which my Fox body guy, I didn't know about this. My friend who did a lot of old school Fox body stuff said the same, and I didn't realize it was a thing. But then after hearing it, I realized it's a good answer. So they pressurized the washer fluid bottle, so when boost would come in, it would spray out 1-to-1 instead of running a pump and everything. And I'm like, man, that really got me thinking about making a closed system with no pumps or anything. Like, how simple is that? So you have a big nozzle, and when boost comes in, it pushes it out.
Yeah, as long as the container can take obviously the pressure that you're applying to it. I've seen guys crack some of those plastic ones trying to do that, but it works pretty well.
People are saying pics of heels. My buddy Chris says, "Can we have pictures of your heels?" And but yeah, go. Have you done a bunch of methanol stuff, like 100% methanol, and is an intercooler worth it? Blah 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 blah.
I actually don't have a lot of methanol experience. I've been there and been doing the dyno when Mahovitz has been there and run some methanol stuff. One thing I can say about that is that, intercooling definitely helps, regardless of what it is. It helps on a methanol combination, on an E85 combination, on a blow-through carbureted combination. It always adds power. But most of the guys that I talk to that are drag racers get rid of the intercooler, not because they know that it doesn't work, or because it gets rid of the safety factor, which I think it does, because those guys that are running methanol are running really, really high boosts. So they're running charge temperatures that might be 400 degrees coming out of the turbo. But the methanol works so well in cooling the eventual charge temperature in the chamber. And they know that they would add power with the intercooler. But most guys at that level would be running a big intercooler, a big ice tank, the pumps and everything that's necessary to do that. And they just think that it's kind of a wash in the trade-off between the weight and the power gain. I've never, be hard for me to correlate that on the dyno. I mean, I could tell you how much power that's worth, but I don't know, at what level is that ET change and weight and mile an hour and stuff. What does that equate to on a, like if we change the weight by 100 pounds, 100 pounds on a 13-second car is going to be different than 100 pounds on a 6-second car. And different power levels and stuff. So if you have an answer to that, Matt, maybe you have a different answer than that.
I'm getting outclassed there with that question, but I believe Jace Nestor or Frank Solderidge would know the answer to that. And my assumption would be that most of those guys running really fast have no intercooler at all. And they would know better at that point whether an intercooler is worth it or not. So we'll just make the assumption that it's not worth it at all.
Yeah, and I think that you can, and some places some sanctioning bodies may even not let you do this. But if you take and move, like they were talking about, if you move all of or a portion of the methanol injection, like where you're injecting it, the farther away you get it from the valve, the more charge cooling you'll have. So if you use that like one injector or something like that in the charge pipe going into the intake manifold, they're all going to have some sort of fancy Hogan-esque sheet metal kind of billet manifold or Wilson or something. And so if they're blowing into that and you have introduce the fuel in the discharge tube between the turbo and that, then you can get lots of charge cooling and the intercooler obviously becomes less important. Some places won't let you do that. You're worried about maybe a fire. And the question about introducing it before the turbo, I would worry about the amount of methanol that they're injecting into the turbo and also the longevity of the impeller and stuff, because they don't like to have water or fuel being injected into them. The blades don't like that. They run at really, really high speeds. I know guys do it, but I don't think the turbo lasts as long. That's my opinion. Matt's all muted.
Yep. I was just slamming my keyboard. I wanted to make sure. People are like, it's not that intrusive, but I think it's, if you're talking, I don't want people to hear me clicking away. I feel like it's a little bit disrespectful, even though it might not be. I don't want to be overshadowing your audio with my clickety clackety.
Nobody's listening to
me. I'd like to hear more about when he raced World Challenge cars, how they did, how tough it was, campaigning, and etc. If he wants to throw in a recommended cam for a mild-built endurance race LS6, I'm all ears.
Well, we wouldn't have raced LS6s in World Challenge because we were running, unfortunately, Mustangs, which that goes all the way back to me buying my car to run showroom stock. I have an 88 5-liter LX, which I still have, original owner, bought it in 87. And then after doing that for about a year, I thought that I knew everything. It was time to go World Challenge racing. And I went with the guys from Barra Racing. So Boris Ed was the other driver who was like nothing but fantastic, was awesome. And one heck of a driver too. And the guys from Barra Racing are awesome. And we did road racing all around the country. We got to run at lots of cool racetracks, Elkhart Lake and Road Atlanta and Dallas and Lime Rock, and it was a really great time. We were outclassed, at least I was, because the car that we were in was not nearly as fast as some of the other cars, And I, as a driver, was, as you might imagine, not nearly as fast as some of the other drivers. But the Mustang was one. And here's a quick, cool story. This is how cool like car guys are. And I'm sure that a lot of guys out there will fit that bill. But we were up at Moseport, Canada, running a race, and we blew the motor up. And in fact, I think that was the race where we had most of the motors out. One of them, out of all of the cars, had all their motors out. One of the tow rigs had the motor out. So, and it was raining. It was it was a lot of fun. But my motor was out. It was broke. One of the guys from the stands, who is a customer of Barra Racing, said, I have a motor at my house in my car. If we go get it, I'll loan it to you for the race, and then we can take it back out. I'm like, dude, I'm all with you. So I went with him, took off with some guy I never met off into the Canadian countryside. They stayed there, pulled the motor out. I went to him. We pulled that motor out, brought it back, put it in the car, got it running like 2 minutes. I had to start in the paddock basically while the car started. And I think that might have been my best finish. I think I finished like, I want to say 4th or 5th or something. Not because I was a great driver, but it was a street course with real big walls and stuff, and attrition just kind of took a toll. So I just went out and kind of like cycled around. This wasn't it wasn't the super powerful motor. It was a street 302. And I was in a Mustang, and I just went out and cycled around. I'm like, dude, this is going well. This is going well. This is going well. And I ended up, that was a great race. But it's an even better story. And that's the thing that I want to say about racing. And then Matt can answer some questions. Is that whenever I get together with people and talk about racing, I never talk about championships that I won or races that we want to win. It's never about that. It's always about the weird stuff that happened while we were going to or from races, and when cars tried to fall on us, and when we caught stuff on fire, and when we crashed and fixed the car with duct tape, and when people felt sorry for us because we had so little money that they came over and other teams actually came and gave us food. So I have lots and lots of stories about that stuff.
That's funny. My buddy Chris, this is a good question. I want to ask this since he asked it. And he goes, we go back and forth about this every now and then. And he goes, Richard just mentioned car guys, and does he feel like a car guy is the same as an enthusiast? Because he makes, I'll preface, he makes the argument that an enthusiast is kind of like the ask hole, and the person that doesn't understand the background, and the person that is entitled. So when something doesn't go their way, they get mad, they write bad things on the internet, they're not understanding that they're the jerk. And a car guy is more or less like knows what you're going through, knows whatever, knows you, and asks like funny thing, exchanges a story, instead of being like, can you tune my CTSV, and can you not rip my seat, and can you not, like, it's kind of like a jerk, right? They're a jerk more than they're understanding or having an understanding of car things. And I think I led you on that one enough.
Well, I think I think what he's kind of describing is that there's a hierarchy of car people. So there are people that, are new, and there are people that are maybe not as nice as they should be and don't understand as much as they do, and have an imbalance, I say, between their attitude and their ability. But I think what he's describing is not just car people. He's just describing people. If we got a bunch of football players in a group, there's going to be Jack Wangs and there's going to be nice people. Tennis players or golf players or Republicans or Democrats or whatever, any group of people, they're human beings. So there's going to be some of them that are not people that I would want to associate with, and there's going to be lots of them that I would want to associate with. And the one thing I have to say about his comment is that the other thing to be maybe a little bit more gentle with is that there are people out there that don't know what some of us know. We all went down different paths, so we all learned different things. Like, I don't know lots of stuff that Matt knows. But if the two of us were standing out on a road, I could point to anybody on the road, and that guy's going to know something that neither one of us know. And that's not a matter of being smarter or dumber. It's just that he went down a different path. Maybe he studied marine biology or molecular physics or something that we don't know, that we didn't ever go down. So the thing I want guys to do is try to remain calm and try to help the guys that are new coming into this industry so that we can get more people. I mean, the reality is that the car industry is very, very tiny relative to the number of people that have cars or to the people in the world. We're a very, very tiny minority, and the EPA is trying to get rid of all of those people. So we want people to keep coming in and making this industry better and sharing information like Matt does, like I tried to. There needs to be a new group of Richards and Matts and everybody else that continue this, when we're not doing it anymore. So, and the only way to do that is to, be open to these people, even if you're trying to steer them the right way. And I think about this because when I told Matt about this earlier, when I was in my 20s, I knew everything. I was the smartest guy in the world and knew more than everybody, and also had no problem telling everybody that all the time, just walking up to strangers and saying that. And we get better, I think, as we get older and get more experience and learn more. We learn that we don't know very much, and so those guys that are new, you got to help them along that path and get them to that point. So I'm going to take my soapbox and I'm going to set it over in the corner of the room, and I'm not going up on my soapbox anymore.
No, I 100% agree. And what people might not know is I believe I'm 100% at fault for that at times too. And I think the older I get, the more I see that. And I think part of me is a coin toss of what kind of mat you're going to get for the day. And I will give myself a shallow excuse that I deal with so many people that are being a troll or completely fact free that my response, sometimes someone's trolling and I give them like a 2-paragraph thing and they're like, just joking, bro. So the next person asks me something that sounds dumb, I kind of unload on that. It's not fair either way. And I also think that I think part of what I do is making car stuff accessible. So there are people, I think I have grown a lot in that aspect, and I have much more growing to do. But it's tough running again, another excuse, but such a large community of trolls at some times to gauge that. But there's plenty of times where someone asks a simple question and I let it in and I give them a valid answer. And again, like I want to, obviously with what I do, I want to help people and get them more involved. The more, I always say to people, like, if I can help someone get into this and they take off and they take everything I've said and run away with it, and then they can teach me something in 2 years, that's fantastic, because I don't know everything and you don't know everything. And it's all about enabling those people. And then there's other people that just make it worse. So like I said, once a month, someone will write an email or a long post about how they had a carbureted big block and they were scared of fuel injection. And what I showed them and what they did is, now they have something starts, runs, drives in the middle of winter. It makes 9-second passes. It has no problems. Even if it did, it has a $200 engine. I always make posts and I say, that's what keeps me going. That's the reward. Even if it's 1 out of 1,000 people that just try to throw me under the bus, it's still worth it for that guy to write something positive. So again, I can totally I don't know if it's my chemistry or what it is, or that I met so much resistance getting into cars because of my abstract way of approaching cars and people. And again, it's probably personality traits. And I think part of what I do is off-putting, but I go straight for facts and things right away. But again, part of it is that, and part of it is maybe some kind of off-put cocky thing where I want to be better than somebody, or at least know more or teach them something. But it's rewarding. Every now and then I call somebody out, and like I just did with Doug at Motion Raceworks, I said a bunch of I don't know if it's the way I make friends or what, but I said a bunch of inflammatory stuff about him. And then luckily someone tagged him in Motion Raceworks and everything. And he reached out to me first and said a bunch of nice stuff. And I'm like, God damn it, you're being nice, Because I've run into plenty of people. It's 50%. It's 50% if I'm going to be a jerk, and it's 50% if they're going to be a jerk. So I appreciate when they reach out and they're not a jerk. I think I do that too, as long as it doesn't sound like they're being a child, even if I'm being a child. But back in the day on like Yellow Bullet, when people posted videos of us impacting stuff on, And then
Yeah.
everyone's like, Yellow Bullet's going to tear you to shreds. 8 pages later, they were all my friend and they understood what I was about. I was like, this is out of context. This is just what we do. We're not experts. This is fun. And they're
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, all this stuff's cool, you know?
Yeah.
They get it. But similarly, like I've had a bunch of like small feuds with people, and it has gotten better or worse. And part of that's my maturity and their maturity. So it was nice to see Doug was super mature about it, and I apologized to him and everything. And I posted that I did. And, you know, at the end, he even goes, let me know how I can help you out. And I'm like, you're a jerk. You're a real jerk for being so
Exactly.
nice. And I did similar things like I met Cletus a few times and I was such a jerk and he was so nice to me. Part of it's like, I don't know if it's I want to be somebody or I secretly respect them and I just stuff comes out of my mouth that I think I'm joking and it's actually offensive. There's obviously something going on up
Yeah.
here that it doesn't and then some people find it endearing, other people hate it, whatever. I'm definitely not normal in that aspect, but some people appreciate it because I will ask or say things before I think about it,
Yeah.
and sometimes that's good and sometimes it's not good, and I can admit that. But there's plenty of times where I have to respect that I've given them so much trash and they're still okay with me. I'm like, I appreciate your ability to absorb what a jerk I am.
Well, you have to. I mean, if they can do it, maybe eventually you can do it, right?
Yeah, so
I've met Garrett. I met him at one of the LS fests, and he was. I was surprised that he knew who I was. I obviously been in the industry a little while, so but I was surprised that he knew, and he was the nicest guy. I thought he was really cool. My other question to you is I have two questions. One, if there's anybody out there, I wanted to ask you the question first about the Dodge Omni with the Ecotech in it, because I want to do a Dodge Omni with a K series Honda in it. And I want to know if anybody out there has any idea whether that will fit, and then what trans and axles and things that I would use with that, because I would love to have that combination. I love the old Omnis, but I would like to have it with a K series. I also want to do an Omni and do all of the stock stuff, and I plan on doing that as well. But my question, so if anybody out there has any of that information, please chime in or send me an email or whatever. But my question to you is, you've been doing this a long time, and you're becoming, you know, as this goes more and more, you're becoming more and more successful. And I want to know if you think that you're becoming more and more of a target, especially because of what you do. So if you started sloppy mechanics and it was the way to do everything cheap, and then you become more and more successful, and then you don't have to do everything on the cheap, how how much of a problem is that for people that were following you, and how much of it is people that just don't like seeing other people become successful because they haven't? So let me know.
yeah, and I see that happening more so now than lately because when I started this Mustang project, I had like 40 people that want to help. And I made jokes about it in the last couple of videos where I say the longer I take to build this, the more I get for free. And if I just take 10 years, I'm going to have a $250,000 pro mod at some point. And I like seeing, I made points about this even from the beginning where I like seeing what people can do with money and I like seeing what people can't do with money. But what I don't like is people with money saying people aren't allowed to have stuff that is cheap and fun. And then I don't like seeing people join sloppy thinking that it's like an award ceremony for people that do things awfully or unsafe.
Yeah.
I don't like that. So there's a lot of that going on. There's a giant joke that I'm going to rename it to Fancy Mechanics. But at the same time, I enjoy, obviously, the heart of what I do is economics. But at the same time, if someone's going to hand you stuff for money to test, why would I say no? I've garnered enough attention where these people, and frequently I have people on the show, or like even Brian Tooley is like, I have unlimited resource nearly and unlimited knowledge, but I've lost sight of economics and what people actually want to buy or can afford to buy. So
Yeah.
he's like NASA, and I'm like, not NASA. I'm the Russian space, uh,
Are you
whatever
Sputnik? Yeah.
association. So
Yeah.
what they are, what they're learning from me, which is ironic, is bringing it back, reeling it back in. Because when I started getting into cars, like all chrome pieces and garbage was the thing, and no one knew what they were talking about. And I think now it's gotten better, and maybe it's just because people are learning more about what actually works, or maybe it's part of me calling everybody out. That's
Yeah.
healthy or unhealthy, right? Is where I stand there. What's nice about what I like about what I do is I live on an island and I don't have a business and I don't care about credibility or if people call me a jerk. I'll call everybody out, and how they respond or how they can combat that or show evidence of says a lot about them. And also, I'm kind of free from it. So there's
Yeah.
plenty of times where a shop owner sees something wrong, but he can't say anything about it because he might face so much backlash and internet negative reviews that it closes his business. So then there's someone like me that I can say all I want, and people can take it seriously or not, and it doesn't really matter. So,
Yeah.
but then at the same point, I can't say that because I have this swarm of angry bees that I can stir up, and I have to be conscious of that also. Luckily, there's plenty of people in that are like, "You are a jerk," and I appreciate that because I said that I was all wound up about Motion Raceworks, and I just typed something like I wasn't thinking. I do that all the time, and
Yeah.
everyone's like, "Dude, Doug is the nicest guy in the world. You're being an asshole," and I'm like, "I appreciate all this, guys." And then out of nowhere, he reaches out, blah blah blah, and he's super nice. And same thing, like Jeremy Formato from Faster Proms, super nice to me in person. And I was like, I had 6 jokes loaded up that were mean. And I'm walking around kind of pacing. He's saying hi to people, being super nice. And I'm like thinking about what I'm going to say. And Cameron Powers and I were there. And I'm like 50 feet away waiting for my chance to move in and say jerk things to him. And he sees me and he goes, "Oh man, sloppy, blah, blah, blah." And he invites me over and I shake hands with him. "I really like what you do. I watch all your videos. The thing about blah," like he actually watched them because he mentioned things. And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Damn it, Jeremy. Like, why do you got to be
He's a
so
he's a good
nice?
guy.
Shut up, Jeremy. I'm going to say angry things about you now." And I was totally like, what do I say to this guy? Because he was so damn nice. And yeah, that stuff happens. But I think, similarly,
Did you ask
all.
him? Did you ask him if he had Spintron data?
No, I didn't get to ask him that. I don't think he has one. But what a
No, Jeremy.
super nice guy.
I met Jeremy.
Yeah. And actually, uh, I have his cell phone number now, and I helped him a lot with his. This is like the first Holly car he's ever had. Is that Crown Vic?
Yeah.
And I helped him out a bunch. And similarly, he's mentioned me in like the last 4 videos that I've helped him, and I'm like, why you gotta be so nice, Jeremy? Shut up.
Well, don't get rid of all the things that you're going to say because you might use them later on.
Yeah. Where are we? I'm gonna look over the comments quick because I didn't look at it. Fancy mechanics. Blah 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 blah. I miss the. See, then people say they miss certain stuff about fanciness, but what I like where I'm at now is I really only had access to budget things. I don't have a ton of money to build cars. So what's cool now is people are throwing high end stuff at me, and what we're learning is what's worthwhile. And I've said it
Yeah.
before on other radio shows where uh, what's I always hate to admit it, but I have influence on these companies where they are reeling back and they are making more worthwhile products. And then, like I said, the other thing that I do is people are like, you buy shitty China things. And I'm like, well, what we've learned is Americans can make a better product for cheaper if they just learn what people want and how to, like, there's plenty of that going on too. And the other whole aspect of it, I've been able to bring up a bunch of businesses that are American owned that people do support now because no one knew about them. And it's all because of posts or people saying things or being in sloppy or I'm a jerk, and then
Yeah.
they're not a jerk, and then they send me their product, and I'm like, you guys are real assholes for giving me stuff for free after I. And I don't think,
Now I feel bad.
yeah, exactly. And then I use it, and I'm like, well, now I understand it, and it is fantastic for the money. So,
Yeah.
we all learn, and I can, some people might be like, you're backpedaling or you're getting paid off. And no, obviously, like you said, the older you get, the more you learn. And then, like, my wife has said it a bunch of times, like, I wish Matt wouldn't be such a jerk to people. And I
Nice.
can't say much about that other than maybe one day I'll grow out of it, or maybe I won't. Oh yeah, like
I
people
get
are.
I
Oh, go.
go. I was just gonna say I get that all the time where people say, "Oh yeah, you're testing all this stuff," and you have to say nice things about advertisers because they give you products or they're paying you or whatever. Well, first of all, nobody pays me anything, otherwise I wouldn't be sleeping on the floor at West Tech. But if I test something for somebody, they send it to me because they know I'm going to do an honest job. And the other thing is, if I test 10 of those things, which one of those guys paid me? So this conspiracy theory thing is it's really really funny. I mean, I love a good conspiracy theory myself, but and I told you earlier in the chat here that there are several times where I've been guys have tried to have me fired because of the things that I said in the stories that I did when I tested their product. When I compared it against something else, I said this one does this and this one does this. Where they're like, you need to fire Richard because I'm an advertiser and he said this about it. And I'm like, look, here is all of the data. You show me where one thing that I said isn't accurate, and then or let's redo the test. Let's go right now. We'll redo the test. And I mean, I had people like trying to jump over the table and strangle me. It's really good stuff.
So people, one of the people that asked the paid question was, I bought. Well, they said I bought a Terminator X Max because of you. Other people have said, Matt, you're our honest jerk. And then what is another one? Says bravo for switching to fancy wiring. That's one thing I'd love to bring up. See, that's something I learned is I would do messy wiring, but I was like, whatever, it works. It's messy, but it works. And what I've learned over the years, Holly has supplied me with I showed him in the last episode with all the wiring, Troy and Devin, those
Yeah.
specific crimpers and de-pinning tools. What I learned is that's faster and easier to de-pin a connector than it is to cut it and put butt connectors on it and try to.
Yeah.
And the big thing is what I learned is when I did that wrong, I kept making it shorter and crappier. And now I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll move the pins. And if that didn't work, I'll move the pins again. And I have the stock
Yeah.
connector with no splits in it, and if it was loomed and everything, I just pulled the pins and moved them. The loom didn't
Yeah.
move. I didn't. So I have learned that $100 worth of repinning, depinning, and crimping tools was fantastic investment. And that's
Oh
something
yeah.
where I would have been like, I don't need that. I have an AutoZone crimper. I have the red butt connectors.
Yeah.
A
Well,
lot of
and
it.
as you get more successful, your time is going to become more valuable,
Yeah, I
and that's
learned that too. Then also, like I say, I just buy harnesses now. Like I used to make a garbage thing out of like a 30-inch micro squirt pigtail and a stock ECU and whatever. And now I'm like, I just want one that's done. I just want to plug it
yeah.
in. I'll spend the
Yep.
extra. I don't care. Like,
Oh yeah.
and oh, one of the other people, she had asked a bunch of questions, and she says, why is everyone from Pennsylvania mean, or why are Northeasterners mean? And I think it's our weather. I don't want to give a blanket statement. Our weather is like over 100 degrees, 80% humidity. People are dying from heat stroke. And then it goes right down to like burn your face off cold. And now it's not
Yeah.
extreme. People in Canada and stuff are like, that's not cold. We had negative whatever. And people in
Yeah.
Arizona are like, that's not hot. We had whatever. I've been to most of those places, and cold there is different, and hot, and like where you are, Vegas, California, hot has no humidity. It doesn't even feel hot.
Yeah.
When you're in Pennsylvania and it's like 105 degrees and 90% humidity, and it feels like you're dying, and then
Yeah.
it goes to it goes to like 18 degrees and 40-mile-an-hour wind and 3 feet of snow every other day. It makes you a miserable person.
Oh, I bet.
And if Pennsylvania, especially, I think not all of us are that mean, but we have people coming in from every state where it's too expensive or too restricted and moving in on us. And now we're like a hub and we're all warehouses and we're just mad at people all the time. It's easier to just see somebody and be like, get out of here. What are you here for? We don't want you here. Because a couple years ago, Jamie and I flew to California and drove home as part of like a neat trip across the states.
Yeah.
People everywhere are so much nicer than up here, and they drive. So people complain about drivers everywhere. I knew when we hit Maryland without seeing signs. Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. As soon as we were coming across the PA. As soon as we got here, 6 tractor trailers on a 2-lane road roll racing each other.
Nice.
I was like, here we are. Here's Pennsylvania already. Here we go. And that was the whole way in. Ridiculous. That did not happen anywhere else. I don't care how much people bitch about it. We're the worst of everything up here. And I think it just makes you... I think that's why I'm such a jerk, is I've just grown here my entire life, and I've just... Being a jerk is easier than it is being nice. Or at least being a jerk immediately as a joke. I guess we all jerk because we're all... It's a joke for us to be a jerk first. It's how you say hello up here. Texas, everyone's super nice. Everywhere else, people are just nice. And then you get up here and people are like, what the hell's your problem? And that's hello. That means hello. And it's just so far off of what people have learned or expected. We are all jerks, and we're just jerks to each other. Matt, stop soapboxing. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good comment. Soda or pop? What do you call it?
I just had some of that.
No, do you call it?
I call them frosty cold beverages, so I don't know if that's either one of those.
This one's like a 5.3 turbo question. That's so exhaustive anymore.
Or a cold drink if you go back to the Cool Hand Luke stuff.
Oh, we did Ecotech questions. That's another one. Oh, this is a decent one. I guess we could, I'll have you just flagship this one. When building a car, at what point does the decision between 4.8, 5.3, and 6.0 become negligible, and just grab what's cheap and throw it in becomes the answer? Power, weight, chosen sport.
Well, and I think you've covered this a bunch in a lot of stuff that you've done. I think the most important thing there is to get it done. It doesn't matter that you can wait forever. And I get people that are trying to decide on, drives me nuts, what's the best cam? I don't know what your definition of best is, but they all want to they want to talk for hours and weeks and months on the camshaft, and then on the push rods, and then on the rockers and the trunnion upgrades and everything. Just get a motor and put it in and get it running. If you decide that your turbo 4.8 or whatever the first motor that you got from the wrecking yard isn't enough, if it's already running and working and driving down and you're enjoying it and doing burnouts and going to get donuts or whatever, and that's not enough, then you already know how to change it. It's really easy. But don't spend a lot of time figuring out which one of those is best and then trying to find the 6.0 instead of the 4.8 or 5.3, especially if you're looking at any kind of power level below 1,000 horsepower. Just grab one of the motors and then add boost and a cam and springs and pump and injectors, and you're on your way. Don't worry about all that stuff.
Yeah, I always say the same quote is, get the most complete engine for your money in your area, because prices, you can't tell someone, oh, 300. People, every time you talk about a cheap motor, everybody in the comments is like, got my LY6 for $50, and some guy's like, I traded a case of beer that was $12 for an LS3, and you're like, okay, that's cool. Ship me one. I'll pay $150 freight. If yours is $50, I'll just buy it from you. No, I want $2,000. Okay, if they're $50 in your area, then anyway.
I want to buy 30 of them.
People get locked up on that analysis paralysis thing. Similar, like when someone starts building a car and they take too long and they're like, better turbos came out, and they spend all their money on buying better turbos, trying to sell the others. The car is nowhere near finished.
Yeah.
And I say to people also, just get the motor in. Freiberger says something very similar. It doesn't have to be right. It just has to be running. And I can't agree with that more. Just put the damn motor in, even if it's stock cam, stock injectors, stock manifolds. Put it in, make the car move, because everything after that point is a cakewalk.
Yeah.
Doing a cam, hanging a turbo, it's easy. It's easy as hell. Injector upgrade, especially if you have a Terminator where you're like beep boop beep boop, injector change, beep boop beep boop, 4L80E. Yeah, that's not easy at all though, according to everybody else. But yeah, same thing. I've said it for years, and I especially love to use 4.8s because people are like, it's a small motor, it's worthless. There's
Yeah.
nothing more I like to do than make people eat their words, and I hope people do the same to me.
Oh yeah.
We did the pre-turbo. I guess we're gonna ask people. I'm gonna start doing. We're running out of pre-done ones, and as I'm looking, a bunch of them are the same. Oh, there was a good one that's not in here that I remember. What are your passions or hobbies outside of motorsport and cars that you enjoy?
Well, obviously Ninja Warrior was one. But the thing that I go do that when I'm not doing car stuff is snakes. I go catch snakes. As a matter of fact, I probably will have fairly soon another channel dedicated to that. So I may catch 100 or more snakes a year, and I've been doing it since I was 5, and I'm fascinated by them. And most of the snakes that I catch here are rattlesnakes, unfortunately, because they're not fun to play with. We're looking for other kinds of snakes, like king snakes and gopher snakes and racer snakes and ring necks and garter snakes and sharp tails and stuff. But around here and where I go, we see more northern Pacific or western rattlesnakes than anything else. And so I like to go and do that. I like going out to not just to catching snakes, which is cool, but also being out in nature, like being away from all of the, oh God, I have to get a video done right now, or I have to take a motor apart or rush down to West Tech or whatever I have to do. I like going out and being away from all that and going and looking and being out there with turkeys and coyotes and all kinds of stuff. And then the process of going and looking for snakes, I do that. We also go and we have a boat, so we go skiing and fishing and camping and that kind of stuff too.
People are going nuts about the snakes because there's only like one animal in the world my wife does not like and is afraid of, and it's snakes. So it's funny that you were like snakes. So
At least my wife does not like them either. She will not even really want to look at them.
yeah, if we go through the pet store and I show my kid all the reptiles, she's like, see you guys, I'm gonna go stare at the birds. Come over when you're
Yeah.
done. I don't want
Yeah.
to see any of them. Uh, Oh, there's some good ones coming. Potato R33 is just the man with random comments towards the end. There's a good one here that I'd like to bring up, though. It's lengthy, but I think it's worth talking about because no one else has said it. It may have already been done, but at what point do you reach diminishing returns with intake air temperature? Maybe non-intercooled air to air, air to dyno water, tap water, ice water. What has a greater power potential on a Turbo LS, C16 or E85? That's a fuel question. I think we went over that. C16 is better, unless it's a C85 mix. And then, what if it's a blow-through carb? Is there a difference in IAT and everything else? Is there a good way to monitor IAT under the throttle body if it's a blow-through carb or sniper without measuring with a wet bulb? Have you ever dynoed backwards from 7,000 to 3,000? Only purpose to conserve is to see how curves react to a gear change. And do you have a Patreon, for gas money? So that was a lot. So I would
Wow.
talk about IAT first.
Okay. The IAT stuff, that's an interesting point about measuring it under the carburetor, because it's hard to get the temperature right, in my opinion, and the guys have brought this up a lot, that when we're measuring it, yeah, getting a Type K thermocouple and getting moisture on it, is it accurate? Would it be more accurate if we measured it down in the port? We know that a carburetor is changing the temperature of the air. It has to. We also know that an intercooler does. And so, in my opinion, I'll give you the way that I approach these kinds of questions is it's real easy to figure things out when you look at extreme examples. So if we take and look, we know that when we put ice water in an intercooler, the motor makes a lot more power. it always does that. And we run ice water in our Bonneville motor. We had at 17 pounds, we had a 54-degree charge temperature because we had 32-degree water going in and cooling our charge temperature. So it worked very well. We had a 10-gallon cell. We put drinks in there. So we had drinks ready at the end of the Bonneville run. So ice water is very good. The blow-through carburetor works good, but it works even better if you run an intercooler on it. The colder that you can get the air, the better. And there's no diminishing return at any of those levels. And I'll show you an extreme level to give you an idea how much charge temperature helps when it's even colder than that. So when the guys ran the compressed air supercharger at West-Tech, so what that is a big cylinder with a valve on it, and it's all computer controlled, so that they could introduce compressed air, basically boost, but with nothing creating the boost other than compressed air, which the energy obviously was off somewhere else when they were compressing it. But they were able to effectively double the power output of the NA motor at 7 pounds. So think about that. We all know that the Holdener power boost formula, you double the power output at 14.7 pounds, because that right now we have 14.7 pounds of atmospheric pressure. If we double that atmospheric pressure, if everything is right, we can double the power output. Well, they did it. They doubled the power output at only 7 pounds because their charge temperature is below zero when it's introduced into the motor. These guys were, and because of that, they can run full NA timing. They didn't even pull timing away. It was amazing what they were able to get away with because they had such cold charge temperature. So I think that there's no limit. I mean, maybe if it was negative 200, maybe then that would be, we would reach that limit. So I would try to get the thing as cold as you can. You'll keep getting gains. But as we went to in the M1 comparison, at some point it may not work from a weight versus power gain standpoint. And that compressed air supercharged thing is a perfect example. All of those cylinders and stuff would weigh a lot. And so it would be best maybe for, and obviously it won't last very long. So it'd be best for drag racing or possibly Bonneville at some given power level. And the wet bulb thing, I don't know how we get around that unless we were to shield the sending unit or something, maybe.
In my opinion, that works great because if you have a car that has like water meth, you want to know if it's wetting it and causing a artificially cool temperature. If it's not working, you're going to get a much higher temperature, and it's easier to translate the tune in between. So
Sure.
I always tell people, put the IAT sensor, if you're largely doing pump meth, pump water meth, put the meth nozzle before the IAT. And people's argument is that it soaks the sensor. My argument is when you see the IAT fall when you come into boost, that's a tuning advantage. Data point. If you have no clue, if the IAT is the same and the methanol is coming on and you have no, someone might completely disagree with me and that would be fine. But from what I look at from a tune, I want to see the meth knocking the IAT down. So you can be way more aggressive since it's controlling it on pulling the timing if it doesn't work.
Sure.
And then
what we saw, the thing that worried me about the water meth injection when I did the test for Engine Masters and I did this stuff beforehand, which is why they wanted to do it, is yeah, exactly. On those long runner manifolds, we just don't see equal distribution. So we know that it's not lowering the charge temperature or changing, since we're using meth, or changing the octane as much in that cylinder as it might be in others. So, that just scares me.
Yeah. And what I always say similarly, I like to do a small nozzle and you can't always trust it, but it will buffer your pump gas tune up respectably, in my opinion. If you're going to lean, you can lean on a pump gas tune up, but frequently people might not understand those tanks get mixed. And if you happens one day, there it goes. So that's why if it's a pump gas car, I'm very conservative because you might have encountered this if you do a lot of pump gas tuning. At least in the Northeast, pump gas has gone way downhill on octane limit in the last 5 years. It has crashed It's almost 87 at this point. So I
Wow.
don't lean on pump stuff very hard at all anymore. And, I frequently tell people same thing. And someone had asked, and it's important, it's worth noting, E85 or water meth or E85 and water meth. In my opinion, if you're running E85, throw away the water meth setup. It's totally
I
useless. You're getting so much more heat scrub and alcohol percentage in the cylinder on the injector that you would ever benefit from spraying water meth. And like you said, you're getting unequal distribution and you're trying to wet flow a dry intake and blah,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. But, and then also, when people say E85 versus water meth, E85 is you can get much more power out of it. It's a joke than water meth.
Oh yeah, we've done that test. It's a lot better. It has more octane. It has charge cooling. It makes more power just putting the E85 in. It's kind of a better deal.
Yeah.
I always do the hierarchy. It's pump gas and then water meth and then the E85. And for guys doing crazy stuff, it's race gas and methanol.
And then also, someone just said with Holly, you can change the target air fuel based on IAT and E85 and everything. That's a good thing to mention. I talked about it on E85. I changed the target because there is a small window where target air fuel. And what I do
Sure.
is when I tune a car, I look at that window. So if it's no different, increasingly 3/4 of the cars from an 11.0 to a 12.0 will make a good enough amount of power to warrant the air fuel correction change. And some of them
Sure.
won't at all. But then Alan here mentioned that you can offset the target air fuel versus IAT. Like if IAT starts getting hot, you can just start dumping more fuel to try to compensate. But normally you pull spark, but it would be interesting to see that test back to back, a target air fuel versus an intake
Yeah.
temperature test. What's safer? That's a hard.
That's what I was going to mention. That's why I would do it. I'd be more interested in it if the IAT is going up, that it just is safer. At that point, I'm less worried about making the power than the thing not hurting itself. So if we have to dump fuel and or take timing away, I just want it not to break.
I have done back to backs and the air fuel doesn't really help. The ignition helps.
Yeah.
So that might be application specific, but at least Turbo LS, Turbo Honda, and a bunch of other things, the ignition has to come out or it's going to blow up. Adding fuel, it doesn't care. It's going to pop. You can have a 9.0 air fuel and too much ignition and heat, and it's going to lift the ringland,
Oh
crack the
yeah.
lower ringland. If you pull
Yep.
ignition, it won't do that.
Yeah.
Obviously, to a certain point, but someone has a good question. There's some other like funny ones, but I'd rather ask good questions because everybody learns from them. Where was it? I just lost it. Oh man.
Here's one of the questions that that you may be able to help answer this too, that people like to talk about is, and we went over this in one of the live feeds that I did, and that's people choosing their camshaft based on the peak head flow. And I had a good conversation with Brian Tooley, and we're going to go over this when I go back and see him. But so, for instance, if you take a LS cylinder head and it makes peak flow at 600 valve lift, people say that you should choose your camshaft based on that 600 number. So you should have a 600 lift cam, and they think that if you go to a 650 lift cam, that it won't work with a head that flows best at 600 valve lift. And so that got like a hornet's nest stirred up of people saying, oh yeah, you definitely have to do that. It's just like guys choosing cam timing based on the intake to exhaust flow relationship of the head, which I disagree with. Once you get to a certain exhaust flow percentage, then you go to a single pattern cam, and neither one of those things do I agree with.
I mean, I'll just say to this, the guy that asked real quick, there's not much talk on pre-turbo meth injection. We talked about that earlier for a while,
Yeah.
so I don't remember what time, but you can scrub through this and look for it, bud. We did talk about it. And then the question I was trying to find is someone talked about plug reading, and I actually have an entire sloppy wiki page on plug reading. People can hate it or not like it, but what I have what I have quantified in photos and results works out for me. I don't know about you. I would say, do you do plug reading, and how do you look at it, and what's your process when you do it?
I don't do a lot of that. I will if normally when we go to plug reading, it's because we may have had a problem or something, and so we may take them out and look at them. But usually I'm pretty trusting of the air fuel meter, and we really have a pretty good idea where timing should be for most of these applications, which is another reason that I tend to run the NA motor before we run the boosted motor, because and I don't do as nearly as much pump gas boosted stuff as you do. So I don't. Guys ask me all the time, what's the most boost I can run on a pump gas motor? I'm like, well, you shouldn't be trying to do both of those things. But when we're running these boosted motors, I'll run the NA motor. And then like an LS, I always use that as an example. Okay, that motor wants 29 degrees of timing or makes best power at 29 degrees of timing at the horsepower peak. Okay, so now I know where that timing level is NA. And that gives me a pretty good idea where I'm going to be at timing for a boosted motor, plus the several hundred motors that I've run under boost, where we've run timing with them and where we kind of know where they should be. And so I don't ever validate, or very rarely would I ever go validate, okay, we ran this at 11.5 to 1, and I ran 23 or 22 degrees of timing at 15 pounds of boost with E85. I know that that was safe. And I don't usually go in and take the plug out to look at it and go, oh yeah, that's still working just fine, because we kind of know that it does. Brule is really good at reading plugs because they've done that for a long time on big blocks and stuff. So we can look at it, know how far back the coloration is on the ground strap and on the tip, and all of that stuff. But
if he's old school, he doesn't have a lot of data. So their data was the plug. So yeah, that's what their go-to is. And then I would say, sorry to interrupt, but like someone has a quote in here. If your tuner doesn't look at the plugs, he's a computer guy, not a tuner. And that's from Steve Morris. And I laugh that it's true and not true, because like what you mentioned, Steve Morris is on the high end of the spectrum, right?
Oh yeah,
that guy probably has.
I watch his stuff all the time.
Yeah, I love what he does. He probably has 802s and 8 EGTs. You can't compare that to a 500 horsepower Don't BS Me Turbo LS car. And then like you have said about other people that say you absolutely need to use a timing light, and then what you and I run into is the last 100 cars we touched took the same amount of ignition.
Yeah.
So how can they be off 8 degrees at the crank if they literally all run the same and make the same power, other than cars that are total horseshit, of course.
Yeah.
And there's something else wrong.
I'm not saying that can't happen, but the amount of times that it does happen, like it's never happened to me.
That's a tough point to argue. I would say it's for people that like to make excuses, maybe. Not knowing, knowing what I know, if someone has to talk about that stuff, it's because they couldn't produce a result and wouldn't tell the customer it's garbage.
Yeah.
Something's wrong, you need to fix this, or just blatantly, I think it's people that can't say, oh, I don't know what's wrong. I would tell someone, I don't know what the hell's wrong with this. It's not making what I would expect, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And
again, another reason why I run NA and then boosted, because I can tell what's supposed to happen, and then when it does, it does. And like the thing with Steve, he's like the real deal. He's a real guy. I know what he does and love what he does, but there's no way that what I'm doing correlates with what he's doing. And like you said, I don't have to go out to my 5.3 that's on the dyno with a single 7875 Gen 2 turbo at 15 pounds and read the plugs. I don't have to do that. I already know what it's doing. I already know that it's right.
Does Steve Morris chassis dyno a 300 wheel horsepower single cam Honda?
Probably not.
That's why he's looking at plugs. When I'm really pushing a combination, from what I do and what you do is they give up the delta quick, and that's it. Turbo or timing gives up quick, and then you move back. At least on a turbo LS, that window is so big for when it quits and when it blows up. that you should be nowhere near it. It takes like a turbo car, stock bottom end turbo car. If it quits making power, if it takes, I mean,
Stop.
you're going to see a big delta. I've talked to
Yeah.
people and I've said 30 rear wheel per degree in a sweet spot. And then when it's
Yeah.
20, and then it's 5, and then it's 0,
Yeah.
and then it's less. It's making less horsepower because of
Yeah.
pumping loss. And
It's
then
gonna break.
you throw 4 more in it, you're probably going to knock a lower.
Yeah.
But that's so far beyond the gain. And then similarly with most decent Chinese turbo setups, it's going to be 20 rear wheel per pound. As
Yeah.
soon as that falls, the turbo's done or something else is done. All of the above. And then pump gas cars, if I get anywhere close to needing a single digit amount of ignition, that thing is done. It's octane
Yeah.
limited. It's garbage. But if it makes good power, a lot of times a good turbo will overcompensate, obviously, that
Yeah.
octane limit because people will put too small of a turbo on or too cheap of a turbo that doesn't have good, whatever, not enough magic
Yeah.
flowing out of the turbo. So
Yep.
ideally, like you said, the number doesn't matter unless you're building something strange and you have an external crank trigger and something else. Obviously, that should be checked. Distributor car should be checked. Something with a crank trigger, like what you and
Yeah.
I would do is run it through a whole sweep of conservative to aggressive and look for the
Yeah.
payoff. And if it's not enough, you shouldn't rob the bank.
Yeah. And
But
what Steve is looking for is not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to get that last quarter of a degree. And he might be because he's building a race motor, and that's fantastic. But I'm never there. I'm never going to look that
the
close.
horsepower per cylinder and money invested and everything is gigantic at his point. So to make a broad statement like that, I'm sure if I talked to him, he would say the same. I'm not
Yeah.
tuning a 300 horsepower D series Honda. In the same respect, I think I was going to say this in sandboxes or soapboxed forever. If I'm really leaning on a setup, if it's someone I know and they want to lean, there's some people that just, like I said, aren't happy until it's got every 1 horsepower.
Yeah.
I'll pull back cylinder plugs because they're the farthest from the water pump in my experience, the hottest ones. And when it's on a
Sure.
Holly or something similar that's sequential, I'm already pulling ignition and fuel. I'm adding fuel and pulling ignition to a percentage in the back. So what
Sure.
I like to do is if it's not total asshole to pull the plugs, I will put a fresh plug in the 2 back cylinders and then we will make a hit and I'll shut it off as fast as I can without putting a TH400 drum through my calf. And then we'll pull
Yeah.
those plugs. And then according to the sloppy, I have the whole sloppy wiki there. When you start chasing the bend, it's done. It's
Yeah.
done. So it might be gaining in the front, but it's not gaining in the back. When you come off the plateau and you're here, that's where
Yeah.
this is 30 horsepower, 30 horsepower, 5 horsepower. So on a street car, I go back. We figure out if someone's
Yeah.
like, I don't want this to blow up, I'm going to thrash it. It's a drift car. I go back here. If someone's like, I'm going to
Yeah.
make a pass and let it cool off for 2 hours and I'm going to check all my plugs, we'll maybe go here. But most people, I'm stopping at the top of the tabletop. If it hits the bend, we're
Yeah.
done. And if the back 2 cylinders, not the back 2 this way, but leading back, you want to see because they're the farthest. So I want to see them almost match because I'm already softening the back cylinders. So they both should
Yeah.
be consistent. But that's only when I'm really leaning on it. Otherwise, it's totally not worth it. And the numbers at the dyno almost 100% of the time show the plug strap. Like it's funny when guys are talking about a plug strap, but I'm like, I have so much data that it's almost irrelevant unless we're learning a new combo or something else. The ignition amount,
Yeah.
the air fuel amount, it's all there. It's not voodoo. It's flat out numbers, math, and science. Like it's there. It's very easy once you find the pattern to apply it, which is why I always joke around like people think I know a lot, but I'm like it's just what hasn't blown up for me for the last 15 years on a fact sheet and I apply it. It's all there.
Yeah.
Similar
As
to
long
like Top
as long as you
Fuel.
listen to it.
Similar to like Top Fuel, they put the wrist pin in a thing and they measure how out around the wrist pin is, how
Yeah.
squished it is, and they adjust their timing on that. It seems crude, but they have almost no other data because the Top Fuel car just wrecks like everything in it. So
Oh yeah.
it's hard to measure because like coolant pressure and everything else is probably they don't have coolant in that car, do they?
I don't know if a fuel car has.
Maybe in the
Maybe not.
heads, I don't know, but they're just wrecking the motor in one
Yeah,
pass. So
yeah,
how do you measure? I mean, the car goes a certain mile an hour with wrecking the least amount of parts, and that's what you dial in.
yeah. And they have way more power than they could ever put down. So they're just managing traction control through the clutch to get it to put as much power as it can down during the quarter mile.
I would say like 90% of their tuning is the motor staying together and the clutch.
Yeah.
That's what they always say. Like it's all in the clutch, whatever. The rest of it,
Yep.
big whoop. Uh, oh, people were saying like balancer might not even be at TDC, rocker deflection, blah blah blah. Yeah, so that's stuff that I just consider, and I'm gonna tune it on the dyno anyway. I'm gonna give it what it wants. I don't care necessarily what a $50 timing light and what I thought I checked as the intake opening and closing event and my actual TDC on a. I don't really
Yeah.
care.
Nope.
If it's not glowing the header at idle and it's not
Yeah.
blowing up wide open, I don't care.
Yep.
You can't convince me otherwise. I don't care. Oh, someone says a Dodge Magnum 5.9 for a Big Bang setup.
I agree. I even and before I do a big bang, we could talk about this a little bit too. Before I do a big bang, I want to do a 318 and a 360 Dodge Magnum, and because of my conversation with Uncle Tony, I want to swap the pistons on at least one of those, so we can check the pin offset on the piston to see if that actually is a performance trick that actually works. And
Someone literally just mentioned that in the chat.
yeah, and I've never tried it, nor has anybody that I know of at West Tech or Freiburg. Or I talked to all those guys that are like, I don't think it should change anything, but we should try it. And that's what I told Uncle Tony. I said, look, I've never tried it. I said, and I know that it's changing a few things. It's changing where the piston is relative to the camshaft opening. I said it's not by a lot. I said, but it's affecting things, and it should affect the thrust load. I said, so there are things changing, but I want to see if it actually makes power like he's saying. And so I said, look, I'm going to test that on the dyno. I'm definitely going to try it.
Quantify a result.
Yeah.
Or if you want to say it, if you want to sound smarter than quantifying a result, see if it's good is the base model.
Yeah.
And then quantify a result, and then what's the delta? Because people,
Yeah.
it's all the same thing, guys.
That's all that it is. Yeah.
If someone's trying to make you feel dumb, ask them to re-explain it. And if they laugh at you, it's because they don't understand it and can't explain it.
Exactly.
I frequently like to do that where someone says something and everyone goes, yeah. And I go, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh. And I'm like, yeah, please explain it as if it was 3.
Yeah.
And if you can't do that, then you don't really know what you're talking about. Oh, I'll just make a comment that all the Dodge motors suck. That'll rile everybody, Mopar up real bad.
Wow.
Why don't more people do it? Gen 3, all the newer Hemi stuff aside, because a bunch of people in Sloppy are making almost what LS stuff does, in my opinion. No one's really pushing that envelope because of the cost. But
yeah, I did a big bang on one of those, and the Hemi has cylinder heads that are every bit as good as an LS. So the early on guys doing the Hemis were blowing them up, mostly because he didn't do ring gap. And there's an argument to be made, the fact that the crown on the piston, the ringland is thinner than what other stuff is. But we were able to go over 1,000 horsepower with a junkyard 5.7 Hemi without any problem at all. And ported heads, even the early ones, which are the worst ones, flow really well. And a late model head flows as much or more than an LS3 head does. So they're really, really good. I mean, there's a lot of potential there. The guys from Engine Masters ran a 5.7, an Eagle 5.7, I guess, and put a cam in it, and that thing did amazing. It has a dual runner intake. They put a camshaft in it, and I want to say it made like, I don't know, 525 or 530 or something like that with a cam upgrade. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think similarly though, where I talk about boomers regurgitating things that have no sound information about them is the same with the Hemi stuff because everyone says it's made out of glass, and then you got a guy on Sloppy Public that's like, I have a micro squirt on a 5.7 and they made like 460 on pump and then he made like 640 on E and he's been racing
Yeah.
it for a year. And
Yeah.
similarly, I feel like they're just behind on the tuning because the Mopar stuff's more expensive or more limited than I think
Yeah.
than Silverado and whatever engines. And people are just and the tuning stuff just doesn't exist for a lot of Dodge. That's
Yeah.
decreasing more now, in my opinion. But prior, people just didn't touch them, and they were expensive, and people would break them being ham-fisted. So similarly to when the LS stuff came out, and people say dumb shit like can't run more than 8 pounds of boost,
Yeah. I heard
which
that.
means absolutely nothing once you learn anything about that stuff. And now people are taking a 99 Silverado motor and making 740 wheel and running eights in a Fox all day long on a
Yeah.
motor that can't take 8 pounds of boost. Opinions have changed. And same thing, like I've had people tell me the Ringland doesn't exist. And I'm like, why are you pounding the Ringland out of it?
Yeah.
Why don't you stop jackhammering the Ringland then? I can
Yeah.
understand when you buy an aftermarket piston and it has a fatter Ringland, it has a wider tuning window and it's harder to knock the top ring out of it. But it doesn't matter that if it's on pump and you heat that top Ringland so much it catches and folds it anyway.
Yeah.
It's no
That
difference.
shouldn't be your goal in your tune, anyways. It shouldn't be to break the top ring.
Ringland is not your tuning measurement.
No,
You're
no.
way
That
over.
should be the weak link.
You're way over.
Yeah.
Anyway, where's a good one? The IAT one we already talked about. Have you ever run a dyno backwards, like loaded a motor all the way down? That's an interesting question, I think. Remember what he said? He
I
said
don't
something
know that it,
about starting at 5,000 and loading it until it goes to like 3,000 and
I don't know if it would do that. We could do stationary loads at every RPM if we wanted to do that. Like we could do a wide open throttle load at a stationary load at 7 and then one at 6 and 5 and 4 if we wanted to do that. I don't know if the dyno will go the other way.
it might not plot if it's decelerating, right?
I don't know. I've never tried that.
I could on a dyno jet, I can plot over time. So
Yeah.
I can plot over RPM, so it might work backwards. That's a good question. If I could change the load enough to decelerate the motor, but that's like a
Yeah.
tricky. You'd almost need a custom sweep setup because what a dyno yours wants to see is progression. So you're going to
Yeah.
say 1,000 RPM per second, say.
Yeah.
And if it's not doing that, it's probably going to quit or unload or do something funny.
Yeah, I'd have to ask Brule if we can adjust the numbers so that it's lower at the top and higher at the bottom to see if that's possible. I think that could be done on the loaded Superflow chassis dyno. Although again, I don't know why we would do that because I don't know what he's trying to show by loading it backwards
I guess
like that.
he's trying to see if the horsepower would be different, but I don't think he understands how much load you can generate with your water brake dyno.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
I've seen it too, and it totally freaked me out when I first did that eight wideband 8 EGT blown Hemi motor and a LS2 at Ray Barton Racing Engines, which is funny for how funny I am with no preconceived notions. I went to Ray Barton's and I didn't even know who he was. People were like
yeah,
scoffing at me like he's the greatest Hemi guy ever. I'm like, well, I don't really
yeah.
follow any of that. I don't really know who the guy is.
Sure.
So I don't know. And then it was really funny to see. I have videos of that, like a Whipple blown late model Hemi. Like it's at 2,000 RPM, and the blower, the throttle body, like a 90 some millimeters, like whoa. And the engine
Yeah,
tone is the same, 2,000 RPM. All you hear is more blower noise, and the throttle's
yep,
staring at you like this, and you're like, it freaks you out. Like, what is
yeah.
going on? This is
It's
scary.
unnerving running it like that.
Yeah, you're just staring at the blade on a blower car and it's holding it. I'm like, it's probably gonna pop. Like, how can it just hold it? But
Yep.
and then that's also something I've brought up before, shit talking on you, Richard, where you
Perfect.
talk about spooling and power percentage and power over the curve. where I'm like a load based water brake engine dyno can artificially load turbos.
Oh, it definitely does. The engine dyno is and I keep telling people that the engine dyno is the worst place to try to do a change in spool rate test because we're artificially loading the turbo and making the turbo better than it is because it never sees that kind of load on a chassis dyno or on the street or out at the track. Even if you're on the two-step or power braking or whatever, it never sees what we do on the engine dyno. And that's why I tried to explain to people. They're like, yeah, we want you to test AR ratios. And I said, look, we're going to see if there's a big change, we can see that because we can correlate like, okay, we loaded it at 2000 and it made 3 pounds of boost and then rose up to 10 pounds and then carried 10 pounds. And then now we loaded it at 2000 RPM and we changed the AR ratio and it went up to 4 pounds and then changed it. Okay, we can see that. I don't know what that's going to do on the street or on the chassis dyno or at the track because there's no direct correlation for that because the engine dyno is not a good place for that.
Yeah, it's tough for you to tell people. People asked a bunch about like twin turbo combos and a bunch of things, and I don't really run enough twins to give anybody solid advice. And
Yeah.
then essentially, like you just said, you don't have a twin turbo Fox body with a T56. You can't give them advice on in with a T56 and a 28-inch tire and a 355 gear ratio. What's going to have more
Yeah.
punch in fourth gear at a 60 roll?
Yeah.
Do you have rolling anti-lag? Do you have whatever? What size is the converter? How well
Yeah.
there's a lot going on there, and people with similar combos. And then I think that gets lost in translation. The more information you can give somebody about what you're doing, goals, like I always say, goals first, and then
Yeah.
a stairway to your goals is the most important thing. If you give some, if you're like, I got a 4.8, what twins are best? And the
Well, let's
blankness
talk about what singles best first, and then we can talk about
the
twins.
blankness in both of our stares is exactly
Yeah.
the answer to that question. What the hell
Yeah.
are you doing with it? Are you land speed racing? Do you want response? Does it have an auto? Is it T56? Are you road racing a 700 horsepower twin turbo 4.8? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
And then where
Did
was
you
it?
see the did you see the video that I did on I did a cool comparison between a twin turbo and then twin remote turbos, even though, as we talked about, an engine dyno is not ideal to show changes in response rate. But I added like 14
I did
feet
see
of
that.
tubing, yeah, to simulate that. So we know, yeah, so we know that there is a difference between the response rate when you add 14 feet of exhaust tubing to your turbo to make it remote. Apparently, 2 cars back is how far I made it.
And that again, if you have a big auto and it's a drag car and you're up on a trans brake, doesn't matter. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. There's a bunch of tests I read back in the day. People might be able to look them up still. Zombie SS on LS1 Tech
Okay.
was one of the pioneers of rear mount turbos. And everybody was like, this is a joke. You're stupid, blah, 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 because there's no room in an F body. He had like a 01 SS and he
Yeah.
had a TH400 or something else. And people are like, you're stupid. And he had giant exhaust tubing and long tubes because that flows the most amount, right? When he
Yeah.
started off with a smaller turbo and started to learn more, and then he did iron manifolds and like 2-inch all the way back to a T4, and then he got a big T4, like a T4 80 millimeter, and it just got better. It spooled faster and made more power. Like he just kept learning and providing results, and people were still like, "You're lying," or "This is dumb," or "Why would you do that?" Blah blah blah. And he actually found some benefits at some point because of it's not on an F body, people are putting the turbo flat against the rad, so they have no fan solution. And
Yeah.
then the turbo is digesting like 300-degree air between the engine,
Which is perfect.
the hot side, and the
Yeah.
radiator that has the fans are push and they're blowing hot radiator air into the inlet of the turbo. And then
Oh
the
yeah.
intercooler piping is up front where everything's hot. And as far as the rear mount, it would actually get an intercooler effect running on the piping, blah 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 blah. A lot of people, that might be their first induction to that. His topics might still exist on LS1 Tech if you look him up, but a ton of I read all of his stuff back then, and it was very when people talked about rear mounts and said how dumb it was, he was someone showing how capable it was. So I always admire
Sure.
that.
I know the guys from HP Performance, when they were doing their stuff out in Roswell, they got a lot of guff on their modular kits because their modular Ford kits, there was no room in there. So they ran their turbos up basically in the front like bumper area, and then went to the air-to-air intercooler from there. And so they had a big length of pipe going from the exhaust manifold up to those turbos, and everyone said, "Oh, that's too far away. That's going to be laggy. It's going to be all these things." But it wasn't. It worked pretty well.
Yeah, and a lot of those cars, the application sucks, and putting them somewhere sucks, and
Yeah, they're
you just do what you got to do. Well,
yeah.
another one is what's your most spectacular fail on a dyno?
I haven't had the Big Bang, the Gen 3 Big Bang that we did on the 6 liter blew stuff up pretty big. But probably the best one was when we were doing the Wheel of Death thing and where we ran the motor without oil. So we went in and ran the motor, went at wide open throttle like 5,000 RPM, and I walked into the dyno and I undid the drain plug on the oil pan and just let all the oil drain out. And it was amazing how long the motor ran without having any oil in it. It was also amazing that it still showed some oil pressure, like 3 or 4 pounds of oil pressure from the pump still spinning, but with no oil. So we think that that was actually just air pressure in there because the pump, the pump still had oil inside of it basically. So it was still sealed fairly well and it was spinning. So we think that it was just pumping air pressure in there, but the motor lasted like 91 seconds at wide open throttle with no oil pressure and eventually blew up, and it shot stuff out and caught the headers on fire and so that was kind of cool. The other one that we did that was really cool was dropping BBs down the carburetor at wide open throttle, and I set up targets back behind the headers so that the BBs would go down through the headers. And we were hoping to hit bullseyes. We should have used really small headers to get some velocity up, but we hit the target a lot. And it took a lot of BBs to finally like hurt this motor. Because what would happen is this was an iron-headed motor. So we dropped the BBs down and they would hit the piston and the quench area on the head, and they would smash, and then they would flip, and then they would smash again. So a bunch of them came out and looked like key stock, so that they were no longer BBs. They were these little bars, and it was awesome. But I can tell you that the BBs, that motor lasted a long time. But if you take and drop a stainless like 5/16 nut down a small block Ford at wide open throttle, it has catastrophic effect. So the thing that we were all worried about, like from back in the day, is dropping a nut or something down the carburetor. We did it at wide open throttle and it found its way in. It broke the camshaft and the timing chain and a piston and a rod. I mean, it destroyed everything. It was awesome.
A funny thing you say about a nut is we dropped a nut in an intake of one of my friend's cars, and that cylinder lost compression, and the nut was stamped into the top of the piston, and it shot a nut, like a 10 millimeter nut, into the oil pan as one piece, and it was sitting there in the top of the piston. You could still thread a bolt into it, but it was
Nice.
leaking all of the combustion down.
Oh, wow.
So how funny is that? It was fine. Everything was
So
fine.
it did like a cookie cutter thing through the piston?
Yeah, it knocked 100% of the surface area of the nut out of the
Yeah.
piston
Oh, nice.
and remained flat.
Perfect.
We were like, what the hell? Like, you could almost just screw a thing in and pull it out.
Well,
Interesting.
if you just screwed something in from the bottom, then it would work, right? Because then you'd fill that hole and you'd be all good.
That's a great suggestion. We should have just put a thing in there and Loctited it and shaved the head off of it. Fuck
Dude,
it.
you'd have been a king if you would have done that, huh?
Ugh. Uh, there was another one. Oh, Richard, how much power do you... Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading it wrong. How much power do you like your daily driver to have?
My daily driver is a 2002 5.3 Chevy Silverado, and it is 100% stock. So how much ever that is?
Well, I guess they would
270
say,
or-
like, if you had... Like, what's an ideal amount of power if you could have anything as a daily, is what I'm assuming that's about.
I think we would go back to whatever application it is. I know if we had a daily, but if I had a daily Mustang or Camaro, I think the amount that I would want and that would be different than a daily truck. Like if I had a transmission that wasn't made of glass in my 5.3 truck, Cameron, are you listening? Then I would put, and I had a turbo on that. I think if that thing made 500 at the tire, or somewhere near there, and 550 or 600 foot-pounds of torque, I think that that would be a lot of fun in a truck as long as the transmission wouldn't break. And I had my Mustang, which was a daily driver back in the day, was probably less than that, and it had a Vortec on it, so it didn't have anywhere near the torque that a good turbo deal. I remember thinking back then how cool my Mustang was, because I was young and I had the fastest car in the world, and it probably made 400 or 450 at the tire on a good day when the belt wasn't slipping. And it only did that at the top of the RPM range. But I remember the first time I rode in a turbo car, I'm like, oh yeah, this is kind of what it should feel like. I don't have to wait to have 7 pounds of boost at 6,200 RPM. I can have that like at 3,000, and that's like awesome stuff.
Uh, yeah, similarly, I guess what my answer to that would be is 500 rear wheel in most cars is the most you can use. Unless you have a very applications, if you have a twin turbo Lambo on drag radials that has traction control and Motec, and that's not a good answer for a daily. And then I would say a 300 horsepower front wheel drive car is probably the most fun you can have. And there's anything over that is smashing transmissions and everything else. So I had a Turbo D series Honda that made 303 tire. It was awesome for what it was, and any more than that was complicated to put down or worrisome to keep putting that amount of power through, or a total risk of police and accidents you might incur on your own. And then, like, similarly, I had that Turbo Colorado that I did the Don't BS Me build on, and on low boost, it would make 450 wheel. And that was enough to make people who I would take out for a drive in it absolutely shit their pants. And I could do 1,000 foot burnouts in it. And it was
Oh
450
yeah.
through an auto. So, and that was in a truck that weighed like 3850. So you can make more than that. You can try to use more than that, but it's very hard to use it, and it's not many. It just does a burnout harder than it does with 450 or 500. So that's my answer to that.
I had a Focus with a F Max turbo kit on it. And it probably made 225 or 240 or something like that at the tire, the way that we had it set up. And that thing was super fun to drive around on. It was awesome. I loved it.
So someone made a comment like just change the SN with 308 gears. That makes it spin worse, in my opinion. Giving it a ton of mechanical advantage and too much gear ratio to eat up when it does spin makes the car worse. And then someone asked, Gen 4 rods versus Gen 3 crank. People are always worried about the balance. What are your thoughts?
I'm actually going to do a video on that. I'm going to go in with the guys at L&R, and we're going to weigh and balance all of that stuff. So I should be able to tell everybody the answer to all of that to find out if they have to rebalance it. Given the story that I just told about putting one odd, oversized, changed, different design piston in my 5 liter, apparently it's not a big deal. But I want to weigh. We're going to weigh the Gen 3 rods and the Gen 4 rods and the Gen 3 pistons and the Gen 4 pistons and the 4.8 rod versus the 5.3 rod and the different cranks with the different trigger wheels on them and stuff. And so I should have answers to all of that stuff pretty soon.
So people were just asking quick about my gear ratio comment, and they're saying like, is that why you put 456s in Jamie's truck? Well, on low boost it made like 450, and it was a NMBS truck, and it had 20-inch chrome wheels on it, and they weighed like 100 pounds each, and then they were like 33 inches tall because of the rim was so big, and it made 400 horsepower. So it would do like 130 in second, and it would just take so long to accelerate. Why wouldn't you put a shorter gear in? And then people, in my opinion, are scared of gear ratios too.
Yeah.
So, and then they're like, oh, there's a big myth that people just regurgitate, and it makes me upset when I hear it is like, oh, I got to get longer gears to load the turbo.
Yeah.
All you're doing is slowing your car down, putting it in a gear ratio that does 200 in second. How is that going to make your car faster? Gear
Yeah.
it for the use. Same thing with all motor. If your car traps 118 and it's a race car, you want to gear it for like 125. It's going to get there as best as possible in peak power, everything else. So that truck would be no fun at all if it was going 130 in second. It takes forever to do anything you want it to do. Meanwhile, if it gets to the usable RPM sooner and can utilize that RPM sooner, easier, it makes everything easier. So, yeah, people were like scared shitless when I put 456 in, but reality is that it drove amazing with 456 because it could actually
Yeah.
use the RPM band.
Well, with too much gear, you're having to run a bigger RPM spread, and if you can narrow that RPM spread with a gear, it's gonna accelerate quicker.
Yeah. And then, yeah, my thoughts on the Gen 4 versus Gen 3 mixing is it doesn't matter at all. I've done it so many times with no problem. Again, if you have time and you're worried about it and you can spend the money and you give a shit, and I'm scared that like if people spend so much time on it, they're going to cause a failure because they touch too much.
Yeah.
That's another issue. I tell people like you shouldn't have touched all that because now you maybe created an issue, and they disagree with that. But
Taking all the magic out of it.
yeah, the more you touch is the more, and I laugh about it because I have that Summit stroker and I have all this expensive stuff, and it's been difficult to get like the converter to fit and the billet flex plate to work correctly, and I can't wait until I run into like a amount of issues with trying to make all the fancy stuff work, and then if it loses oil pressure and like 6 dyno hits, you know, you know what a waste it would be. And I think about that all the time, and I'll say it out loud, but I see people spending a ton of money and not getting the money out of it. And what I do see is people buying a crusty 4.8 that looks like it was in the bottom of a pond making 800 wheel for 2 years.
Well, and I can tell you from running the stuff on the dyno, a motor that I put together, like I built a 427 LSX motor. I didn't even want to dyno it. I didn't want to put it on the dyno because I was too worried about it breaking.
It's too
and
much money.
Motors I go get from the wrecking yard, I don't care about. Let's put it up there and run it. Let's put nitrous on it, boost. I don't care, because if it breaks, you know, it's a couple $100. But if that motor breaks, that's probably $10,000. You know, I don't want to break those.
Yeah, well, we have a good one from Codeman Rose. Just asked, can Richard go over smaller twins? Do you do a bunch of twins though?
I have we've run a bunch of them recently. I've run a bunch of cheap, the GT35 82s from the guys at Max Speeding, which worked out pretty well. I've also run that same turbo from the guys at CX Racing. And we've run, well, the two S475s, those are pretty big. But we're also, the guys from Max Speeding also just sent me some GT30 76s. So I want to compare those to the GT35 82s and see, because the GT35 82 is like 1,000 horsepower, 1,100 horsepower kind of combination. So it's right in the same wheelhouse as a Gen 2 7875 or an S475, an S480 kind of thing. So guys want to know, you know, everybody wanted to know, well, what's more responsive, a small twins or the single? And I'm like, it doesn't matter, because if you size the turbo right, whether it's two of them or one of them, they're going to do the same thing. But guys don't want to hear that because they've been fed the same thing for years. Oh, two small twins, you know, little turbo is much more responsive and less wheel weight, and you know, all of that.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, he just said go over twins, and he says, why has he not maxed out his last GT35 setup, even like T04E stuff? And then he says, Matt, do you remember Chad's third gen setup that went 9s with 57 millimeter units? That car was pretty tricky. Like, I think it was because it was really light. It went 9s fairly easily. It had a peaky power band and some other issues. But
what kind of car was it?
There's a third gen that was like completely Swiss cheesed out, and it had, and when he bought the turbos for it, I'm like, these are too small. It was like two small T3s, like 57 millimeter, he says here. And if he was researching it, he would know better than me at this point. And the issue there is it took like 25 pounds on these small turbos to make any significant amount of power. And down
Yeah.
low, they didn't really. There's a lot to that. But I will say that like Cameron had a bunch of effective twin turbo setups, like a 5.3 with twin GT35s. And what's funny is I don't really know what GT35s they were. They were Chinese ones. So were they
Yeah.
60? Were they 67? Were they twin 57s? What was the backside? I don't know. Maybe he could fill me in. And then what
Yeah.
he did was he went to a 6 liter and then he swapped on uh, like 60 70s or something like that. I can't remember either. And it did
Okay.
extremely well. And then I talked him into doing a single billet 8088 from VS, and that's what he went almost the fastest with
Okay.
versus the two. But he did say a 5.3 with GT35s, whatever ones he had, was like
Yeah.
light switch average power all the time. It was very good.
Yeah, you can see the video that I have up on that. I think I ran it. I ran it with a 4.8 instead of a 5.3. But the GT3582s are, we've run singles of those on other applications, and they're a 550 or so flywheel horsepower kind of deal. You might get 600 out of them on a really good motor like a Honda or something. And two of those on a 4.8 or 4.8, I think might even be a better application. But a 4.8 or a 5.3 is going to be like 1,000 to 1,100 horsepower maxed out. And then you'd start running into, I think you'd run into, on that application, you probably run into compressor and hot side at about the same time.
All at once. I
Yep.
mean, I'm really curious to see. I'm going to have that. It's like a 366 6-inch aluminum motor that I built with Summit in my engine builder. And then
Yep.
Varen provided those mirror image dual ball bearing billet 68, 67 62s. And
Okay.
then they're V-band inlets, so that area is a little bit less effective. But I bet it light switches like 1100 wheel. And then I would like to see how well that does and then swap them because he says he has 70 70s coming out.
Okay.
So it'd be cool to swap those and see the potential, but I wanted something that makes like a really wide average power since it's like
Sure.
it's a stroker stock bore motor and
Yeah.
applying a bunch of torque on a stock bottom end is a big no-no. So it'd be interesting to do something that makes like phenomenal torque and horsepower at a early RPM. So
Do you have a 4-inch stroke in that?
yeah,
Okay.
it's a three. What's the stock one? A 368 or 378?
3.622 is a stock stroke.
Yeah, mine's like a 3.7 something because the bore. I got the block for free because it had like completely rusted out cylinders.
Okay.
And one of them he had to cut like 5 over because it was so bad. Because I wanted to do a thing with them where I do drop ins. And I still would
Okay.
like to do that one day if they want to still, where you get
Yeah.
like a 4.8 and I just do completely drop in rods and pistons at home and then slam it. But
Okay.
didn't work out. Uh, it says, is hot rodding and car culture truly at risk, or is SEMA and the lobbyists need our money to line their own pockets? I guess that's, are they taking donations to try and save? I don't know. I guess it's like an EPA versus
Conspiracy
SEMA
theory.
question. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm not I don't have a voice for SEMA, so I'm not the guy to ask about that. I don't think that I think that you should be way more worried about EPA
Yeah.
than you should be worried about the people at SEMA.
Who cares
The
about
RPM Act is important.
who cares about bubblegum welds at SEMA and 28-inch wheels when the government is restricting your right to make a 95 Mustang a race car? One
Yeah,
of those is really dumb. Well, one of them's dumb and one of them is like encroaching
yeah.
personal rights. Uh Another one is, do you remember when Honda went after tuners? I know nothing about this, honestly.
I'm not familiar with that. I've used I've known Doug for a long time. I used Honda way back when it was the S100 stuff, and gone all the way through the generations. I used Honda in that land speed record Civic, but I didn't know that they were going after people. Did they go after people that were that were pirating their software, like maybe the Chrome guys or somebody. I don't know.
I don't know what it's about, and he wasn't very descriptive, so it's hard for me to apply an answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Another, this is decent. Well, they just, it's not a question really. He says, what drove both of you to do what you do, as far as the amount of time you spend sharing information with the rest of us motorsports enthusiasts? And you guys both save us a ton of time, money, and headache compared to the old days of slopping an Edelbrock and carb to gain 20 horsepower on a small block Chevy.
Well, obviously we're doing it for the money, right, Matt?
Yeah, I'm just getting paid to talk shit on everybody all day.
Oh yeah. No, I think it's important. I've from the very first time that I started doing car stuff and looking at like magazines and stuff, um, I wanted to know if what the for me I wanted, because I have an advertising degree, I wanted to know if what the advertisers were saying was accurate. And so I thought when I went into that business that I thought that it was our job to make sure and tell the readers at that time and now viewers what is happening, what is the real deal. And I thought that that was my job. As it turned out, that was not my job. And unfortunately, when I first started working there, I thought, okay, when I now go on, because I had written freelance for a while before I got a job on staff, and when I got a job on staff, I thought, okay, this is going to be cool. The guy that like runs Vet magazine is going to have an L88 like in his office that he knows everything about, and the guy that does the hot bike is going to have a Harley Davidson in his office that he's going to know everything about. And same thing for the Ford book and the Chevy book and all that stuff. But none of that was true, and I was a little disheartened.
Yeah, I mean, he asked what I think too, and that's similarly to when I got into cars, I knew nothing, and I just knew what I could see, and what I saw was people. What I always say is the regurgitation of stuff that no one actually knows about, and I'm not afraid to ask questions. So when people would say something that didn't make sense, which is I'm skeptical, even with my friends saying things, and I would be like, why? Why does it do that? And I was met with much hostility, and or that it was a secret and no one wanted to tell me. And then I would
Yeah.
throw back at them, well, you have no idea what you're talking about then if you can't quantify or explain it. And that was made people mad too. And so we would do, dumb things with cars, and we eventually learned how to do, at this point, good things. Someone asks, also, this is good. What's a back pressure limit? What's the ratio you should run away from? And you can, I mean, we went on length at that with Robert Young's podcast,
Yeah.
the Turbo
Um,
Guru.
yeah. No, Robert's good. I used one of the turbos on the K24 on the Honda deal because we want to make a lot of power, and we were going to do a big bang on that K24 on a stock bottom end JDM deal, and that will be a lot of fun. And Robert's a pretty knowledgeable guy, and I think that this is another question where guys want an absolute answer. Like they want to say, okay, if you're at 2.65 pounds of back pressure per pound of boost, that's the stopping point. I don't think we see that. I think that you see as you turn up a factory stuff, like the most I've ever seen is we've been over 3-to-1 on back pressure compared to boost pressure. When I did that Honda turbo application, that's what we saw. We got really, really high in back pressure. But what the other thing that people don't realize is when we trace a back pressure curve, like when I monitor back pressure on the dyno, the back pressure starts out low and rises, so it gets greater as RPM goes up. If your boost pressure is operating correctly, it will go up to some point and just kind of level across. So a lot of times they cross at some point. So before they cross, there's actually less back pressure than boost pressure. And then if the back pressure gets really high out at the top of the RPM range, you might see lots of back pressure. So where does that get bad? Like, is it good at 3,000 or 4,000 RPM? And does it only get bad at the top? If back pressure is higher than boost pressure for the whole way and is 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, I don't know that I've ever seen that. So I don't know. What do you see, Matt? What kind of limits are you talking about?
Honestly, I don't have a lot of good answers because I've only recently started looking at back pressure, and usually the cars that I touch, more and more of them are Terminator, but a lot of them are input maxed out. So people don't care
Yeah.
about back pressure. I've only recently started looking at it, and Robert said that it depends on application and turbo. Some turbos don't care about back pressure, and they will just go and go and go, and others will significantly drop off. He was talking about like road race Evos that love to have 2 to 1. They love to have back pressure. They light off faster, and then as far as he goes, he builds a turbo to run at 2 or 3 to 1, depending on the application. He knows it's going to have significant back pressure, and he sizes the compressor and the map correctly to deal with it. So it is a wide open question. I would say that if you have a Chinese turbo setup and an LS motor, they do make the best power under 2 to 1. You can see when you're encroaching 2 to 1, the horsepower per pound drops off like a rock if back pressure isn't good. And similarly, I have seen some setups with a 1 to 1 quit. They have a completely 1 to 1. Sometimes on my turbo truck, I never diagnosed the issue that the 3/4 ton 2500. I was testing out the 80-102, 80 millimeter billet 102 turbine, and it just wanted to die off at like horsepower per pound was phenomenal. The thing made like 474 rear wheel on 4 pounds, and then it made 721 on 12 or 13 pounds to the tire through a 80E and a 14 bolt. And then up towards 22 pounds, it only made 850. So it fell off significantly. And my back pressure was under 1 to 1, but I couldn't make any more power per pound. I don't know why. It could have been an assortment of things, but what I saw there was back pressure is important, but it's not end all. So that's the more you know, the more you know you don't know answer.
Yeah.
I used to be like 2 to 1 gospel, and then Robert's like, some of my shit loves 3 to 1, and I'm like, man, my stuff that at this point doesn't like 1 to 1. Doesn't matter. It's under 1 to 1. My drive pressure was like 18 pounds. My boost pressure was 26 pounds, and I struggled to get a high 800 out of it, and I don't know what that was.
Yeah, we talked about it. It could be application specific. There are things where you want response rate and you don't want to. And then are you maxing out the compressor first, or are you maxing out the hot side? There are lots of things to look at. I don't like if they go 2 to 1 or more, like you're talking about on the LS stuff. You start to deal with two problems. One, you start to lose power because of the back pressure, and you start to also not have quite as much control of the wastegate. You have to start looking at that as well. So those are a lot of things to think about.
Yeah, like you need a ton of dome at that point, and that's where CO2 really comes in handy. But yeah, that's a lot of open-ended things, application specific. And then like when people say, I know that a big turbine is nice, like we mentioned earlier, having a 2 pound spring or a 4 pound spring and running up towards 30 some pounds without much effort. A 4-port is king. But then you run into the thing where it's a catalyst, right? You need pressure to make pressure.
Yep.
So if you have a race car and you can only make 6 pounds with all the boost control in it because your RPM and turbine limited to making at 3,000 RPM, you can't make the airflow. And then when you launch, it takes 4 seconds to hit full boost because you're waiting for it to make it.
Yeah.
CO2 can smash the top of that thing with 100 pounds. And you can make 12 pounds at the launch, and in a half a second, you can have 30 pounds. The car is going to go faster. So it's all, again, expectation, application, knowledge. Obviously, it takes some knowledge to know how to use all that. So, well, I think we might be running out. Other than there's some questions in the live. Should we go over them?
If you want, whenever you're ready.
We'll end soon. I have tuning stuff tomorrow, and I've been up late the last couple talks. So
yeah.
Where is it? Any plans on testing the On3 94 millimeter or 107 millimeter GT55?
Have you ever run those, Matt? I've never run anything from On3.
I used to run On3s a lot. They had a little bit better selection and price than Varenne for a while, and I've gone back and forth. And then anymore, I just trust VS turbos, and obviously we work together. It's similar to like when people hate on Snake Eater, and I'm like, it's okay to not use them, and it's okay to say you're never going to use them. I don't care. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Uh, so similarly, like when people get all bent out of shape about some brands, there's could be a lot of reasons. I don't have any problem with On Three. Uh, I just know their turbo kits. Most of my customer cars don't fit for. They don't fit. They have to.
Yeah.
They buy a bolt-on kit and then they have to modify everything, and that could be. If I ever talk to him, that could be a lot of reasons, right? But
Guys have asked me before if I've run their kits, and I don't think I've ever run. The only other kit I think I've ever run is one from CX Racing, and it didn't fit, so we had to modify a bunch of stuff to make it work. So that's kind of why I don't do kits, because even if a kit might fit in a vehicle like a truck or whatever it is, it might not fit on the dyno where we have everything that we have to run it on the dyno. So if it doesn't fit there, and I'm gonna have to make one anyways, it's easier for me to run turbo comparisons with the stock exhaust manifolds and the Y pipe that I've made. One of the tests I do want to do, and I wanted to see if you've ever done this, is the Y pipe that I have. Like I have the stock truck exhaust manifolds facing forward. I've made a Y pipe that's 2.5 inch. It goes into a 3-inch V band, and then with the 3-inch V band, I have adapters that allow me to run a 3-inch to T3, 3-inch to T4, 3-inch to T6. I can put whatever turbo on there I want. But what I want to do is I want to do a divided versus undivided. And I also want to do a smaller diameter exhaust feeding that to see if there's a difference in response, full well knowing that the engine dyno is a terrible place to test response rates of turbos.
a guy says, "When is Lisa gonna make autograph shirts for sale?"
I know she needs to. I that's one thing I wanted to ask you about. Do you have merchandising on your thing on your channel?
What, attached to the YouTube or what?
Yeah, attached to YouTube. Are you selling shirts or anything like that?
Well, we have a Shopify store, and we try to. I sell those plug and play holly harnesses, and then we have some shirts and merch every now and then, but not anything that's crazy. Or I know on YouTube you can attach like an entire merchandise, like below the video it
Yeah,
says buy shirts and stuff. But a lot of times, I think we're too busy to expand on some of that. Where I got my hands full most nights. I'm coming out here and trying to pack shirts and do harness orders and everything before I go to bed and edit some YouTube videos and everything, and then go to work. And then, yeah, I don't think I want to add a bunch of stuff to my plate, but it
yeah.
might be
I just wondered
easier.
if you did. I was going to ask you if you had, and because people have been asking me to have shirts like this one or whatever, and they've been asking me to do it. I just have never done it, and it's one of the things I wanted to do this year or this month or sometime.
It's tough. You got to find in my opinion and Jamie's opinion, you got to find a place that's decent, because if
Yeah,
you set up like there's like spring tees or a bunch of cheap
spring. Yeah.
websites, the shirts are bad. The
Okay.
screen print doesn't last. The shirt falls apart. It feels thin. Like we only get like Gildan's and some other ones, like really nice shirt, and
Yeah, that's
then
good stuff.
they're more expensive, but it's a way better shirt. So we do stuff like that, and we do polls, and we ask people, like, are you comfortable buying a way better sweatshirt or fleece for
Yeah,
$10 more, or do you want garbage that you're gonna wreck? And
yeah,
increasingly, people are like, I would rather have a nicer product for $10. So it's tough to, because it's a couple $1,000s to order shirts and
yeah.
sweatshirts. And I think people might not understand that. And then we do a lot of pre-orders now, because we would do a poll and 250 people wanted a sweatshirt, right? So then
Yeah. How many people came through?
you buy those for $7,000 among other things, and then 50 people buy them, and now you
Yeah.
are negative couple $1,000s of sweatshirts.
Oh yeah.
So we have been started to do pre-orders for a lot of that stuff, because paying out that much for some clothing was hard to do. So that's what makes it
Yeah.
easy about, I think if you're small enough, those spring tees or the octopus
Keep
looking
spring.
one,
Yep.
whatever ink, that's good. And you can make them pretty cheap, and then people order, and then they send it, and you get a profit amount depending on your percentage or dollar amount per product. I think that's
Yeah.
okay initially, but I don't want to give people really crappy t-shirts and stuff. So
Yeah.
But we do some. If you go on the Shopify, there is. We started expanding a little bit. Like we have lanyards and magnets and stuff people requested. No one's really. Very few people are buying them. People ask and then they don't buy it.
Yeah.
But every now and then we do like 3 T-shirts, and one of them sells out. The other ones take years to sell. So that's a hard thing to
Yeah.
figure out. Maybe we can do an a la carte with a larger company, but then it almost is costing you money, or it's $0 in your pocket to go through the struggle based
Okay.
off of sales. And I don't know. Maybe I just have no idea what I'm doing and I can't concentrate it enough. And someone like Cletus is way better at it, obviously, because he's smart on a multifaceted scale, and he sells like a shirt that says Freedom Construction Factory, and everyone's like, I want in, and he sells 1 million of them, and he applies the money, and he's a marketing genius. And part of me's like, I don't want to deal with you guys today, and then I don't.
Yeah.
The next 4 weeks,
No, he's very good at what he does.
yeah, I'll be like, next 4 weeks, I'm not scheduling anyone on the dyno because the last 4 weeks people were a pain in the ass. So, I can have
Yep.
that choice, and I can be rude, even if it hurts me.
There you go.
Jamie wrote it works well. About what? Shopify or what? What's she saying? She's in here again. Jamie, did you see that people want you and Lisa in on an episode? And that Richard and I should meet up. And I said that would be great. You and I can talk and they can talk and everybody would win.
Yeah.
Oh, the Shopify stuff works extremely well. Yeah, we used to do stuff very difficult ways before. But yeah, the Shopify stuff is really nice. Yeah, I don't think she saw the part where she says, no, I did not. She didn't hear when people were like,
Okay.
Wives Edition.
The Wives Edition.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
should
people
almost
love
do
when
their.
we're
We should
there.
have them do their own podcast.
Exactly.
All they can do is talk shit on us the whole time. That'd be fantastic.
Oh yeah, that would be great. I know when we're down there I do a happy hour and horsepower thing. So it's us down there basically day drinking, and everybody wants to buy us drinks. So it's kind of awesome.
Huh. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. Does anyone have anything worthwhile before we end here? It's 1:12 a.m. here.
Oh yeah, you guys are late, huh? I'm gonna give a thumb. See, I just gave a thumbs up.
To my stream. Do you see can you see
Yeah.
the comments? People were saying Richard should see the comments, and I'm like, I said
Yeah, I can see
earlier,
it.
you just have to join and watch the comment stream. Injector end angle, we already did that. Nope, I'm out. I'm out. Yeah, people are tired at this point. Can
Hey,
I
Richard, do you
send
need to borrow?
Rich books or shirts to autograph? Is there a P.O. box number?
I have I you could probably send him to West Tech is probably would be the best place. I do have see that's the other thing is I have books that I wrote that I still have some copies of and stuff. And I think that I also found some old shirts that were from my Killer B16 when I was road racing the Del Sol when we won the US Touring Car Championship with that Del Sol. And I think I have found a box of old like race shirts. So I may do a giveaway with those too so that guys can because I think I need to look and see what size they are because if they're all small for me, nobody's going to be able to wear them. But if if I have some bigger sizes, I can give those away. That would be cool.
Oh, and someone asked earlier, I'd like to answer him if he's still listening. He says, does VS Racing do any diesel turbos? And VS Racing, if you guys didn't know, we just did a radio show with VS Racing, and he does do a lot of diesel stuff, which I didn't know, and a lot of people didn't know. And he has a bunch of information on what turbos work in certain applications and everything else.
Does he do compounds?
I'd have to ask him. I mean, he might be involved with some compound stuff.
Have
Uh,
you ever done one?
I have never done it. What I'm more interested in is doing like an LSA with an 80 millimeter on top.
Okay.
Like putting an
That's
80
what we're going to do
millimeter.
with the 3800.
That's what you're doing. You're doing like the 3800 supercharged and adding a turbo to it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, and
feel
I've done
like,
that already once. We did that with with an O3 Cobra motor also, back with the guys at HP Performance. We did twins blowing into the factory Eaton. So that worked out good.
I'm interested in scalability, and because I feel like at some point you're blowing into a blower that has a restriction and it doesn't matter what you do into it, but does the
Yeah.
compounding effect take over that? And then I've heard someone like Chuckles Garage, Old Smoky, talk about how people do hot on hot on hot. Like they don't intercool the first three stages and then they try to scrub all the heat in the last stage. And that's a
Yeah.
big, people do that and then they don't get any gain. And what he has seen is intercooling the first stage into the second stage and then intercooling it into the motor is substantially better. Which, maybe we could have him on and talk about diesel stuff because
Yeah.
he seems pretty involved. And that makes sense in my head if you're blowing 300-degree air into another turbo and then that turbo is making 300-degree air, you're trying to knock 600 degrees down to something with air density worthwhile into an engine, which would probably not be worthwhile at all.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. What we did on the O3 Cobra was the O3 Cobra has a factory air to water intercooler under the blower, and then we also had the two turbos blowing into an air to air intercooler before it went into the supercharger, and then the supercharger went through another intercooler before going into the motor. So if you look up all the old books by Corky Bell and Gail Banks, one's an intercooler, one's an aftercooler, yada yada yada, and that's what I did on the I think I didn't do that. I have a video up on the compound turbo into turbo on an LS, but I didn't do intercooling between the two turbos. We just did it after that, after the second turbo. But we had a good air to water, and so we had 120-degree charge temperature or whatever. So it was, I didn't run. We only ran like 900 horsepower or something with it. I wasn't trying to get crazy. I just wanted it all to work. I wanted to say that I did a compound turbo deal.
Yeah, it's funny to hear you say that because after I've heard that, I can't unhear it, right? The more you know you don't know. Is
Yeah,
intercooling the stages is important, and someone said same thing.
yeah,
He made a really nice compound word for it. Where did he say it? Uh, interstaged cooling.
yeah,
So in between the stages. Once I heard
yep.
Chuckles say that, I was like, "Oh man, I got knowledge bombed. You should be cooling the stages." And someone else says
Every yeah,
spraying
every
meth
time.
in between the stages on compounds is gigantic. Also, but
Yeah,
yeah,
diesel applications, if you add meth, you're adding fuel, and that's how you throttle the motor is on a diesel motor with fuel. So if you add nitrous or fuel or water meth or anything, it's going to add lots of power.
yeah, like some guy, ProCharge Mopar just wrote, they've been doing this for decades on big trucks, but not a lot of stuff from big boy diesels compares to gasoline in any respect because the
No, that's
RPM
fair.
range is really tiny the bigger diesel you
Yeah,
get. And
yeah,
then the air fuel ratio on a diesel is wildly different. And then, like, uh, fuel increases EGT on a diesel, air
yep,
cools off the EGT. So you want to run them
yep,
leaner, and in a gasoline, you want to run it fatter to cool off the cylinder. Yeah,
exactly.
so you can't be like works on a diesel because in all diesel applications, a small ass turbine is the best. A gasoline,
Yeah,
you want a turbine the size of a swimming pool if you can spin it. So that's a touchy
yeah.
subject.
And for the LS, the thing that I kept having to tell people on the compound turbo deal is that we don't need to do that on an LS. If I can make 1,500 horsepower on a twin turbo 6 liter, why do I need to? I don't need to compound that because I can already blow up everything that's in that motor with the turbos that I have without compounding it. It's just not necessary.
Yeah, similarly to what I always explain is you're adding failure points. Twin turbo, blower, compound, twin charged. Why do you have to have so much interstage cooling,
Yeah,
piping? There's so many things for leaks. Uh, yeah, a big single turbo, especially if it's a drag car, you're looking for certain things. But then they say people say the supercharger has better response. Well, if all you want is bottom end, a roots set up correctly was way better. If all you want is like a middle ground where you want it to peak later, centrifugal is king. Like, uh, just weigh one power adder, and unless, like we talked about earlier, is spraying nitrous on top of a turbo car. If it's a drag car and you're trying to light, if a 2JZ has an incredibly sized turbo and you get on the brake, like something like with decent engine management, like a Holly, Motec, anything
Yeah.
decent, you can tell it to shut off. Holly has it too. It's a checkbox. It says shut off at boost pressure.
Yeah.
So it'll spray in a window, and then when it hits 10 pounds, it shuts off because that's your
Yeah.
catalyst pressure to light the turbo. So
Sure.
it'll light the turbo on the brake in like a half second instead of 6 seconds for the motor to do it on its own.
Yep.
All of that stuff exists. So unless you have, some of these people might have it, unless you have a 1100 horsepower tow rig that's
Yeah.
gasoline, the adding all of those power adders is a waste of money, time,
Yeah.
in my opinion. I could be totally wrong, and I'm fine with that. I'd still love to do an LSA fed with like an 80 millimeter of some
Yeah.
facet just to learn. I'm sure the power curve would be better, but in my application, most of the time you have a converter that's sized for the turbo, so it's hitting the RPM band that's usable anyway. And then if
Yeah.
someone has a tow rig and they want more bottom end, they should have a roots because they don't want the converter to swing the 4000 and sit on turbo boost. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all, I don't know. You could just do what you want to do with your goals, and it would be better than having six turbos and everything else.
Three bars of nitrous.
Because diesels
Um,
with 10 turbos are still slow as hell, and man, that's going to trigger people when I say that.
oh yeah.
They're slow as hell. They got three turbos and still can't get out of their own way. They can't light them and they can't move. What the
I
hell's the difference?
exactly. When we did the compound deal with the roots blower and the turbos, the way that I explained it back then when we did it was if you have turbos on a naturally aspirated motor, you take the naturally aspirated power output, let's say it's a 300 horsepower 4.6, because we ran it like that. Because we ran it NA, we ran it with just the turbos, we ran it with just the blower, and then we ran it with a turbo and the blower. And what happens is the turbos have some sort of spool rate if you put them on the NA 300 horsepower motor. So the turbos come up and then they start making boost, and then they're controlled by the wastegate. And the blower does what the blower does on the NA motor. It makes more power. But what the blower does on the turbo stuff is make the turbos more responsive, because now you have a 450 horsepower boosted motor spooling those turbos. So the response rate comes up. But eventually the blower gets in the way. And so just running the turbos on the NA motor will make more power than running the turbos through the blower, because the boost pressure goes way up. Like we ran 11 pounds from the blower and then 7 pounds from the turbo, and the net boost pressure was almost 22 pounds. So it wasn't adding those two together, it was multiplying them, or a percentage multiplication.
I did trigger diesel people, so they're commenting. They're slow because they weigh 8,000 pounds, and they're slow because they're trying to push 7,000 pounds. It's not my fault that you guys can't correctly make your stuff go fast, because like I said diesel guys are breaking more parts than they're capable of flooring it, and then I said a 7,000 pound gasoline car that makes 1,000 rear wheel on gas versus 1,000 rear wheel horsepower diesel. The gas is faster. It's faster. And then if
Is
you
it?
can't admit that, you're living in a fantasy land. And then what I also said is diesel guys they're just breaking stuff endlessly. And then everyone's like, oh, 4,000 foot-pounds of torque. It still can't get out of its own way. I mean, that's fantastic for towing something, but horsepower still wins. It's like Honda guys. A 600 horsepower Honda that makes 100 foot-pounds of torque is faster than a small block car that makes 600 foot-pounds and 100 horsepower.
Yeah, it definitely would be.
People are missing out on that point. Torque through the roof is cool for pulling things, but not for accelerating. I mean, I hear those guys all the time where they're like, the comments are going nuts since I shit talk diesels. But it's a diesel truck to me Not all of them. I wrote 95% of these guys are power downshifting something that's slow as hell, and they don't even know how to drive it, and it goes blah. It doesn't go anywhere. To me a diesel is like a Harley. It makes a lot of noise. It changes gears a lot. Doesn't fucking
Yeah.
go anywhere. Those guys on the Harleys are like, not all of them. Not all of them. Blah, blah, blah. 40 miles an hour, bro. Where are you going? Where are you
So
going?
you're triggering diesel and Harley guys all in
All of
one
them. Noise.
statement.
And then what's funny is those guys talk shit on noisy Hondas. None of them are going anywhere.
Yeah.
And then on dyno days, I would say it to people. I would say, you win the award for having more decibels than horsepower.
Yeah.
And it would take them a minute, and then they would act pissed. I'm like, it took you way too long to realize that this is too loud for 100 horsepower. It's too loud. Stock probably made more horsepower. Yeah, people are like, you broke the chat. Harleys are trash. Everything has its place. Well, that's what I mean. If it's a tow rig, it makes sense. You and I know a diesel can run at like 40 to 1 air fuel.
Yeah.
No shit, diesels pull better. No shit, diesels have better thermal control. No shit, they can run a leaner air fuel. No shit, they make better bottom end torque. But at the same point, diesels anymore are a maintenance nightmare. Just agree on that. Absolute maintenance nightmare. They have so much. They ruined them. They used to be simple and mechanical and dumb and easy. But any horsepower expectation of all of those vehicles is awful. And DEF and emissions and particulate filters and electronic nannies, and some of them are fantastic, right? Like you can buy a 6.7 and you can hook up a programmer and turn it up till it smashes the transmission. But then what's it worth? $8,000 transmission repair and hoping you can turn it up a stage or two? I don't know. Most of them are expensive, unreliable. I have plenty of friends that have gone from like a Duramax Power Stroke to like a 2500 3/4 ton 6-liter Silverado.
Yeah.
And their life is just way easier. It's oil changes and tires instead of injectors, common rail, limp mode, failures,
Yeah.
everything under the
A
sun.
lot of those diesel guys bring that on themselves because they want to start stacking programmers on and doing all that stuff. And rather than just, I had a Dodge Cummings, I think it was an 07 or 8 or something back in the day. And we did a couple of things with it. We did a programmer, I think, on it and tricked it to make the boost go up higher and stuff. But that thing was great for towing trailers or boats or things like that. You didn't even notice that anything was back behind there. But I wouldn't go race anybody in it.
Yeah, and I went on, someone said Colbros are a huge issue, and I went on a tangent about that on one of the other podcasts. About someone asked an EPA question, and I said, not all of us, but a majority, the visual majority, what people see is what this brought it on us, is like these people flooring Cummins and stuff, power downshifting all day long, blowing smoke all, like they video themselves pulling up next to kids eating ice cream and roll coal on them. And now everyone fucking hates them. And now EPA is ass slapping all of these people with diesels and that work on diesels and everything. And then people were mad because I wrote diesels are a maintenance nightmare. Why did diesel mechanics get paid 3 times the amount of a gas mechanic? Because they're a fucking nightmare to work on. I mean, how often do you have to pull the cab off your Silverado to do service?
I wouldn't do it. I would get another Silverado.
But I'm clueless, right? Anyway, you ever look under the hood of a diesel, a modern diesel?
I don't think I have. That Cummings was the last one I ever looked at.
You can't even put a water bottle somewhere under the hood. It is smashed. It's completely filled with garbage. I don't know what to say to these people.
Well, you're not being dry.
It's cool if you like them and all. Like, I have friends that do Subaru stuff, and they're like, this is garbage, but I like it. I have no problem with that. And I have friends that are like, I have a Mercedes. It's a maintenance nightmare, but I like it. or eyewear or whatever, and it's impractical, but I like it. I have $100
Yeah.
jeans, but I like them. That's totally fine. But when you're
Yeah.
telling me it's practical and cost effective, and it is farthest thing from it, $75,000 truck with injector nightmares and maintenance costs through the roof is
That's a
farthest thing
really
from the
expensive
truth.
truck.
Yeah, people are saying I'm 100% correct, other than people that love diesels that are not good. It's okay
And
to yeah, someone says not reliable since 2000. 100% true. Fully
wow.
mechanical 5.9 Cummins is incredibly reliable, but it makes 120 horsepower. It's
Yeah.
reliable because it makes no horsepower. Same thing with small blocks that run forever, and same thing with LS that runs forever. It makes 220 horsepower. It's reliable as hell. Uh, yeah. So where do we have a? Is there a comparable question here, or are we done? Yeah, people are. Yeah,
Are
people
they
are
done
like
with you?
Prius repellent douchebags, lug a diesel to roll coal. Turbo Jixer, BRB putting a water bottle under my truck now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and people are like, turn a screw and add 450 horsepower. Not after putting like $1 million P pump and pre-filter and mechanical pump and messing with it so it doesn't run away and blah. Yeah, come on, come on. This guy says, I agree with what you're saying, but I have a 320,000 mile '06 Duramax that I beat the piss out of, and it's held up great. If anything shits the bed, I'll be surprised. So I mean, here's the thing. People have a 1500 Silverado with a 4L60E that has 320,000 miles that cost much less also. They exist, right? Yeah, anyway. Stock cars still roll coal. You're right. I've been behind Nissan Altimas when they floor it on the on-ramp and it showers black smoke. But what's funny is that's an EPA federally mandated emissions controlled car that says it's okay. Like we talked about earlier, the computer says it's okay, and the EPA says a 9.0 air fuel out the tailpipe is okay. So that's fine. Don't worry
That
about
might
it.
be the first time they stepped on the gas all the way.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, someone just said diesel mania equals motor masochism. That sounds like what I would say. 300K on a diesel, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, there's good and bad, but majority of it's real bad. It's real bad. Just like people think I'm saying Honda is better in a diesel application because it makes the most noise and doesn't go anywhere anyway. 99% of the Honda community is total garbage. Stuff doesn't work. You know, there's plenty of people that are doing it a service. Other people that have decent turbo ones. Most of them can't move out of the driveway. Half the sensors are bad, and it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, everybody has their worst, but yeah. All right. Well, I think we have digressed to the point of making fun of people in the chat, and we're done now.
That's getting cranky.
I'm getting cranky. I'm gonna make fun of everybody that's on here soon. I'm gonna go back into LS1 Tech days.
There you go. That'll
But
show them. Just don't say anything bad about Chevy Sprint turbos, because or Nash Metropolitans.
oh, all right. Well, yeah, we're gonna say goodbye, and everybody can say goodbye, and we hate you and everything else. If you're looking at the chat here. But yeah, so it's 1:30, and we've been live approximately 5.5 hours. And
Wow.
then I'm going to go to bed and tune some things. But thanks for being on. You are a wealth of knowledge, even though you would say you're not.
Oh, I'm sure I'm not.
And then everyone says this was good and good night and thanks for being on. I want to say, like, obviously people are appreciative and they're still watching. There's 300 viewers still. Pretty
Wow,
wild.
that's great.
People are that interested in us, right?
I think most of those are family.
Yeah, it's all I paid. They're bots, right? We get paid, so Holly paid people to 300 viewers to connect and
That's
not
right.
watch go to bed at this point.
And I sent checks to India for all of the for all the bots.
A bunch of people said that we should do a second one of you and I, just because there's so much to share. But this guy
I have a
says
lot more.
He says, I'm a Holly bot. Other people are like, you're getting paid. They pay me too, blah, blah, blah. When do we get paid? Yeah, here we go. But yeah, all right. I'm going to cut it and we'll say goodnight. And then I'll make this an audio thing probably tomorrow or next week, whatever.
So where does it go if you make it audio?
I can send you a link. I posted it in the thing. I'll do it again quick, guys. People are like, you should make this a podcast. I use a website called Anchor FM, and I put them on there. And then what it does automatically for me is it publishes on like 8 podcast sites. It does it for me. So if you have, I'm not going to say it out loud, I have one, Alexa. You can say, play the Sloppy Mechanics podcast, and it'll load it through Spotify. It's on Apple. It's on Google Podcasts. It's on a bunch. I'm going to paste it again here. This is the Anchor link. Oh, no, that's not it. I'm sorry. That's the dashboard link. Here's the Sloppy Mechanics link. It's anchor.fm/sloppy mechanics. But when I put things on there, it automatically authors, like I said, to Apple and Spotify. I have metrics here that say, what does it say? Spotify is 65% of my listeners. Apple Podcasts is 25%. Google Podcasts is 3%. Podcast Addicts is 3%. And others are 4%.
Yeah, Podcast Addicts. What's up, yo?
So that's the majority of my listeners are on Spotify. Apple Podcasts has been going up because people keep asking me to put it on Apple, but it already is on there. It gets authored automatically. Well, 85% of my listeners are in United States, 8% are in Canada, 4% in Australia, Guatemala, Denmark. Everything else is under 1%. And I think it says, it has over 10,000 plays. And I just recently started doing that because a lot of people are like, wish I could listen to this while I drive or work or whatever. And I realized the need for that. And I think I used 10 different podcast sites till I found this one that's good. So if people are interested in putting up audio that people can all listen to, this site, the only limitation they have is like 250 meg per file. So if you have a long one that you want high quality, you can split the files. But what I do is if it gets too big, I knock it down to like 64 or 96 kbps, which is like telephone quality, which sounds great still on the internet. So people can't really tell with voices. If it was music, people might be able to tell if it's under 128. 128 is like CD quality, quote unquote.
Yeah.
96 is like telephone, which sounds good enough for you and I, but yeah. Anyway.
So do you just do these live ones for podcasts, or do you do any of your other videos for podcasts?
I have done live stuff before. I usually can't get organized enough, and I don't have a camera guy. And I worry like I'm gonna kick it on live and then spend 40 minutes changing spark plugs with people, and people are gonna ask questions, and then nothing's gonna get answered. And I need like a camera guy and a film crew and people. And then what's gonna happen is they're gonna run up and be like, "What are we doing, Matt?" And I'm gonna be like, "Fuck off, get out of here. I'm not gonna answer your questions." It's hard enough working on this with someone standing around like being a jerk. So anyway, yeah. So similarly, people really enjoy the audio only. I used to do some. We did a live when we had 8s for 8. I had Mitch do a live stream when I put it on the Dyno because I said I would. But again, like he did the camera work, and he's not an idiot, and he got what we needed to. And it's tough for people once they see something, they like pan the camera at the floor and they just watch, and it's difficult. You need someone that's like a talented videographer, and you need to. I don't know how people do it. Well, they have a dedicated camera guy most of the time. So once it becomes too much of a job, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, I want to get together with you on the phone, maybe. I want to ask you about, because I'm wanting to do, people have been asking me to do interviews, and obviously you would be one of them because it would be awesome. I've been wanting to include interviews, and I do live stuff most nights. It's only like an hour normally. I do live stuff, and I'll do some sort of subject matter. And then a lot of it is spent answering questions from guys that in the comments. And so I'd like to load these on as podcasts too, but I need to figure out how to do all that. So you're you would be the perfect guy to ask.
Yeah, so what I do is this gets DVR'd technically. The live stream goes onto YouTube and then they publish it. And then I can go into my editor and I can download the MP4 video file. And then I
Okay.
drop it in Sony Vegas, delete the video, export it as an MP3 file. And as long as it's under 255 meg, I can upload it to Anchor and then I'm done. It publishes on everything. So that's how
Okay.
I do it. But yeah, there's plenty of ways to skin the cat, but that's my best method I found to make it not a pain in the ass for me and everybody else.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
So how
So
are you making this Google Meet appear on YouTube?
uh,
Are
I'm
you streaming
using
it?
I'm using OBS as a
Okay.
stream software, and what I'm
Okay.
doing is I'm setting up like a metered capture point. So look at if you watch well, you're not watching the live stream, everybody else can see it. So I can bring this window in and you can see it's just capturing a section. So I'm capturing this part of the I just moved my window in and out so people
Okay.
could see it. I mean, it's been fairly involved for me to learn in my spare time. And
Yeah.
I'm just capturing a window area. Other people do this fantastic, like streamers and other people with green screens, and I just don't care. I don't care about being
Yeah.
multifaceted and presentable and having a background and maybe if it was easier or whatever. Teach Richard how to live stream. It's tough. It's tough because like I have so much happening on. I have a 32-inch 4K monitor, and I'm looking at so much.
Yeah.
It's tough. So you have to be like a layout king and everything else to kind of. Not that I'm any good at it at all. My stuff is caveman compared to people that do this well, in my opinion. I just
Sure.
watched a video recently. I didn't know Goat Rope Garage does
Yeah.
videos like this where he has guests.
Yeah.
He
Yeah. I was
kills
on there
me.
before.
He crushes me on production. He has like the green screen and he can move himself and I'm like, wow, I'm
Yeah.
garbage compared to this guy. He does a great job. So I've been
Is he
watching more of
using
those.
OBS also?
What's that?
Is he using OBS also?
I don't even know what he uses. We'd have to ask him. I just did. It's one of those things where I asked and I did a little bit of research and I found people were
Yeah.
using it and I kind of taught myself and it's good enough and that's what I use.
That's how I am with the stuff that I do. I use Screencast-O-Matic on my videos where I'm talking about, I'm in the corner and I'm talking about the dyno results and stuff, and I I just do that. It's very very simple. And then I just go in. I edit all my videos on my phone.
Huh. Yeah, so when I do the dyno videos, I use this and the same software and I just make myself a window down here and I capture the screens and everything. And that's
Yep.
it. It's nothing super fancy anymore. I don't really put myself, no one wants to look at me. They just want the facts.
Sure.
Just the facts, ma'am. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, I could use a giant lesson in how to stream correctly, but I think most of the people that do what I do don't care about production because I have zero production on my videos. I don't have an intro. I don't have anything. They just want it for what it is, and that's pretty much
Sure.
all I do. So
Yeah.
I feel like I'm faking it or selling it if I not to make fun of people that sell it. Like I said, he does a fantastic job. I should take lessons from him, but I don't care to put that much into it at some point. Maybe I should, maybe it doesn't matter,
Sure.
but yeah.
Well, you do what you want.
Yeah, someone's like, I'd be interested in live stream tech. I would too. There's only so many hours in the day before I go to bed to watch how people do this, and it seems
Yeah.
so involved and hardware and application specific. And oh man, it's tough. Like I'm gonna go to bed for 4 hours and then go tune cars, and then stop and get my wife coffee on the way home, and then yeah, and then my Sunday is already 6 p.m. and I'm giving my kid a bath and like that's it. Like
Oh yeah.
that's my Sunday for everybody. But yeah.
Well, go take care of your stuff.
All right. Well, awesome having you and people say I should have you again and that's definitely true. Most of my guests were done after I mean it's 5 hours and 42 minutes here like people are like have them again. It's crazy. I can't believe people are still watching, but that's how it goes. Uh, I think I'm going to take next Saturday off, and then I want to have Monkey Fab next Saturday, but I think I'm going to push him to next Saturday just so I don't have to do so much on a Saturday night before my dyno appointments. All right.
That would be cool.
Bye,
I'll check it out.
everybody. Bye. Everyone's been dropping off because we're talking about nonsense now.
Yeah.
It's gone from 400 to 229. So we'll see you guys
Oh,
later.
where's the love?
Yeah, you guys, what the hell? Love, peace, and taco grease. That's a good one. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Well, see you later, Richard. Thanks for being on. Thanks for everybody for checking in and listening to us ramble for way too long.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, bye.